over 350 people registered to join us throughout the day today, and people will be plugging in at different times. We've got a lot of different things happening and a lot of different presentations. So we'll talk about during housekeeping a little bit about how you secure your current spot. Looks like some of you have already figured it out, but we'll get to that here briefly. When we look at, we've got an amazing program lined up for you today. Great presenters, a lot of things to look forward and sharing highlights of this past year. But, you know, the first thing is I want to set the stage for the importance of this week and for the significance of what each and every one of you do day in, day out, during good times and during challenging times. So if you would, please help me to welcome to the stage Galveston's Mayor, Dr. Craig Brown, and the CEO of the Park Board, Kelly DeShawn.
Good morning, everyone. Such a pleasure being here. The 7th Annual Tourism Summit. I remember the first one, and it has grown every year. This is fantastic. It's brought about by not only the Park Board, but it's all the partnerships that the Park Board brings, particular summit, and throughout the entire year as they promote tourism. And it's a pleasure to be here as your mayor. I think we have also one of our city council members here, David Collins, who's the liaison to the Park Board. David? Yeah, and did you want to?
And as well, I'd like to introduce Marty Fluke, trustee for the Park Board of Trustees, Maureen Patton with the Park Board of Trustees as well. Thank you for your service. And really, Mayor Brown here is going to read a proclamation, and so he knows who he's speaking to. I'd like to ask you a favor. If you serve on a committee for the Park Board of Trustees, will you stand up for a moment, please? Thank you. Trustees included. This cannot possibly be right. Stand up. These folks serve. If you are an employee, stay standing. Melissa, I see you. Mary Branham, I need you to stay standing. Yes, good morning. If you work for the Park Board of Trustees, will you stand up no matter what role you play? Thank you. These are the folks that keep your beaches clean, who sell your hotel rooms. If you work for a short-term rental, will you stand up? Thank you very much. If you work in a hotel, will you stand up? An attraction. A visitor center. What Dr. Brown's about to read here, this is for you. An applause for all of you and all you do for Galveston. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, while we have people standing up, I might as well get into the flow of this. If this winter storm was one of the worst things you've ever experienced, stand up. So, no, I don't. Yeah. Well, it's a pleasure being here, as I mentioned. Sometimes when I read proclamations, there are a lot of whereases and so forth, so I'd like to just kind of put my thoughts into this proclamation this morning. Here in Galveston, we have a lot of economic engines that drive our community here and provide revenue. We have the port and the maritime industry here. We have our institutions of higher learning, UTMB, Galveston College, Texas A&M are an economic engine. But undoubtedly, the economic engine that Galveston is known for, and probably is number one in our community, is the tourism industry. And it's individuals like yourself that are out there that work in this industry every day and do the things that you do. And it's your efforts that bring the revenue to this city so that we can fix streets, we can address drainage, that we can have a police force, that we can have a fire stations and fire department we're very proud of. So I wanted to extend from the city a thank you to every one of you for what you do because you drive this city from a financial standpoint, and we greatly appreciate that here. 1 out of 3.
That deserves an applause. Thank you.
You're welcome. 1 out of 3 jobs here in Galveston is tourism-oriented. 1 out of 10 jobs in the state of Texas is tourism-oriented. Park Board has some statistics that are just phenomenal. One of them is without tourism and the money that is brought in by tourism, the increased sales tax and so forth, it would increase your responsibility per household of $4,000 more that would have to be paid in taxes. And so you offset that by tourism here, and it's phenomenal. Close to $170 billion in the state of Texas is from tourism. Saying all that, it is my pleasure now to say, whereas this year's National Travel and Tourism Week theme, The Power of Travel, recognizes the industry's role in bringing back our vibrant communities, restoring the U.S. economy, rebuilding our workforce, and reconnecting America. Therefore, we, the mayor, and the City Council of the City of Galveston do hereby proclaim the week of May 2nd through 8th, 2021 as National Travel and Tourism Week in Galveston. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate it. It's partnership between all that makes it work.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kelly. A proclamation is a really powerful thing. And by definition, it's an official announcement declaring a matter of great importance. And today, that recognition is focused on the great work and contributions that our industry and that each of you brings to Galveston Island. So thank you, and applause for yourselves for all of the work that you do. It's very much appreciated, as the mayor shared. Many of our counterparts within the region, around the state, across the nation and worldwide, are experiencing very different results as they come through COVID. We've been very fortunate here in Galveston that really we've only experienced a 16% decline. We've only lost a few businesses, and for that, we are very blessed. That cannot be said for many places. From the beginning, going to the beach was touted by health professionals as a best option for those wanting to get out of their house and to have that opportunity to explore and recreate. And with 30 million people within 300-mile radius, our drive market, we were in a perfect position to return to the market strong. But as we all know too well, several obstacles were placed in our path. Over the course of the pandemic, we experienced mask mandates, we experienced beach closures, we experienced our lodging sector allowing for only essential workforce to stay at those properties. Then we moved to restaurants, only being permitted to offer takeout, and retail moved to online with curbside pickup. We all remember that, don't we? It seems like a long time ago for some of us, not for those in the restaurant and retail industry or in the hotel industry. But when we look back to that, the capacity restrictions kept fluctuating. Finally, in March of this year, capacity restrictions for all business sectors in the state of Texas were lifted. Now we are truly headed to recovery. There are still challenges facing the industry as we struggle to rebuild and rehire a workforce, navigate through limited product supply, and serve a consumer marketplace with some serious pent-up demand, right? People want to get back out. So, when we look to those different areas, we look at some of the highlights that we've seen in the industry. We have all worked to bring sport tournaments back, as well as cheer and dance competitions to the island, which were some of the first market segments to return. And some of those tournaments delivered record-breaking attendance as reported by the various promoters. So really an opportunity for us to get back into the market. Sales teams across the island continue to remain close contact with meeting planners in anticipation for rebooking business that had been postponed or been canceled during the pandemic. Those strategies are playing off with many groups planning to return later in the next couple of months or looking to rebook for later in the year. Overall, as an industry here on the island, we were able to retain over 67% of our book business, which is pretty remarkable. So again, congratulations to all of you. The CVB marketing team designed and launched a new robust blog website to deliver a storytelling platform to engage future visitors and encourage visitation. The team is also in the final design phase of a new destination website, visit Galveston.com. And we've brought, yes, we're very excited about that. And we've brought our official visitor guide in-house. And we will be doing a launch of a completely new publication in September. And here's the best part, with ad rates up to 49% less than you were paying before to be part of the visitor guide. So very excited about that. The park board managed beach parks have seen a marked increase in revenue and visitation year over year. Looking at the 2-week run of spring break, who had a good spring break? Right? Good spring break. So when we look at the numbers for spring break 2021, we had the highest revenue and the highest average daily rate in our history for spring break. And what we have found, that what happens in spring break is a good marker for the summer. And an exciting thing that we have coming up is the return of the steel-wheeled trolleys, which are expected to be back this summer. So a product here, an amazing defining element of our destination. They have been dormant since Hurricane Ike in 2008. And their rebirth, or the bringing those back this summer, is a great sign for that post-pandemic comeback. Galveston has weathered many storms, and COVID is just one of them. We are a resilient community. Thanks to the hard-working members of the tourism industry, Galveston will emerge from this crisis stronger than it was ever before. The future looks bright. Historically, as we said, the way that we perform in spring break is an indicator of what we will experience in the summer. So with that, let's expect a very strong summer here on the island. Yes. The meetings and event market is picking up pace for future bookings as confidence and demand continue to increase in this important sector for us here on the island. Our marketing message and outreach continues to grow by leaps and bounds with significant lift in social media impressions, growth in our earned media, and a continuous increase in time spent on site. So the longer we can keep those eyes and those people looking at the content and looking at the experiences they can have here, all the better. That's not to say that we haven't suffered some losses. We have all known someone who has been furloughed. We know businesses that have shuttered, or someone who has lost a life or a loved one. But as we emerge from the pandemic, I believe that some of the lessons we've learned about the power of cooperation, looking out for fellow colleagues, and really having opened our arms and our doors for those in need will have a beneficial, long-lasting implication. So again, I thank you for being here today, for being present, either here at the Galveston Island Convention Center or joining us remotely. I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, because as we all know, without sponsors, we can't hold events like this, and especially we can't keep those free events like we've been able to do historically for this. So a big thank you to our sponsors, and let me tell you who those are for Summit 2021. The Galveston County Daily News. We can clap for each one. Yes, Galveston County Daily News. Moody Bank. Prestige Oysters. Royal Caribbean Group. Port of Galveston. Joe Tremonte Realty Group. Sand and Sea Properties. SOAR Vacation Rental Services. The San Luis Resort. The Tremont House. And Tom's Galveston Real Estate. So again, big thanks to them and for making this event possible today. Now for housekeeping. We all like the housekeeping notes. So for those of you who are joining us virtually, we encourage you to participate online. Please utilize the chat feature to provide comments or to ask questions. Members of our team are tracking that platform so we can share your questions with the presenters. So make sure that you utilize that chat feature. For those in the audience, the Wi-Fi network name and password are up on the screens. So if you need those, take a quick snapshot. We'll leave it up for a second so you can get it. Everyone got it? Kind of? And if you need it, I'm sure we can provide it again. Now to the bags that were in your chair. Okay, has everyone dug through their bag yet? Okay, fun stuff, right? So a couple of things that I want to draw your attention to. One is the name badge. So you'll see a table tent. So what we want you to do with that is to take that out and write your first and last name on the front and back of that card and put it in front of your place setting. The reason for that is where you're sitting right now, that is your home for the day. So you have to come back and return to your same spot. With that, we can flow people in, and you know that everything in your space is your space. Okay. The second item that I want to draw your attention to in the bag is an art project. So you may have been wondering why you have crayons in your bag. Not to take notes with. You can if you're really skilled with that, but you can use it to decorate your name card. I see a couple people doing that. So the second item is an art project. It's a papel picado. So that is something for you to decorate during the time that we're here. That's what the crayons are for. And what that is to help us celebrate Cinco de Mayo, but there's some really special meaning behind a papel picado. So what it is in Mexican folk art, it represents the fragility of life. And I think that, when we look back on the last 14 months, we can all really have a really close connection with that. So that's the reason for the papel picado, and we would love for you to decorate those and display those on your table. We'll be coming by to take pictures of those because we want to capture that. So we hope you enjoy that. Now, one thing I want to point your attention to, typically a papel picado is all cut out. Don't try to cut it out. Okay, it's the design on there represents the cutout, so don't do that. Now when we go, a couple other items. Although the state is no longer in requiring a mask mandate, we are asking you when you're here with us today, whenever you're up out of your seat, if you would wear your mask moving to and from restrooms or moving about. When we're at the reception, we request that you wear a mask when you're not eating or drinking. So we do make that request and hope that you will help us with it. The raffle. Okay, first of all, everyone in this room, everyone who registered to be here in person, is entered into the raffle for the Royal Caribbean Cruise, right? The Royal Caribbean Cruise is going to be an amazing thing. So it is a cruise for 2 people for up to a 7-day itinerary of your choice. Wow, you can go a lot of places with that. Now, what I want to tell you is we're going to be doing that drawing at the end of the Live with Kelly DeShawn show which starts at 3 o'clock. So around 4 o'clock is when we'll do that drawing. Your free ticket, you'll like this, you have to be present to win. Okay? So if you are here and you received a free ticket for that drawing, they're a different color than the one I'm going to tell you about here in a minute. So you have to be present to win for the complimentary ticket that you got for coming today. That's your reward for being here all day with us. You can also purchase additional tickets, tickets for this drawing, for the raffle. So now is your opportunity to phone a friend and say, buy some lottery tickets, because if the purchased lottery tickets, you do not have to be present to win. And they all go in the same drum, okay? So purchased lottery tickets, you do not need to be present to win. So if you get your friends to buy tickets, that increases your chances to go cruising if you make sure that they're going to take you. So that's the deal. You might phrase your message to them, if you take me, buy a raffle ticket. So we're going to be selling those up until 2 o'clock today. Don't worry. I will continue to remind you throughout the day that you can go on to the website, Galvestonsummit.com, and there's a raffle button on that page. So if you go to Galvestonsummit.com, click the raffle button, you can purchase additional raffle tickets. So we're looking forward to that. Following today's program, we are going to be having a ribbon cutting with the Galveston Regional Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Gina. And along with that, it is Cinco de Mayo. What do you think we'll be having? Margaritas, yes. So it'll be margaritas and ribbon cutting following our program today. So right after Kelly does the drawing for the raffle, we will wrap up here and then move downstairs for the ribbon cutting and margaritas. One last thing. We mentioned earlier about the new website. We want to make sure that you all have the opportunity to have your free listing on our website, and we want to make sure that you know how to do that and how to manage your content. So that's the great thing about the new website, is you'll be able to manage what your message is on the site. But we want to train you how to do that. So we are going to have a couple of partner webinars that will be available to you, that you'll be able to log on and take advantage of those webinars. You'll see up on the screens, there are 2 QR codes for the 2 webinars that we have planned. If you see one that looks good to you, timing-wise, take a picture of that QR code and you can register. It'll link you directly to the registration page. If you're not sure, you can write on your business card, webinar, and give it to any of us who are dressed like this. So anyone in a sport coat with a logo and jeans, we can take that business card of yours, and then we will contact you with that information on the webinars or schedule something private for you. So do let us know on that. And now, thankfully, this part's over. So it's time now to move into our program for the day. And we're really excited about this program. We're excited about all of the amazing talent and speakers that we have who are going to entertain you and give you some great professional development throughout the day. So we're going to start off with our very first session. Our sponsor for this session is Leonard Woolsey. He's the president of Southern Newspapers and the Daily News Publisher. So if you would, help me in welcoming Leonard Woolsey to the stage.
I'm Leonard Woolsey, publisher of the Daily News in Galveston Island, Texas. The Daily News is the oldest newspaper in the state of Texas, older than the state itself. Since 1842, we've been delivering local journalism to people in this community. The Daily News is for everyone, but not everything in the Daily News is for everyone. The idea is we provide you content for today, help you look at tomorrow,
I think we have a
and
video
also all the
problem.
content
I'm sorry,
that's been
everybody.
generated in
I'm
the
really
history
not
of Galveston
lip-syncing.
County.
Let's budget.
I like to think that this is an important part of what we do here in Galveston County as well as here on Galveston Island.
Inside the Texas Department of
The stories we tell are important. They're about people's lives. They impact people's lives day in and day out. We know every day when we produce news, the news that we put out there matters to our community, but we are also providing news to our community about how to take care of them and their loved ones. Pick up a daily news or go to galvnews.com today. The Galveston County Daily News. News you can trust and stories you can rely on.
Thank you. All right, so we got that work, technology, that's how this can happen. So, Michael, I was waiting, where you at, Michael? Michael, I was waiting for the pony so I could say I followed the dog and pony show up on this stage. It was great to see Nana, and if you do not know Nana, Nana wants to know you. Wonderful ambassador for our community, and I tell you, when Nana's walking up and down the streets of downtown, the kids just light up, and just precious. So thanks for having Nana up here today. My name is Leonard Woolsey. I'm the publisher of the Galveston County Daily News and Coast Monthly magazine. What we have on the screen here is howdy. And for those, let me translate that. That's aloha, okay? But we had this one first, howdy. This is Galveston, and Galveston is one of the oldest communities in the entire state of Texas. And the Daily News is the oldest newspaper in the state of Texas, older than the state of Texas itself. It's got it's 180 years next year. And Gina, who's the member of the oldest Chamber of Commerce, and heads the Chamber of Commerce in Galveston, is the oldest Chamber of Commerce. And guess who the first member of the Galveston Chamber of Commerce was? The Daily News. That's how intertwined we all are in this community. And I want to thank each of you in the tourism business because you are the big economic engine in our community. As was said earlier, 1 out of 3 jobs on this island and in this region are tied to tourism. Think about those dollars that turn over in our community and the people that benefit from the work that you do. Your work has true meaning. And with 30 million people within a 3-hour drive of our community, you are helping make this community thrive. And as Michael pointed out, our community did much better than many others throughout the country during the COVID pandemic. A lot of that goes to the grit and the hard work that you did in bringing people to our community. So I thank you. Could talk about the importance of local newspapers. I know some of you might not even know what a local newspaper is because that has happened to me when I've talked to small kids. But let me tell you what a local newspaper is all about. It's where people choose to live. This is where we serve right now. One of the things you saw during the pandemic is people were flocking from major metros and from cities, and they were looking for a place where they could work. They could work remote, or they could take their families and feel safe. And guess what? Roughly 30% of those people are never going back to those cities. They're going to stay, all right? And what's happened to real estate in other markets? The smaller markets, they've gone crazy. Galveston, now, this is a whole other story. We can talk about assessments for hours here. But Galveston's real estate market went crazy because people living in the Houston metro said, you know what? There's a really cool, funky little island down there off the coast of Texas, and I want to be there. And they have moved down here. They've made these their permanent homes, and we're seeing a tremendous amount of investment. And why did these people come here? The work that you do. The Daily News is a part of that project. Yeah, I want to go back to, thank you very much. Can you go back one slide, please? One slide. There we go. All right. So what the Daily News has done since 1842 is chronicle what's going on in this event. There's no arguing about whether or not something did or did not happen. If it happened factually, it was recorded in the annals of the Daily News. That's what we do. Southern Newspaper has newspapers all across Texas. We have 12 different newspapers. And we're kind of like Galveston itself. We're independently owned and operated. We're not owned by a hedge fund out of New York City. We're owned by an individual, Alyssa Walls, and this newspaper group has been in her family for years, and I work for Alyssa. And it's all about taking care of our community first, and that is our charge. And throughout our newspapers in Texas, that is the consistent charge that we make. Newspapers have almost a secret audience to people these days. I say that because a lot of our readers, they might be on social media, but you know where they spend a lot of time? They spend time with their newspapers, at home, where they have assets. They're engaged. They have money to spend, And in our newspapers throughout Texas, guess what? They have to go on vacation this year, and they're looking for places to go, which opens up a wonderful audience for you. They're engaged, they've got the money, and they want to travel. And so we have this secret audience that you may or may not be reaching, which is an important fact today, because not only are we a printed newspaper, we're a digital newspaper. We also publish magazines in our communities. We also newsletters that go out. I mean, we send out our daily news headlines to 23,000 people a day that said, would you please send this to me? It's not like we bought an email list. These are people that said, please send me. 23,000 people a day engaged saying, I want to know what's going on. These are important tools for you, where we can reach people across different spectrums of people. So, yeah, it is a bit of a secret audience in today's world. So I hope that you'll take that into consideration. And the last piece is community engagement. You know, we're all about building communities. And if you'll see one of the stories that are running right now, we're talking about, you can get on social media and you can hear folks talking about the assessments that have happened to property assessments. Now, they really don't go much deeper than, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. If you take the time to read our stories, you're going to see the facts, and you're going to understand that no, an assessor did not drive down to the street and look at your house and say, wow, they did some landscaping. Let's move that one up 22%. And wow, they're letting theirs go. Let's just take it up 15%. You'll understand the facts and the reason of what happened and how you can successfully appeal your appraisal rates. This is important. Some folks saw their houses go up $100,000 on assessment. All right? That's a lot of money for folks that live in a community, and some live on a fixed income, but this is important. The daily news is where everybody comes together to have an articulate and civilized discussion, and we do that across all of our newspapers, and that's what's important. So let's go to the next slide. Coast Monthly. Yeah, we're a newspaper, but we're not your grandfather's newspaper. Like you, we're in the tourism business, and we created Coast Monthly, the most highly awarded magazine of its type in the state of Texas. It's a product of the Daily News. You've got a copy inside your swag bag. I think the issue you have there is going to be 148 pages. Again, we're talking about a small island community that puts out a magazine of 148 pages of high quality, high editorial content product. Thank you. This magazine goes to not only our paid subscribers, but it also is available in the hotels, in the hotel rooms as amenities. It's also available as realtors. Put it in the back seats, back slide spot of how they're driving around showing people homes. It's available to a wide range of people. It has a print component. It has a digital component. But what is interesting is that it is all about you. It's all about the people. It's not canned copy. Michael Woody was recently profiled in it. Michael, did anybody tell you that? Amazing, okay? So what we're trying to do is the same thing that you're trying to do. We want people to come to this community and say, sign me up, I want in. This is a great place. And that is our role in our community. And this is part of our plan going forward. So yes, we're a newspaper with traditional roots going back 180 years, but we're also Coast Monthly, the coolest dang magazine in the state of Texas. Next slide, please. This is our network, Connect the Stars. We have newspapers in the tourism market that a lot of you are looking for, as Michael had said, about 3 hours. And you can see there's generally north and a little northwest of us toward the Austin market. And some of these markets are popping. And we joke sometimes that a lot of the subscribers that we have around the Austin market are on 10 coming this way, while we're on 10 going that way for the weekend, for the hill country. So we have this common audience that is disposed to travel and move. And so these newspapers are locally owned, locally operated by us, and use the quality that you're going to see in the Daily News and the audiences you're going to see in the Daily News. We also have the digital tools, and each of them have magazines. So they're very similar. Imagine the Daily News, but some of them not quite as large and as robust because the communities are not the same. But importantly, in those communities, we are, for the most part, the only local news sources for people that use that information to guide their days. Next slide, please. Is that the last slide? No, here we go. All right. This is where most of our Coast readers read their magazine, by the way, on the beach, enjoying their afternoon. But the truth is, our goal is Southern newspapers and our affiliated newspapers throughout the state of Texas. and the Daily News here on Galveston Island, our commitment to you is to deliver an audience that you may not be able to buy from just even an ad network. These are folks that are hiding in different places. We deliver to their homes. We actually know where they live beyond their IP address. We can deliver your messages to people that are engaged, have the ability to travel, and know that this is a trusted source and an important part of their life. And if you don't believe me that they enjoy their newspaper, if anybody is here and a subscriber and has a late paper, I have probably heard from you, okay? And you always say, where is my paper? Not where is your paper? There's an ownership. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we thank you for all that you do. I hope that you will remember and consider the Daily News and Coast Monthly as an effective tool to reach an audience you may not be reaching today. And as we finish up our first 180 years, my promise to you is we're going to be charting our way for the next 180 years, because so goes Galveston, so goes the Galveston regional area, so goes the Daily News. And I thank you for all you've done. Thank you for your time. Michael, Kelly, everybody involved in this project, thank you for this wonderful summit. It is so good to see each body. And Michael, when the pony shows up, let me know. All right, thank you. I should mention in your swag bag, some of you get these really cool shades. Some of you get this hacky sack. Some of our millennials thought that this was a stress ball. I guess that just goes with it. And the others of you are probably getting my mask and also this really cool bottle opener for the weekend. So please, each of those have a card attached for a free subscription. We'd love, if you're already a subscriber, please share that with someone else. All right, now we're going to move on to our first speaker. I'm very excited about this. This is Cindy Novotny. Cindy Novotny has been branded the radical mentor by thousands of executives around the world for her straightforward, no-nonsense approach to leadership. Cindy is recognized by the Association of Talent Development as one of the most powerful and innovative speakers, and has been featured in the Wall Street Journal, Training Magazine, Successful Meetings, and broadcast live on the BBC. Her charismatic and humorous, no-nonsense approach, combined with her in-depth knowledge, brings an audience alive with her reality-based skills and cutting-edge training technology. A true warrior, she spends up to 50 weeks a year on the road. She delivers her messages to diverse groups of people and industries throughout the world. Cindy began her company, Master Connection Associates, in 1989. MCA is known as a premier international consulting and training organization that specializes in service delivery, sales, and leadership performance. MCA's work has contributed to client success, including the Ritz-Carlton Hotel Company, who earned an unprecedented 2 Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Awards. So, if you will, please all join me in welcoming Cindy Novotny to today's stage. Cindy, please come on up.
Hello, Galveston! I couldn't be more excited to be here with you. Thank you for that great introduction. And I'm doing a live from that Daily Mail down there. I love that. Love it. All right. Is this exciting or what? Are you excited? Come on, you're all in person, and those of you watching online, that's okay, because it'll slowly start coming where you can come, and then there'll be thousands of people. It's so great, right? And, you know, I was with you last year online, and some of you might have seen that, but I'll tell you, I know it's really go time, isn't it? It's go time. It is time for everyone in the entire world to set up, speak up, and say, let's go to Galveston, right? Forget London, forget New York, forget Paris, just let's go to Galveston. And when I say that, I genuinely mean it. So I do travel a lot, and not quite as much, if you know what I mean, in 2020. But I did start traveling last year, right about, let's say, May. Kept going all over the U.S., Mexico, the Caribbean, working with our clients. But there was no place that I visited that had more energy, more commitment, more love, seriously, and more community spirit than Galveston. And I'm not exaggerating. You are incredible. So I bring this slide to the forefront because I grew up sailing. And I never understood. I'd say to my dad, why does everybody else like lay by a pool and you make me out fighting these waves and it's not that fun and I feel like I'm gonna die every 5 minutes, right? And my dad looked at me and he said, this is what builds character. I said, well, my friends have a tan. I'm never tan because I have life jackets and wetsuits on and I'm never tan. He said, it builds character. So one day we were sailing, very smooth sail, and we call it teepees on the horizon, because when you look out and you start seeing it kind of getting a little choppy. I said, Dad, hurry up, let's go, because I know what'll happen. Then the wind will change and, let's just go. He said, hey, remember, a calm storm doesn't really create a good sailor. I said, why is there always lessons as well? All my other friends are drinking at the bar, okay? So I bring that up because we have been through it all. You have been through it all. We have pivoted. I mean, I got to the point I couldn't say that word all last year. But now I'm like, okay, it's now 2021, I can say it again. We have pivoted because adversity, and I've always known this, I've always believed it, because nothing ever came easy to me my entire life. My entire life. Adversity is sometimes the best teacher. I have been in the restaurant and travel and hospitality and hotel industry my entire career since I got out of college. I mean, I remember graduating. I went to the University of Iowa, and I got a degree in business. My dad, well, when are you going to get a job? You're still at the hotel. I said, well, I know, but, that was before gap years were popular. You know how the young ones now, they have the gap. They didn't have that with me. I go, Dad, they said I can keep a job here and be in sales. It's a hotel, Cindy. You should be working at IBM. I said, I know, but I think I fit here better. And thus it began. You see, I think Mike Tyson said it well, and I really have always believed this. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. I mean, 2019 was like the best year we had. My 2020 was sold out the entire year. 40 people working for me, a restaurant that seated 160 people, a technology company just for the hospitality industry. I was January, February, and March outside of the U.S. I was traveling Europe. I was in Dubai in March when all this came down. And I landed in LAX and they made me go through a lot of stuff. I said, are you for sure this is real? I thought this was kind of gonna pass, 14 days. No. Is somebody here to pick you up? I said, well, I usually just take an Uber. Well, there's no Ubers here. I go, well, we'll call then my husband, who lives an hour and a half away. He'll love that. But anyway, that is when I knew we had taken the hit. It was a full frontal blow, was it not? It was unbelievable. But we had to pick ourselves up by the bootstraps and go to work. And that's when we all made a difference. See, I don't think there's anyone in this industry, in this world, that has more grit than some of you folks here in Galveston. From dealing with a hurricane, from dealing with everything you go through, and then COVID. Wow, we'll just put a cherry on the top, and then let's just freeze the place up this year. My whole family lives in Spring and Tomball, and, I said to them, oh, for heaven's sakes, you guys are such babies. And when it started, my mother, that isn't even funny, Cindy. I go, Mom, you're from Michigan. This is not like that, because in Michigan, we know what to do. Here, we're having a moment. I said, okay, fine. So one of the things that I know is every single person can make a difference. And I use the starfish as an example because years ago, I heard the story of a man walking along a beach, picking up starfishes and throwing them back into the ocean. And another gentleman walked up to him and said, well, what are you doing? He said, I'm saving the life of that starfish, because otherwise it'll dry up, the sun will dry it, and it'll die. The guy looked at him and said, are you kidding me? You think you can make a difference? He said, well, I made a difference for that one. See, all you have to do is make a difference for that one. Everybody went back to zero when the rules changed. Isn't that right? Oh, yeah. I knew it the minute it happened because my own team, I sat them down. I said, there's a today team and a tomorrow team. Who's with me? I sat our restaurant team down. We have 40 people. Some servers making serious, serious cash. I'm talking cash. I sat them down. I said, we have to close for 2 weeks. We're going to reopen no matter what our governor says. You know, we're in California, just to be clear. And I said, so we're going to open. We got the city to give us, parking stalls. We built a deck that looks like the coolest, sexiest rooftop deck on the street, at strip centers in Orange County, California. And we made it so cool. So I had 4 servers say to me, who'd been with me, by the way, we're 18 years in the business at that restaurant, USDA prime steak. They're making cash. We'll come back when we can get the same amount of tips and make the same amount of money. I said, so you're resigning? No, we'll come back. I know, no, there's other people in line. Got that? We have a today team and a tomorrow team because I'm going to make a difference for that one. Everyone on my team that stuck with me is now back on the road, is now working. We worked for free for 6 months. Now, my team all got paid. My husband and I own our company. We took 100% zero pay because when my husband said everybody's taking a cut in pay, I looked at him. He's more of a financial guy. I said, no, what would my cut be? He said 100%. I go, well, how come theirs is only 30? He said, you own the company. I go, okay. What does that mean? We eat? He goes, but not like you're used to eating. You'll be cooking, right? Yep. That's it. Grey Goose vodka, forget it, you're going to Kirkland's. Okay, so the idea is I learned that everybody had to embrace the journey, and I did it. I also know that it took every one of us, including you, to be more curious, to be open, to honestly say, what's going on? I was the most optimistic person I know. When everyone else went around me was, it's just rainy, it's awful, it's terrible, we're never going to come out of this. I said, you guys have got to be kidding me. I said, the world, our country has been through worse than this, but most of you were too young to remember it. You don't even know. Call your grandma or something, okay? Call somebody who knows what it's like to go through tough times. But I will tell you what saved us and what saved all of you is being deliberate to push yourself and push yourself to be successful. But now is not a time to take a deep breath and go, it's all ready now. Because here's the thing. Everybody was very compassionate. Did you know that during COVID they were nice? They've all become mean again. Have you noticed? No, I've never met so many clients that are so mean. I mean, they're like, I need it and I need it now. I'm like, wow, just a couple months ago I did your training for free and now you're actually going to pay me, but you're so mean. And so I said, well, we're trying. I have more webinars booked on top of when I'm supposed to be speaking. I've told my team, you're going to have to look at the calendar. Well, we didn't know you were going to go back so soon. I said, well, but I can't do a 2-hour webinar and be standing here at the same time. Just so you know, doesn't really work. So a lot of the clients have become really tough. But I'll tell you, they are not going to settle for marginal service. So as you open your doors, as you start serving, if you're in retail, real estate, are you kidding? Real estate's doing the best ever. In California where everyone's moving out, so I don't really understand this. But in California, it's there's 7 bids on a house. I go, why are so many people bidding on that house? Everyone's leaving California. And the realtors, well, I know some people still want to be here. I go, where are they coming from? The moon? Because nobody else wants to be here, right? And I'm not being mean to my state, but it's not really my state. I wasn't born there. So the idea is this is your opportunity to really, truly reinvent yourself. So every person working for you, or if you work for somebody, you got to give it 110%. You got to thank people from the bottom of your bloody heart when they walk over the threshold to buy an ice cream, to buy candy, to go on a carriage ride, to rent a little buggy. Thank you so much on behalf of Galveston Island, because that is what you represent. You represent the tourism side of it. You represent the people side of it, the neighbors. You represent what this wonderful, wonderful island has given to so many. So when you think about people development, you have to begin to say to yourself, all right, I have to make sure that if this ever happens again, not COVID, ever again, but if something happens again, because, crises do happen, I will be prepared. I've always said cash is king. Don't spend more than you've got. Make sure you plan for the worst day of your life and organize your thoughts because we've all pivoted. I never want to see a birthday party sign honk here again. Again. Never. I mean, I want people to live stream because they want to. But I want to go to a concert. I want to jump around and bump into the guy next to me. I like that, actually. No, I mean, it keeps you young. And the idea is I don't want to do Zoom conferences every day, all day long. But I'll tell you what it did do for us, allow us to talk one-on-one with our clients. So prior to COVID, I did a webinar with Meeting Planners International, with MPI. And it was the New York group. And they, of course, were hit tough, right? There were over 1,500 people, from planners to DMCs to event managers. And on that, I did a poll. And I said, prior to COVID, what was the percentage of time that you would return a call to a hotel salesperson, to an event planner, to a DMC, to a convention and visitors bureau? What was the percentage of time? And we put up 0 to 10%, 10 to 20. We gave them all the whole, they could pick. Prior to COVID, it was 10% of the time they would return our calls because we're salespeople selling meetings and conventions. I said, now during COVID, what is the percentage of time that you will return the call of somebody in the travel industry or meetings industry? It was over 89% of the time. You had an opportunity during these past 14 months to stay really connected. And by talking to your customers one-on-one, looking them in the face, saying, let's set up a Zoom call. Let's not just do the conference call. No more just in email. Let's talk. By doing that, you will see an increase in your relationships with your clients now, not doing their meeting on Zoom, but having the one-on-one call by looking at them in the eyes. The idea is that when everybody says we're back, see, I never left. People are like, welcome back. I said, I never left. I know, but you can travel now. I said I traveled all the time, and I'm still wearing a mask on a plane. Yeah, because you have to, or you can't fly. You can't even, and don't eat too much. I've already been given feedback. You're sipping the coffee too long. I said, I'm sorry. I'll move to like a cocktail then. Well, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. My husband looks at me. I go, well, I'll go with the Bloody Mary. I got to hydrate myself. He said, how about water? I said, okay, that's a good idea. So the idea is, we're back. I have never left. I never left. I never left my clients. I never left our customers in the restaurants. I did parties in their yards. I did tents in their yards. I got chefs that I work with in Italy to teach Italian lessons to our customers that were in the restaurant. And literally, we didn't just do like the mixology. Are you kidding? I gave them lessons in language, and I didn't use it from people. I used it from people all over the world because that was my clients. How better to learn Italian or Spanish when you're talking to somebody in that country who's really excited to be able to do something? I never left. See, 84% of business comes from referrals, and that's exactly how I built my business and how I have kept it relevant. And that goes to all of you. You have to stay present because people believe their friends. That's the in-group bias. Where are you going on a cruise? Where are you going to go for a holiday? What are you going to do? We're going to Galveston. I've never been to Galveston. See, there's so many people, seriously, like Hawaii, unfortunately, poor Hawaii, has not done well at all because that's why so many people in California, Cabo's so busy you can't get a room. Because people are like, I got to go somewhere. Well, now the same thing's happening with Galveston. These resorts are being sold out. People are like, wow, I never thought of Galveston. Well, that's in-group bias because people are saying, what, you haven't? But the same thing happened with like Cabo. Okay, I was down there 2 weeks ago, not a room to be had. I was working, of course. I'm always working, just so you know, always. And it literally, it showed that people are saying, well, we used to always go to Hawaii. But going to Hawaii has been very difficult for people. So think about the fact that when you stay in front of your customers, there is always a blue sky. There is always an unbelievable future. See no man, no woman, no anybody, nobody can live entirely on an island all by themselves, right? We're not no man is an island. We have to use the people around us. Now, leaders, if you're a leader in this room, stand up if you're a leader. If you manage any people, even one, okay? All right, now let's give all these leaders a round of applause. Okay, All right, thank you, because this is incredible. Now, hoping you're a good leader, if one of your people come up to me afterwards, did you see her stand up? She said she's a leader, not really? Okay. Because, sometimes I get those texts, you know what I'm saying? If you are a leader, you have an enormous responsibility. I know Michael, I've heard from all his people. They said to me, he kept us so positive throughout this every single day. Every day, let's go. I mean, when you're like working from home and like you're like furloughed and no one's working and let's go, right? And the hotels are like not open. Okay, let's just keep going. See, there was a positive outlook of the future from his eyes. And that is the leadership his team needed. His team needed to see that there was success. And it wasn't just for his job, it was for the community, it was for your families. It truly, whenever I talk to anyone as a leader, I'd say always, how's everyone doing? I didn't always start with, I hope you're safe. I was always safe. I'm in my house. I mean, I cooked more than I've ever cooked. That was not very safe. That's what my husband said. You don't have to do everything on high. Yeah, I had more fires going. I said, okay, I was just trying to do it faster like they do in a restaurant. He goes, well, you're not a chef. So the idea is, I never said, are you safe? I said, so tell me what's going on with your family. How's things going? I had one travel agent. I work with I do a lot of training for travel agents around the world. I had one travel agent when I said to her, is there anything I can do for you? She said, yes. You can read to my 7-year-old twins once a week. Now, of course, I couldn't back up then and go, I didn't mean that. No, I meant like anything I could do for you with the travel agency, helping. I said, no, so I said, okay. I said, like next week? No, like till this is over. I said, okay. First of all, you have to send me a list of what they read. I don't really have even grandkids or anything, so I don't even know. Or my daughter's like 33. And so she sent me a list like within 5 minutes. I had to download it on my Kindle. So every Wednesday at 5 o'clock California time, I did my Zoom call with the two twins who now call me Aunt Cindy. And I began to build a relationship with that client that I'd never had before. See, she was always a client, but she wasn't the nicest. Do you have some clients like that? I mean, they're a little tougher to deal with, and you're like, wow, I can't quite get through to you. Now, it's like I was her best friend forever and ever because I did something for her because she's a single mom, working from home, her travel agency almost like obliterated, right? 2 7-year-old twins that used to go to school and daycare, and the grandma and grandpa then would pick them up, which they couldn't do that now because of COVID. And I took a little pressure off for 30 minutes a week. You see, that's what it is. It is all about being able to make a difference. That's what we really have to do with our teams. As we come through this, re-entry, kind of down here by NASA and all. I've never been in a spaceship. But don't you think re-entry is kind of tough? You know how they used to fall in the ocean? I think they have it all updated now. But I used to think about that. Like, wow, you've already been to the moon and back and now plop into the ocean. Now we hope the thing doesn't sink. And I hear there's a Chinese one going to land some minute now too. I don't know, somewhere. But anyway, the idea is re-entry is tough. So we all just think, let's go. The hotels are open. The restaurants are open. We recommend you wear a mask. And then people walk in and they're not like that nice. They're like, I'm not wearing a mask. And can you get the server here faster? It's like, well, we have less people because I don't know if you've heard that, nobody's working because they're getting paid a lot of money tonight. So we're trying our best. You should see in Orange County with the Real Housewives of Orange County. I'm like, I'm really sorry. We've only got 10 people working and our restaurant's totally full and we're feeding you on the street. It's parking lot dining at its finest. And so we're trying our very best. And they're like, I don't care. Make it happen. I'm like, happy COVID. Right? So keep in mind that you need to really start with one another. And this summit is the beginning of that. Today is the day to seriously get everybody back to work in a mindset. You've already been back to work for a while. I get that. I know that. So have I. But I'm talking really go back to work. I'm talking down deep where the pills don't reach. Dig down, give each other feedback. You're not being that nice. You're a little bit snotty to that client. Guess what? You've got to smile. Even with that mask on, they can tell in your eyes, right? Today is the day to engage our employees with empowerment. Do not hold people back. Let them say, I can take care of it. I'll figure it out. I'll get back to you. You've got it. I'll handle it. Today is that day. Today is the day for all of us to be able to come back together in a way that makes a significant difference. And I think, if you think about it, that's what this summit is kicking off. This summit is allowing us to move to not what I call the new normal. It was never going to be the new normal for me. When people, oh, this is the new normal, I go, no, it's not. I am not doing this. Like, are you kidding me? It's the next normal, because what it did was it taught us that we had to be obsessed with our customer, not our competition. So we cooperated during COVID. Isn't that right? Tourism bureaus came together, hotel competitors came together, restaurant tours came together. We all came up with ideas to try to make things work. But this is also where we have to be very serious about how we make sure our employees are trained to make a difference. Because the customer is a bit of a vigilante. And you have to make sure you are obsessed with this customer that is making a choice to come to your business, that is making a choice to buy from you. This is their choice. And by the way, you're in Texas, and hallelujah. You have been open longer than most. But there's a lot of states opening, right? More people have visited Mount Rushmore than ever before. Have you noticed? I mean, seriously, it's like I've never in my life seen more people go into the Dakotas. I go, where are you going? A friend of mine from Pebble Beach, senior vice president of golf for Pebble Beach, okay? He's like in his 50s. He said, did I tell you I'm retiring? I said, retiring? How could you be retiring? Yeah, I'm going to retire. You know, he worked all the way through COVID, you know, when keeping golf courses open. He said, I bought an RV. No, he's married and everything. I said, is your wife? His wife's 7 years younger. He goes, no, she's got like 5 more years to work. I said, oh, is everything good in the marriage? He goes, yeah, I'm going to just travel and then we'll meet up. I go, then I thought about it. You know, I thought that's a good idea. I'll get an RV. Then no one can tell me that I'm cooking too fast. So let's take a look. Let's, if you can put the slides back up for me. So the idea is you have to have some operational excellence. You've got to have that passion, and this is long-term thinking. This means that you have to keep calm and carry on, right? It means that crisis does really bring out the best and worst in people. That's what I figured out. People, it's amazing to me. Like, they went from nice to mean like in an hour and a half. It also is that you had to embrace how to be good and kind, right? So even the toughest customer in front of you, we don't know what went on with them. We don't know what went on in their lives. So they might not be the nicest. But most people have a desire to get up and get going. And our job is to help keep that alive. It really is. You know, I look at it this way. We stayed united against a common enemy called COVID. And now it's our chance to really make a difference with our clients. So I ask you, how many of you are doing serious touch points to your customers every week? Whether it's a little email, whether it's going on a website, how are you reaching out? Because this cannot stop. Because here's what's going to happen. We're going to get busy. I just did a poll on Monday to a group, a big global hotel group, that they're now overwhelmed. Overwhelmed. They were laid off for about a year. Now they're all working and they're overwhelmed. I said, guys, first of all, you're 30 years old, so stop being overwhelmed. I mean, I have to take like vitamins and stuff, so just stop. So I say you need about 100 touch points a week. Now I have people like honestly argue with me, like that's insane. Well, 100 touch points a week, I do it with no problem at all. I do it via social media. I've done, just on Galveston since Monday, I've done probably 50 on Galveston. I've done 3 this morning on Galveston. I did about 7 last night, because, I was in a hotel and all. I had an amenity. Unbelievable. No, really. I called my husband. He said, how is it? I said, fab. Just fab. I went to a restaurant. I never eat in room service. I always go to a restaurant by myself. I talked to everyone. We have more anniversaries around us. I chatted with them all, whether they wanted me to join or not. I just said, thanks so much. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. They're looking at me. Oh, you work here? I go, no, but I could. You see, the more connected you are, the more you keep the momentum going, those Zoom calls, leveraging social media, the better off you're going to be. So during COVID, some people went dark, okay? During COVID, if you owned a small business, you didn't post. If you owned an ice cream parlor, but you were closed, because I helped a little local ice cream parlor by our restaurant. They had to close down because we all had to close down, and they couldn't, it was hard for them to figure out how to open up. And then we were trying to help as restaurateurs because there was strength in numbers, you know what I mean? We needed to keep everybody kind of fighting a little against our governor, because we had to stay open. So I helped them. We created, and our team from our restaurant built this little outdoor patio for them. And then we gave them one of our big coolers that we use for, events, so that they could bring out their ice. Because it's hard if you can't walk in a little place, you know what I mean? What do you do with ice cream? So we helped them. But they didn't stay present. So we took over their social media. Now, we're not charging them. This is a little ice cream shop. We're just trying to keep one more person in business. This is about making a difference one starfish at a time, right? And what we did was we showed them, because LinkedIn, they said, no, LinkedIn. I said, no, LinkedIn works. Because history of ice cream, talk about yours is all handmade, talk about what you're doing. They started getting so busy they couldn't even deal with it, because people were driving from other places, like in Orange County, saying, this is so cool. Your own personal videos, walking outside and just taking a picture of the waves and saying, it's just another beautiful day on the island. And it's a live video for 2 minutes. It'll gain you more than any curated corporate video can get you. But you've got to be present, and you've got to tell stories, and you've got to get people excited. So when they come in to buy jewelry from you, or clothes, or an ice cream, or in your hotel, it's not about everything we've been through. Don't even say it. The C word's off limits. No more COVID. No, you elaborate on all the things you're doing. Now, just so you know, we're clean. Here's your Clorox swipe. Everything's fine. Okay, they know that. First of all, I thought you were clean before COVID. That's what I said. I mean, seriously, I go into hotels, I'm like, oh my gosh, did you guys not clean before this? On the plane, I mean, even the pilots, I go, I don't know, but in about a year, I think you're going to breathed too much of this stuff. They're like, I know. So anyway, elaborate on the fun things you're doing. This month's promotion. This is Cinco de Mayo. This is going to be then May 8th, and come up with another holiday. Have you noticed you buy those national day calendars? Every day something. National Geranium Day, National Donut Day, National Carpet Day. So you can just go with that. But tell stories. Educate people, not on COVID, on the excitement of your business. If it's real estate, if it's long-term vacation rental, if it's marketing, advertising, it doesn't matter what it is. Talk about the business and talk about the solution I can do for you. Here's what I bring to you. Inspire them to want more and more. Leave them wanting more and more. And that's how you entertain. You see, I love this quote. How you sell matters. How your process is matters, but how your customers feel when they engage with you matters more. Matters more. This makes the biggest difference in the world. Last night I ate dinner in the steakhouse at the San Luis, and the maitre d's been there forever, okay? And, they're all wearing their mask, and he's so happy, and I come down, I made my reservation, because I was so excited. I didn't know if I needed one for one, because I can eat at the bar, but I like a table so I can be by the people celebrating their anniversaries. And anyway, I walk in, and I said hi to him, and again, I own a restaurant, okay? And he is so happy and so excited, and here we go, and are you celebrating anything? And I thought to myself, I'm by myself, but I said, well, I am celebrating that I actually walked here, and came in, and it's like great. He's like, yeah, this is so good. I said, I just want to give you some feedback. And he immediately looked at me. He hadn't even been 2 minutes with me. I said, I've watched you for years. And seriously, what you do every day is you make people happy. You are one of the few hosts, call them a maitre d', call them a hostess. So many of them. You walk up, and this cannot happen anymore. Do you have a reservation? Okay. Now, if you do, you still feel guilty. If you don't, you're like, oh, I'm totally screwed. But that's not how he does it. Then he takes you to his table. Then he says, we got some great specials tonight. He's going to tell you all about it. Ricardo, your server, tells you the name of the server. Do you want me to call you Miss Novotny or Cindy? I said, call me Sin. I like that. Okay, I said to him, I'm telling you, you are one of the best. He said, wow, you have no idea how that makes me feel. I said, because it's the truth. He said, well, we've done a really good job of staying open and keeping our customers happy. I look at it this way. I'm like a television show every night. A little fun, little humor, little seriousness, but at the end of the day, I take care of my customer. You see, that is the foundation of excellence. The foundation of excellence is where you build a strong foundation in your business. Again, if you're a leader, whether you have one person or two people, it doesn't matter. Or 12 or 200, it doesn't matter. What are the non-negotiable service standards? What are we going to do? How are we going to talk? What are our new things we're doing? Everybody had 14 months right now to come up with new ideas. New newsletters, new websites, new cool things. You see, even in an onslaught of all tornadoes and hurricanes and rain, a good foundation can hold. And the problem is, if you have people that aren't part of that fabric working for you right now, it's no good. It's no good. I know you might think, well, you have no idea, it's hard to get people. No, are you kidding me? I own businesses. I know exactly how hard it is to get people. The difference is, as I've told everyone that I've talked to, you may not want the job today, but when you want it tomorrow, go look somewhere else. See, at the end of the day, you are the only one that will ever be able to limit your greatness. You're it. COVID did not take us down. All it did was make us stronger and push back. All it did was say, you know what, I got a plan. Had a little bit of time off, but I have a plan. Having a solid sales plan. Again, if you're a small business here, I want you to understand you need a plan. Don't think you can do this just by running day by day. How much money do I want to try to make this year? How am I going to do it? What's my actions? Who am I going to surround myself with? Cash is king. Remember that. Move faster than your competition. Now, your competition is out there, and I'm talking the competition of Galveston. Everybody is coming back about the same time, okay? So you were back a lot sooner, so you have a head start. But as places get easier to go to, like Hawaii, like the Caribbean, which was open for a while, and then just 2 weeks ago they had to shut down a few islands, right? As things like that begin to happen, there will be more competition. We want to be known as the island that does it better. We want to be known as the people that deliver better service. We want to be known as the place that has more things to do, from attractions to beaches to hotels to restaurants to shops to celebrations to all kinds of festivities and festivals. That's what we want to be known for. You have to pay attention to the metrics, though. You have to look at where you were. You can't do a budget off of last year. 2019, that's going to be a bit aggressive because 2019 was really hot. So you got to come somewhere in between, but you need a budget. You need to respond faster to your clients. This is the other thing. Right now, it's coming at us as fast as we can imagine. And I always said it was going to be a V. I had more people. I've been on radio shows. I've had more people writing to my team saying she doesn't know what she's talking about. And I always say, I'm not a historian, because I screw up my facts all the time, just so you know. I'm not a historian. I'm not a doctor. I don't work for the CDC. I said, but it's a V. I didn't say it's going to be a V and it's going to be over in an hour and a half. As fast as it came in, it's going out fast. In January of this year, our phones started ringing off the hook. I'm now totally sold out again until the end of the year, including going the Middle East is on fire of craziness. Have you heard? I mean, seriously, Saudi. You know, the new prince. You know, he's young. He took the, dish dashes and, the abayas off everybody and said, you can drink now. It's so fun. And you can drive. And come on. No one from America is like, they're like a little skeptical. They're like, I'll still go to Galveston. But what he's done is he said to all the luxury hotel companies, hence why we're going so much, you have to hire all Saudi nationals. So you have a Four Seasons, a Mandarin Oriental, all these luxury hotels, and you've got people that have never worked. And you're like, okay, this is called coffee. We serve it. And I'm not exaggerating. And the women are so excited, they'll do anything because now they're out working. The men are like, I don't really do coffee. I said, well, that's your job. It's a Starbucks. You work here. Oh, yeah, okay. So when I tell you competition's going to come back, so we have to be, you're not going to be competing with them, don't worry about it. But it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, it's going to be crazy. That means your solutions, you have to have creative solutions to give people excitement because you have to understand the customer does have new needs. Kids are going to continue traveling all year long. All year long. Because people figured out that, I can take them out of school for at least a couple weeks and do not homeschooling. I want them back in school, but now they get that they can kind of do school and they can work and they'll be more remote working. So your messaging is going to be important to these customers. That's like last night in the restaurant, that fine steakhouse, right? Very quiet, very kind of adultish, right? A couple came in with two adorable girls with little bows in their hair, cute little dresses, all dressed up, just adorable. I chatted with them as well. And it was their 6th anniversary, and they brought their kids. Now, I brought my daughter her whole life everywhere, so I walked over to their table, and just, I worked the room just a tad. And I said, happy anniversary. And I applaud you for bringing your kids. Oh, thank you, because we were kind of worried because this is kind of a fancy restaurant. I said, and they're fancy girls. You see, this is how we're going to hit a home run. This is how we are going to be better than we've ever been before. But the bottom line is you've got to be present everywhere. This is your time to thrive. This is your time to make a difference. This is your time to literally wrap your arms around each other in this room. This is if you're wearing a green bracelet, if not, just, okay? I don't want to push anyone for any touching. This is your time to hug your customers, even virtually. This is your time to thank each other. This is your time to make that difference because you've got the grit. Think about it. Guts. When I say get them where the pills don't reach, I'm dead serious. I have more guts, and the stuff I put out there, I'm surprised I'm still walking around. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm resilient. The water goes right off me like water on a duck's back. And that initiative, you can't initiate anything or create anything new if you don't have initiative and tenacity. And that's grit. That is good old-fashioned grit. You see, talent and seniority are not a guarantee of grit, and that's what I said to my team. I said, those of us that are going to be able to do it, we're going to do it. Those of us that don't want to, more power to you, it's okay. But I can't pull you along. I can't have people on my team that are negative. I can't have people that get on a Zoom with their face like this. So how's everything going with you? It's fine. We did lineup every day at 8:15, and the whole team, 40 of us. I looked at them like, what is wrong with you? Well, it's just another day. I said, and you're alive, so just stop. You see, the grit, the tenacity, the ability for you to have that combination of passion. I say passion, and I made this definition up, but it's a combination of love and anger. If you really love Galveston, if you love your job, if you love tourism, if you love what you do, it should royally tick you off when it doesn't go right. You see, salespeople cannot just be outgoing and bubbly, because that's important, but you got to have grit. You got to deal with the heart of hospitality. You have to have the compassion, the clarity. You've got to be clear with your customers. See, we're still dealing with customers. Well, I'll book, but I might want to cancel. Can I still cancel? But it's next week. Do you think you're going to cancel next week? Well, I don't know. I might. Okay, that's great. Can we just communicate, right? I still have customers, sending an email. So, do we still have that booking for December? Yeah. Okay, what if we have to cancel? I said, well, it's May, so should we wait till September to Like, but I have my tone. I have a tone. I've been given feedback. There's sometimes a bit of tone I heard. So I just go, oh. And usually now there's somebody else on my team texting me, don't talk, I'll answer. I'm like, okay. I just wanted to say to them that I think it's kind of funny you're going to cancel for December when it's only May. But anyway, that's all right. And you have to have certainty that we will welcome back our normal. Because we will. There's very few people out there that will not agree that we're not going to ever get back to normal. You see, it's not your customer's job to remember you. It's your obligation to make sure they never, ever, ever forget you. Ever. And this was our opportunity to become unstoppable. You've only got one shot at this as well. Because as we come out of this, you got to be relentless to keep this business. You've gotten a surplus of people that are like, let's go to Galveston. Let's buy a house in Galveston. I'm moving to Galveston. People are moving out of the big cities. Michael's right. They're all moving out. And where they're coming are places like this. But you have to be unstoppable. You've got to make sure that when everything kind of settles, like the dust settles, you stand out. So with that, I tell you, this is going to be a great summit, my friends, all the way to the end. I won't be able to be eligible for the cruise, but I could go with you if you want me to. Anyway, with that, I thank you, and from the bottom of my heart, I love Galveston. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Bust it.
All right.
This here's a jam for all the fellas. Try to do what those ladies
There we
tell
go.
us. Get shot down.
Yes? Okay, great. Well, first of all, thank you, Sind. I think now we know that is a preferred name, so we're going to go with Sind and not Cindy. But thank you so much. And, I tell you what, I couldn't agree more about your thoughts about the people of Galveston. When we look at the energy, the commitment, the love, the commitment and the spirit that we have here in Galveston. So round of applause for all of you for what you bring to this community. Because without that, we wouldn't have the products we have. We wouldn't be able to welcome the people like we welcome them. So thank you so much for that. And yes, as she shared, we all had a plan. We did all get punched in the face. So Tyson was right, and we were able to really take a new look at how we approach things and how we respond. So a lot of fun things happened with that. We also did stay connected. We did never leave the conversation with all of our planners and the visitors who couldn't come. We figured out a different way to communicate with them and just talk to them about things that they could do eventually when they were able to return to travel. So that was an exciting thing for us. And, and I would say that let's all find our starfish, right? When you're walking along the beach or if you're walking through town, find someone that you can help. Because at the end of the day, we can all lift everybody up, lift each other up, and make for a better destination and a better community. And last but not least, I love the next normal. Right? Because we keep talking about what's a new normal. Let's not do that anymore. Let's talk about the next normal because we aren't sure. It's not going to be the same as it was before, but it will be the next normal and some good old-fashioned grit. So again, Sind, thank you very much. We enjoyed that presentation. We're going to move on to our next panel. Really excited about this. This is all tied to the diversity, equity, and inclusion that we're really committed to here in Galveston. So our moderator for the next session is Callista Smith. She started her company in 2011, the C.H. Smith & Associates DBA Scale Strategic Solutions, to transform information into action with expertise and love. That alone right there, let's do applause for that, because I love that, with expertise and love. Smith leads the organization in service to efforts focused on the greater good for communities. She's currently supporting the Galveston Park Board's diversity, equity, and inclusion planning process, along with Stephen J. Baines. She has been involved in organizational organizational development throughout her career. And the last 3 years, she has spent developing organizational planning and training resources for a wide range of clients, including Civitas Development Group, Ohio Department of Higher Education, and Inroads, Inc. Callista is a certified project manager professional, PMP. If you haven't looked into that, that's a great thing to do. And she has a master's in business administration from the University of Michigan, Ross School of Business, and a bachelor's degree in communication and the honors program from Villanova University. With that, if you will please help me in welcoming Callista to the stage.
Girls, we run this mother. Yeah. Girls, we run this mother. Yeah. Girls, we run this mother.
Hello, everyone. It makes you want to dance with the music. I like if you're coming up with a stretch. It is a pleasure to be with you here today. Again, I'm Callista, and we're going to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we're going to talk about it with love and expertise. And with me today, we're also going to have some of the people you know in your own community and really have this be an asset-based conversation. So I'm going to have my panelists come up one at a time after I introduce them. First, we have your very own Samuel Collins III, who's joining us.
I can see clearly now the rain is gone.
See, this is diversity, equity, and inclusion. You can dance. And even if you don't have rhythm, you can dance. All right. And Samuel has been providing financial services in Galveston County community for over 20 years. He has a bachelor's in accounting from Texas A&M University in College Station. Texas A&M, yeah. And he has served on several boards, including Juneteenth Legacy Project, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, the Bryan Museum Delegado, and Rosenberg Library Trustee. And he's also been with the Ruby Bridges Foundation, just to name a few. In 2015, Sam was awarded the Galveston County Citizen of the Year by your very own Galveston Daily newspaper, and was recognized in 2012 as an unsung hero by the newspaper. He is active in his local church, Greater St. Matthew's Baptist Church, where he serves as an associate member under the leadership of Dr. William L. Randall Jr. Sam and Doris have several philanthropic interests, and his favorite quote is, "Give a man a fish, feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, feed him for a lifetime." All right, thank you, Samuel. Next, we have Mr. Raymond Lewis.
Time. Look inside your heart and I look inside mine. Things look so bad.
And Raymond is an elected member of the Galveston College Board of Regents, a retired associate dean of UTMB School of Health Professions. He has retired from work in social work. He is also a former Galveston Park Board of Trustees member and chair and Tourism Development Committee chair, so very much been involved with many of you here. He's been a consulting principal with Changing Dynamics and has been a 45-year resident of the island, volunteering in a variety of community works. Next, we have Stephen Pena.
1, 2, 3, My baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and this I know for sure. But does she really wanna, but can't stand to see me walk out the door? Don't try to fight the feeling, 'cause the thought alone is killing me right now.
All right. I have a story about that song. When I was in business school, we had like a Saturday Night Live skit, and we did a dance that I choreographed to that song. I'm not going to do it for you, And the person who wrote the lyrics is now Chief Marketing Officer of General Mills. So very interesting, funny story. But Stephen, who is a great asset you have here, is a third generation BOI, holds a BBA in marketing from Texas A&M University and MBA from Capella University. After graduating at A&M in 2005, he started his career in healthcare environmental service management, which eventually took him away from this beautiful place for 10 years. He returned in 2020 to join the family business Clean Supply. Since moving back to the island, Stephen has begun serving a wide range of organizations, including Galveston Regional Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, the City Planning Commission, the First Evangelical Lutheran Church Council, and Vision Galveston. Through these organizations and Clean, the company, he is able to give back to the community he loves and formed him into who he is today. Stephen and his wife Stephanie work and reside on the island with their two boys, Bryson and Asher. Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have Tanya Ladipo. She is, yes, Tanya, welcome.
Hotter than a fantasy, lonely like a highway. She's living in a world and it's on fire.
Nice to meet you.
Filled with catastrophe, but she knows
So
she
Tanya is founder and CEO of the Ladipo Group, and she is the visionary behind the region's only therapy, counseling, and equity, diversity, and inclusion consulting practice specializing in serving Black and African American communities. Tanya worked for many years in community mental health agencies and soon realized that a one-size-fits-all approach often ignored the needs of Black and African American people. Institutionalized racism, a lack of diversity, and a failure of cultural awareness all conspire to mean that people of color often received poor treatment. Tanya is on a mission to change that. She works with an incredible team of skilled counselors, therapists, and psychologists who have expertise with these communities. What's more, she leads an ED and I team that consults with companies and organizations to recognize and address unconscious bias and retain diverse talent by creating a truly welcoming and inclusive workplace for everyone. Past and current clients include Google, Campbell Soup Company, Destinations International, and Women Against Abuse. Thank you, Tanya, for joining us. So you can see we have a wonderful panel here, and as I said, we're going to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so I thought I would do some ground setting for this conversation. So I'm going to have them bring a slide up, just so we know we're all on the same page about what we're talking about. So diversity. What are these terms? Diversity, the ways we are different and having a variety of differences represented. And Sin, I guess that's what we're going to call her today, Cindy, has some wonderful things that are good foundations for this conversation. Some of the things she talked about, like celebrating different holidays, making sure that we tell a variety of stories. Those are all diversity strategies. So if we do some of those things, we are really appreciating diversity. Equity. What does equity mean? And I love this picture. It's from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. And this is probably a less familiar term, maybe 20 years ago. But equity, that access and results do not differ based on the characteristics. Everyone has a fair and just opportunity to achieve the same outcome. So what do we mean by this? If you look at this picture, which is also a great picture for tourism, you have a little bike shop going down the seawall. Can everybody have a wonderful experience? So you can see someone who may be using a wheelchair can't use a bike. You might have a great tall man. Is the bike too small? You have a young child, they need a bike. But if everybody got the same bike, That's not what they need. They all need a different bike to have the same experience. And that's what you're trying to achieve. And like the story she shared about going to that restaurant, that made her D, made her feel great, and she was just one single person. But he also made the family with kids feel great. And he had to ask them different things and different needs. So it doesn't mean he was favoring one over the other. He was customizing the experience. And so that's what equity is about. So inclusion, how those differences are brought together with respect. That stakeholders feel like they belong, are valued, are respected, are safe, particularly emotionally safe, can grow and are empowered. And there were also some wonderful pieces she shared about inclusion. And she talked about how you make your customers feel is what matters. And that's what inclusion is. And also when she spoke to that Mater D and said, you're doing things great, how did he feel in that story? So inclusion, how do we make our employees feel to make them be their best and know that they're appreciated for their strategies? And also, how do we make our visitors, our residents, our customers feel great? So that's what we're talking about here today. Does that feel good to everybody? Okay, good, good. So many times we have angst about this conversation, and we don't need to. You know, we can really, as she said, this was another good thing. I was paying attention. She said teams can nudge people through periods of denial and minimization. So yes, sometimes we need to have that conversation about today's team and tomorrow's team and that next normal. But we can also have these great asset-based conversations. So we are excited to have those today. So what I'm going to do with this fabulous panel, I'm not going to talk too much. I'm going to let them do the talking. Everybody have a mic? Does everyone have a mic at their chair? Okay, great. So one of the first questions I have, and I'm going to start with your local assets, because you have some great people here locally. And the first question, what is the local importance of cultivating a diverse, equitable, and inclusive tourism industry? And so, Raymond, I'm going to have you start.
Is it good? Okay, I'm ready.
All right. So, what do you think is the local importance of cultivating diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Well, first and foremost and bottom line, the money. If we're about tourism, then we're trying to cultivate much more, as someone had said earlier, getting more dollars on the island. More dollars on the island help pay for all of the amenities we have, our police, all of these kinds of things. For first, more dollars. When I was looking at that, I looked at tourism nationally. The African American leisure travel, according to a report that I just saw recently for 2019, $109 billion, that's with a B, $109 billion. Now, if Galveston is not getting its share of those dollars, then that means we could be doing some things better. So that was a striking figure to me. We should have a few goals. Number one, what someone I saw, just one of the reports said, have we assessed what the percentage of our market of the African American, those tourism dollars, what are we getting? Do we know what we're getting? That's number one goal. Number two goal should be to, in fact, let's say if we get 10% of that 100 billion, that can pay for a lot of tourism dollars that go into the restaurants, that can buy supplies from Stephen, and Stephen can buy more lunches and all of those kind of things, and it goes down and down and down and down. I'm a retired academician at UTMB. We also brought a number of folks here. I'm a member of a number of professional organizations, a number of African American professional organization. At one point, I said, well, why wouldn't I get my 1,000-member group to come to Galveston? I had 6 of us down here for a meeting at one time. We were not Zooming at that time, therefore we had to do everything face-to-face. I had, of those 6 people that came to my office and we met in a conference room, we went out to lunch, and one of the people from North Carolina says, this would be an interesting place to have a meeting. One of those people, over the next year, that person came back. We had a fulminating group. At that time, I called somebody on the park board. Could you mind meeting with us about having a meeting? They showed us several places. We had our next southern region of the National Association of Medical Minority Educators here in Galveston, at the San Louis, as a matter of fact. So I like that statement that came out of Cindy Nevaltner's program, and that you repeated, Callista, how you make a customer feels all the difference in the world. Doesn't matter about all of those other things that you're trying to do, how do you make them feel? Of our group, someone at that restaurant made this person feel good, and as a result, the island realized another 1,000-member group. So, just attracting those travelers and how you make them feel, I don't think we need to put up a sign that says, hey, black people, come on down. But what we do need is to make sure that those groups feel comfortable being on the island. So again, in answer to your question, what's the importance of it? Dollars, the bottom line.
Wonderful. Thank you, Raymond. Stephen.
I want to echo, is this on? There we go. Okay, thank you. I think what Raymond said, bottom line, dollars, very important. To kind of go back to some of that, I kind of the overall theme that I've seen in doing some research into diversity and equity and inclusion in tourism is people want to travel to places where they feel represented, welcome, and what was the other one? And safe. Yes. So I think it's very important for us to not only in our businesses or in our committees to go out and make sure that message is being broadcasted, but each of us individually broadcasting those 3 traits as we interact with people in our daily lives here on the island. The island has such a unique history, and we have such a awesome home here where we're really a melting pot. We have so many people from so many different heritage, cultures, races, different identities. So we really have that opportunity every day to make people feel represented, welcome, and safe. And I think in doing that, we bring these people from all over the United States, all over the world, to see what Galveston has to offer, to bring them in, to broaden our scope of who we are attracting, and bring in those dollars, which in turn get reinvested back into the community, which lowers our sales taxes, as our property taxes, as Dr. Brown said earlier, and impacts our daily lives here on the island.
Wonderful. Thank you. Samuel, what do you see as the local importance of cultivating diversity, equity, and inclusion in tourism?
Well, I know some have heard this story before, but I often equate it to a green salad. The stories you hear all the time are the lettuce and tomato stories. So that story may be the beach and the history. That story may be the founding fathers. But that green salad has croutons, bell peppers, onions, other ingredients that add flavor to the salad. And Galveston's salad bowl, so to speak, has so much rich ingredients that those that come to the island, I want them to feel that flavor. And we talk about being BOI, public service announcement, we're all BOI. Born on island, born off island. So let's just all come together. So being born on island, I hold on to that title myself. But to welcome our visitors, we want them to taste the flavor of Galveston. Some may come for the beach, some may come for the history, but recently I learned about the fishing tours. I had never been on a fishing tour. There was a group of young people that were sponsored, my son included, and they went out. That's a whole industry that I didn't even know existed here on the island. I know people fish, but I didn't know people paid to go on a tour like this and fish. But that's business, that's economic opportunity and jobs in that area. So a lot of young people don't even know that live right here on the island. And then there are so many stories that are yet to be mined, to be told. Galveston is an island of success, an island of champions. Of course, our favorite, most native son, Jack Johnson, was a world champion, and most recently, Mike Evans is a world champion. So that history, and I don't want to just stay in sports. We have individuals like John Rufus Gibson, who gave over 5 decades of his life to this community as an educator and was a principal of Central High School almost 50 years. People need to know those stories. They need to know that the people here are committed and the people here love Galveston, and I love Galveston too.
Well, that's wonderful, and we love to cultivate more of those stories of people locally. And it's also helpful for us to kind of think a little bit above what we know locally. And I'm going to ask Tanya, what is the regional importance of cultivating, as well as the national importance of cultivating a diverse, equitable, and inclusive tourism industry?
Sure. So first, to let people know, I'm not from Galveston. So I was born and raised in Chicago, been living in Philadelphia for about 20 years. So that's kind of where I'm located in the world. And echoing everything I heard on this panel, I think of dollars and I think of storytelling. So when you think of it from a national perspective, and I think globally too, but from a national perspective, as we reopen and people want to travel and want to leave their homes, they want to go places where they feel comfortable, where they feel valued, where they feel recognized, and where they can learn something, right? Where they can do something different than we've been doing this past year or so. And so I think of all of the stories and all the cultural history here. There's so much opportunity, I think, for people to come to Galveston, sit on the beach, do nothing, think about nothing, but also, which we want to do, but also to learn something. And so I think that, you know, the opportunity to cultivate the story, the multiple stories, right? Not just telling 1 or 2 stories, but the multiple stories, like the diverse stories of Galveston will really attract diverse visitors. And so I think nationally, people are looking for that. And when I think of the racial uprisings that have happened in this country in the past year, I know people don't like thinking about it or talking about it. Galveston has an incredible opportunity because of it. Juneteenth is nationally on the map again. When I heard that this was going to be here, my first thought was like, I have to go learn more. I have to go see this. And so there are people who want that information. There are people who want to come and see the marker and to then find out it's on a beach as well. I mean, that's like gravy. So, but my point is like to tell those stories, like, loudly, strongly, from various perspectives will attract a lot of different visitors than you've previously had. And when they come here and they're treated so well and kindly, they're going to want to return, right? And so I think that is a key aspect, I think, that Galveston really can capitalize on. And then also, you know, to your point, Raymond, of groups who may be unfamiliar with Galveston, you're in the South, which means your weather is warm for a whole lot longer of the year than it is for where I come from. And so when I think of especially black groups, we like warm weather. When I think of all of the sororities and fraternities and associations, black attorneys, right, black medical providers, like when I think of those organizations looking to hold conferences throughout the year, especially in the winter months, why would they not come to the South? People go to conferences simply because of where it's located. Why would not that be Galveston? And so I think when you're thinking, you know, of diversity, there's just so much money opportunity by also kind of attracting different people. And the last thing I'll say, in terms of a global perspective, the world is watching us. They're watching to see how we are grappling with all the things that we're grappling with. And so I think for a place like Galveston, to say, this is how we tell our story. This is how we tell the good, the bad, and the ugly, and how we want to welcome people seeing all of our story, I think really makes Galveston a unique place to kind of be on the map in a way that some other places don't, just because they're ignoring ignoring the history of what was. But I think that people come to this country and look at this country and want to know, how is it? Our country is really diverse in ways that a lot of countries aren't, which also means we struggle. But I think there is a way to kind of capture that and grab a global audience as well.
Wonderful. How are our people online doing? Hey there online, how are you doing? If you have any questions, feel free to put that in the chat. Anything you want to add to the conversations, please add that. We're also going to ask our tech team to offer some of those questions to us as a panel. I'm going to ask one more question of this group, and then I'm going to open it up to the audience if there's questions or comments that you would like to add. So if tourism organizations and partners remain status quo with the way we are approaching diversity, equity, and inclusion, what are the risks? What are we missing? These are all lovely, nice people. What if we don't think about this anymore and just keep doing what we're doing? What's the opportunities that are missed? Raymond, you want to start?
Well, what do we miss? Well, I'm focusing on the bottom line, the dollars. Obviously, we miss part of that 100 million. We miss that. But we also miss some things that Ms. Ladipo alludes to. People all over the country not having the experience that we have of how wonderful this island is. That we have people in New England that don't have any idea that our water is 70 degrees in January sometime. They have no idea. They may think that we have cold weather, which lasted for us maybe 72 hours, which practically killed us. I mean, it killed us. Let me tell you, I think we'd much rather have a hurricane than that. So they missed those opportunities. Ms. Liebe also alluded to the fraternal organizations. I'm a member of a fraternal organization that has a national meeting that attracts 2,000 and more. Sometimes there have been meetings of 10,000, but we've never had it at a place like Galveston. Houston, certainly Atlanta and all of those places. Those folks miss the opportunity to see how good our food is, what kind of historical things we have going on our island, the whole Juneteenth celebration. This is the place where all of that began. That's what we miss when we don't do those kinds of things and when we don't pay attention to the different needs of all of the diverse population. I mean, we're focusing mostly on ethnic diversity, but I think you pointed out that we have to focus on people that can't get around, the mobility diversity and all of those kind of things. We have to pay attention to those kind of things so that we can better get our bottom line, get more tourist dollars, and therefore, it just triples on down all over the place. I can't imagine, Sam has been here all of his life. I can't imagine that he didn't know that we had fishing tours on the island. I'll stop there.
Would anyone else like to add? Stephen.
I really found insightful from Sin's presentation about rules changing, about everyone goes back to zero when the rules change. And COVID, or the pandemic, has given us that opportunity to kind of go back to zero, go back to the drawing board, take into account what is working, what isn't working, what this change means for everybody's lives. Working remotely, traveling closer to where you live, things like instances such as that. And so if we don't take advantage of that reset and look around us and open up the broad scope that we are targeting and open to, quite frankly, then we really are doing ourselves a disservice and missing out, and missing out in telling the story that each one of us has and loves. I know that this is very unique, not so unique, but people here in Galveston love Galveston. They have a passion for what they do, a passion for their home, passion for what we, for our history. And I want to share that. I want to share that with anybody and everybody. And I want as much of an opportunity on a daily basis to share that with somebody. And that in turn will open us up to larger groups.
Wonderful. Anyone else would like to add?
Well, I would just say, Muhammad Ali has a quote that if a man at 50 thinks the same as he thought at 30, he wasted 20 years. And there's a Chinese proverb, if you want 1 year of prosperity, grow grain, 10 years of prosperity, grow trees, 100 years of prosperity, grow people. So we constantly need to grow to prosper. We can't stay stagnant and keep doing the same thing that we were doing yesterday. So if the island's going to grow, if people are going to grow, if our bank accounts are going to grow, then we need to tell more stories. We need to celebrate. And to Raymond's point, my fishing tour was with my grandmother in a bucket and a fishing pole. I didn't know people actually paid to go on a boat. So I did go on fishing tours when I was little. I didn't know that far out there were more fish. I just had to stay on the shore. And I couldn't move too much because I was going to disturb the fish. I'm like, how do the fish hear us on the shore playing? But my grandmother made me sit very still while she was fishing. And I want to make our connection to Chicago. I've been up to Chicago to visit Jack Johnson's gravesite. It's kind of like a pilgrimage for me because I think we all could strive to be the very best in the world, the best tour guides, the best marketing person, the best administrator, best cleaning company, best financial advisor. We all should be able to be inspired by that story of Jack Johnson, of becoming the very best in the world. Who in here is the very best in the world? And if you're not the very best, keep striving to become the very best in the world. And that's a Galveston story that everyone needs to hear.
It is a good way to say, let's be the one throwing the punches instead of receiving the punches in the new world. So that's wonderful. Tanya, is there anything else you would like to add?
Sure. I think what I would add is I think when we're talking about diversity, we're talking about dollars and how you can attract more people to Galveston, which is important. But also thinking about diversity of your staff and your vendors and your suppliers and who is helping you tell those stories. So if I want to tell a full story, it can't just be my perspective because you're only going to get my lens on the story. And so just really want to encourage people to think of who is at the table helping you tell these stories and to look around. And if they're very familiar to you, because you've worked with them for so long, or they look like you, then it's time to bring other people to the table, right? So that you can have a fuller story that you share with the world, with the nation, with the region, of people who want to come to you. So I'll tell you, before I came, and I extended my stay, because it's the beach, and so I want to do some sightseeing, and there were some things I was looking at, and when I was looking at tours and stuff, and all got great ratings, all looked fine, what made my decision was the pictures they showed. So there were a couple, I looked at 3 places, there was 2 spots, everybody was white. There was 1 spot, there were white people, there were Latinos, there were black people. That's the spot I chose. Because I felt like, oh, they care enough to put that on the website. I will feel more comfortable here, right? But if one person was making the decision of who do we represent on the website, you're going to miss people. You're going to miss people.
That's a great point. And even one thing that's been fabulous in working with the park board and its diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy, it's a continuous process. So we've been going through the process, and we keep saying whose voice needs to be represented. Even in forming this panel, we said, what voices are we missing? Who could we add without having a panel of 10 people? But making sure that we had more voices and being conscious of that. So it's always a work in progress. But it's work worth doing, and it's work that advances your mission and your bottom line. So that's wonderful. I would love to open this up to questions from the audience in person, and then I'll see if we have anything come through the chat. Feel free to stand or raise your hand if you have any questions or comments from the audience.
Callista,
Yes.
I'd like to add one thing to Tanya's about advertising and making sure that we being those of us in the tourism industry represent a wide range of those who we are want to come and visit. I was looking through something the other day, and if you look through travel magazines, I have not booked my trip to Bali because I'm waiting till I get younger and get a six-pack. So yes. That was, but you tend to visit places where you feel welcome and feel represented. So that's a very important aspect to have.
I agree, because that's my half a ab is all I got, is all I can work with, especially after children. Some of us know that. Kelly. And a mic is coming behind you.
Thank you for being here, and especially for coming in from so far, both of you. And Calissa, I know you came from Cincinnati, so thank you for that. Really enjoyed the panel and the insight. You focused a lot on racial diversity. I wonder if you wouldn't talk about inclusion for people with access, mobility, cognitive, and what roles those folks in our community can play in our industry as well.
Great, and I'll add some thoughts.
Wait, Calissa, before you do that, I want to say that one of the reasons I asked is that maybe some of you all had seen we had a Seawall ambassador working for the park board for several years. He was a Galvestonian, a BOI, Don Gullis was his name, and he was in a wheelchair, and he would go up and down, a college graduate, had taught school for years, and ended his career with the park board receiving people, and he was, in my estimation, one of the best damn employees we had, because he'd be out there rain or shine, and it gave him purpose in his life, and it gave him a reason to interact. And so I lift this question for my friend Don Gullis, who passed last month.
This is a wonderful way to honor Don. The panel. Tanya.
Sure, and sorry for the passing of your friend, and thank you for the question in his honor as well. Accessibility, I think, is so key, because if you can't, especially the beach, if you can't enjoy the location, if you can't get to it, right? How are you going to want to return? How are your families going to want to return? And so I think that is really important. And I think partnering, this is where I was saying who is at the table making those decisions. This is where it's so important that you have people in the accessibility field helping guide decisions, right? As an able-bodied person, there is only so much I can see because it's not my experience. And so I have to be able to partner with people who can say, I can see that a wheelchair doesn't work on the sand unless you get the special wheelchairs that should be available at no extra charge, right? I can see that, but there's a lot more I can't see. And so I think what I want to first say is make sure you're partnering with people and organizations that have the expertise that you're missing. When it comes to diversity, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger than ability. Things are changing, cultures are changing, needs are changing all the time. You will not get it right. You will not get it right but you could try. You can constantly try, right? But you're definitely not going to get it right all of the time. And so you have to rely on others who have the expertise that you are missing. I think that's what point I want to say. You will miss having expertise, and that's okay, but make sure you connect with people who have the expertise to help you see your weak spots, right? And then making sure that you are planning and accommodating for those weak spots. And then what I would say is that for things that might take more time and money, so I'm just thinking of, wheelchairs that can move on the sand, right? Perhaps it's going to take 5 years to have fully implemented. How can you start talking about that now, right? So how can you tell visitors now, in 5 years, we are going to get this, it's taking this time because we need to raise this amount of money, but this is where we are going. So people know that it's on your radar, which means that they will be more likely to visit in the interim, and then we'll have you in mind for the future as well. So I think the key piece is just make sure you partner with people who know what you don't know to help you fill those gaps.
I would just like to add, as far as speaking to your blind spots, me personally, my oldest daughter took the SAT 3 times to beat my score. And the third time, I don't know how she sat through that test 3 times. The third time, she beat my math score, and she said, "Daddy, I did it." And I said, "Well, sweetheart, you are now the math king." She said, "Oh, no, I'm the math queen." Now, what I'm trying to point out is that I love my daughter, but I didn't even see my male biases in that the first thing I went to was, "You're the math king." So sometimes we don't even recognize the biases. So when we're hiring, when we're inviting people to the table, oftentimes we're inviting people in our circle, and we miss the opportunity of having the most talented person in our midst to help us. Because if we're going to build a bridge and we need the calculation exactly correct, I want my daughter doing it, even though I might practice and get a little bit better so I could beat her. But I told her I wasn't going back and taking the test again. She's the queen. But my point is, we want the best people at the table to put out the best product and the best experience for everybody that comes. And sometimes we don't even recognize our own biases. And to Raymond's point about the groups that come, Jesse McGuire-Dent was founder of Delta Sigma Theta, a strong women's organization. We need to tell more stories of the strength of the women from the island and attract that group to have a conference here. There's no reason that Delta Sigma Theta should not have made the pilgrimage to Galveston to visit the birthplace of one of their 22 founders. This is a story that Galveston needs to tell. And I need to make sure you go see the Juneteenth mural that is just completed. So this is another story.
And Sam Collins is key responsibility for having that there too. It is fantastic. And to Kelly's point, though, that I come at that from a couple of ways. In my professional work, we train occupational therapists. One of their yearly responsibilities as students was to do an assessment of the island. They'd go downtown and they'd look at the crosswalks and blah, blah, and all of these kind of things. They'd look at the seawall. Now, that's the professional aspect of it. But I broke my Achilles heel ruptured my Achilles tendon about 6 or 8 years ago, and playing tennis, I thought I could do just about anything. One of the things I could not do, no matter what, was get down the seawall. I could not do that without a lot of effort. There's a television show, I managed to catch it on one of the travel stations. There's a guy in a wheelchair, an African-American British guy from the UK, does a touring package in a wheelchair, and he does everything that all of us do in a wheelchair, and he points out those aspects of travel that gets in the way of one that can only assess these things in a wheelchair. So I had the personal experience of that, and we've done a much better job, Kelly, but getting down the seawall is still a chore. In fact, I just helped a lady get her 10-year-old kid in a wheelchair down the seawall just the other day because the husband was doing something and the wife couldn't get the kid down, and I could see that this was going to be a catastrophe. with this lady trying to get this wheelchair down this thing, so I helped her get the thing down there. And it's things that we just don't think enough about and I didn't think enough about it because I'm always able. But when I lost the ability to do that, so we have to pay more attention to that. And those students still do that, Kelly. You could contact the department there and have them come and do an assessment of all of our tourism, park board related things, and they do it because that's what they do. But yes, and I think that's a great story, Sam, that our biases, we don't think about it enough.
Perfect. Perfect. Any other questions? Jacqueline? And then I'll come to you.
Hello, thank you guys for being here today. My question, most of us here are likely business owners, right? But there's an aspect, I feel like, of the local community that we have to talk about on a longer term basis. How do we ensure that our local community is equipped to handle the diversity that we're trying to bring to this island, particularly not short term, long term? I'd love to hear some perspective on that.
Anyone would like to take that? And I know some of you have also been involved in Vision Galveston, so there might be some question that. So the question is, how do we think long term about getting the community ready to embrace the diversity that may be coming, hopefully coming to the island? Am I capturing that correctly?
I'll try to give that a shot, and excuse me from talking too much, but I've been around longer than I guess I've managed to get there. But what I hear in her question is one of the things that I was going to try to make some comments about as we wrap this up. And all of you are in this industry, and you have no idea how important you are, no matter what level of your employee is with the various aspects of our tourism industry. For example, that group of people that I described, and I've done that several times, I brought a number of folks to the island too, and we've hosted a number of things. But before everybody got comfortable, 100 people, or 10, let's say, people that look like me, a group of people that look like me that's having a dinner at a restaurant or visiting or whatever it is that they're doing, I think that group of people wonder, and I wonder myself, how comfortable is my group going to feel in your restaurant, in your whatever, or whatever it is that you may be having? Is my group going to feel comfortable? Or is someone in your restaurant or your whatever it is that you have are going to look at our group because we may be louder than everybody else and think that, wait, let's, and if the head of the place treats us all nice, but yet and still the person who's letting us in the door or cleaning our chair around us treats anyone in that group in a disparaging way, they will not be back.
Or even sometimes the people at the table next to you, which I think is part of the question.
Absolutely. So, to your point, and I think I hear the underlying question that you're asking, how do we, in fact, prepare the island, our tourism industry, from the top to the bottom, to make sure that whatever group comes to the island, as Mr. Navalny said, it's how you make the customer, the tourism person feel is the reason that they will come back and drop some of that $100 billion here.
Stephen and then Tanya.
I had the benefit a couple of weeks ago of going through the CTA course, the Certified Tourism Ambassador course. I was a little disappointed when Nana got brought up on stage because I'm fairly certain I scored higher on the test than she did. But it was a fabulous overview of tourism on the island and what it means to our island. If we were to put a gate at the causeway and not let anybody but a residents in, we wouldn't be able to. It's been suggested, right? But one of the greatest things, and one of the greatest things was that I learned from that course was what effect tourism has on my property taxes, on my ability to live and have a family here on the island. Without tourism subsidizing that, without those dollars here affecting the island, I wouldn't have a job. I wouldn't be able to afford a house. I wouldn't be able to grow up in this community. And so I think through partnership with the park boards, through this CTA program, we really need to make sure that Galveston Island as a whole is aware and is participating in these programs and understand the effects that these people are, whoever they are bringing across that causeway with them. At the end of the day, all differences aside, that money's green, and that money translates into opportunity for us residents and business owners.
Tanya.
So I think to kind of echo and follow up on what Stephen is saying, money is green. And so I do think talking to your staff and employees about this is our livelihood, right? And so helping people understand that, I think, is one key point. And the second thing is, I always say, you can't tell somebody what to think, believe, or feel. You can't dictate their behavior at work, right? We do in many other ways. You're not allowed to sexually harass people. There are penalties, and you'll get terminated if you do, right? So you can dictate in behavior at work. And so what I would say is, like, this goes to how do you train your employees to provide excellent customer service, regardless of who the person is in front of them. So regardless of that person's race, gender, sexual orientation, right? And that if the dollars are that important, which I think they are, right? And wanting to deliver a great service, that you attract and then train employees who can buy into that, right? That they can buy into giving great service to anybody who is in front of them. And if they can't, then your business may not be the business for them. Or maybe they should not be interfacing with customers, right? But I think that's kind of internally something to really think about, and it takes time, it takes training, but I think the impact is significant over time.
What, were you going to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, one of the things that I've done is I started working with the high school and potentially to train some of the students in their hospitality class with regards to being tour guides. I want everyone, I just recently completed the CTA class. I don't have my pen, but I graduated. I didn't. It's pass fail. It's not who gets the highest. we're all equal. But to the point that the students, we need to start training them for the opportunities because I want to see the kids leading walking tours of this freedom walking tour from the mural to the old Custom House, the Courthouse Square, Reedy Chapel, Ashton Villa, and make a circle. I've been walking that circle for the past month. It's about 45 minutes to an hour, depending on if I'm making stops talking to people. And one, the kids would get out, they would exercise. I've been there in the morning, I've been there late in the evening, during the day to see exactly some of the things, how easy it is for people to get on and off the sidewalk. And these young people that are looking to go into business, that would be an opportunity. Tour guides. There's several ways to tell the same story, and people want to hear the story differently. You know, who are the additional tour guides and storytellers that could lead some of these tours on the island? So I would say, you know, start training the young people and preparing them to be ready.
And building on that, not only those who are interested in hospitality, but teaching our whole next generation about diversity, equity, and inclusion in our global world so that they are ready to receive people. And one of the other things, the Daily News has had, as they were sharing earlier, is a place to tell the story internally and locally. So we talk about storytelling to the outside customer, visitors, but that story is also to your local audience. So the more that you show diversity, the more it's consciously and unconsciously local residents will start seeing it as acceptable over the long term. Oh yes, I'm seeing things printed in Chinese here and there. Okay, that's how we're doing it now. Okay, so telling the story internally for your audience is also your secondary audience. In Cincinnati, where I am, they were doing a global music festival, and they were trying to figure out how do we get get more people to come. And one of their strategies was to get that inner ring suburb people to think it was cool, to think it was a great idea, and for them to come, as well as the regional and global population. And they were very successful. They tied into music groups at the local schools or local churches, invited them to come. So it was truly a global event that included the local residents. So then they started to see other cultural experiences. So that's another strategy to think about in making sure local residents have the right piece. And I want to move to this question. I kept you standing, sorry.
No, it's okay. My name is Jenna, and what you guys are talking about speaks very deeply to my heart because I'm a professional tour guide. I own a walking tour company here on the island with my business partner, Alicia. And you're right, diversity is important. And it's one of the things that we strive for on our tours. We also are ADA compliant on our tours. That's something that we have tried to get across because she has MS. And so we see the need for these types of arrangements and necessary accommodations for our tours. The struggle that we have as a small business is, well, first of all, we're women owned, which obviously puts us in a minority of our own to start with, but also to pair with the right diverse people for our business, for our industry. We are in a male-driven environment here in Galveston, and we struggle. We absolutely struggle. And we shouldn't, because we tell phenomenal stories, we research everything, and we strive to tell true stories. We never want for anything to be left out in the big page of history because there's so much to know about Galveston. Like, for instance, we were second only to Ellis Island in the amount of immigrants that were coming in daily when Galveston was established. So, of course, we want to tell the true story, but how do we find the right people to add this diversity, to add this inclusion? Because that's all we're really striving to do.
Great question. And Tanya, I know you've been looking at this from a wide range. What are some of the recruitment strategies or things that people are thinking about to make sure they have a diverse, inclusive staff?
So I hope I answer your question directly, but to answer kind of close to your point, I think to expand on what already works. Sometimes people get stuck in like, well, this is how we've always hired, so this is where we're going to go. And so to think beyond that. So depending if you're looking for racial diversity, maybe you're looking at, historically Hispanic institutions or historically black colleges and universities to diversify the pool that's coming in. So I think that's one key part to look at. Another thing is to consider hiring before you need to hire. So a lot of people, we hire through people we know, which means you need to make your network diverse, and people need to look different than you in your network so that when you need to hire somebody, you can tap a more diverse network than you might already have. And so that might mean going to different association membership organizations or events simply because you want to expand your own network that you can pull from. So those are two things that we often say. The other thing is tap current professionals, and say, listen, I'm looking to diversify. I see that you do this work. I'm wondering if you want to partner with us. That you don't always have to, when I say start, you don't have to start at entry level, right? So it's not always right out of high school or right out of college, but people who are already established in their career. I think those are some things. And then you might also need to go outside of Galveston. So I'm not from Galveston. I don't know if those are fighting words that I just said. So if so, I apologize. But I don't know if it means you need to go to Houston and attract people. I don't know. But I think looking at what you've done and going beyond that. So maybe looking at things you would never consider doing. Well, maybe the thought is, why not in this next normal? Maybe because we're recovering from something that hopefully is a once-in-a-lifetime event, we might have to do things differently than we did. And so all those recruiting ideas that you threw away before might need to be reconsidered now.
Great. Yes.
This may seem very simple, but we're creatures of habit, and we take the same route and pattern all the time. I would encourage you to drive a different route to work. Take a different path when you walk. What will happen, your mind will start to open to new possibilities, and you'll see new things. So in your recruiting efforts, sometimes, like she said, you have to get off the island and get to other locations, but just the very simple thing of taking a longer route to work, not parking as close to the door, or just doing something different than your normal routine. Get out of it. If you take the same, if you go down Broadway and turn on one street and then turn on another, take a different route. When you leave here, going home, take a different route, and you'll be surprised how it would open up your mind to new possibilities.
And can I just add one more thing?
Yeah.
If you look at what your typical job description is and get rid of the qualifications, just as an exercise. Get rid of the degrees, get rid of the certifications, just as an exercise. And think about, what skills do you really need? So for a tour guide, what skills do they really need? Do they need to be a historian? Do they need to love people? Do they need to chat, right? So like rethink it, because you might realize, maybe those qualifications aren't as necessary as I thought they were for certain positions. And maybe I can go with what is kind of rising to the top, just as you do that exercise for yourself.
Great. And I think we have one more question in the middle.
Good morning. It's not more of a question, it's more of a comment. I think I've heard all of the panelists speak on telling your story and storytelling. Since I've been visiting here, Galveston has a rich history. And one of the things I think the young ladies alluded to about being able to give walking tours is being able to capture that story with oral history. You're losing a lot of people on the island that have been a part of the history here, and it's important to document that history. So I think that's the first thing for the inclusion, to be able to tell the entire story, is to make sure you step outside that box and start reaching out to those people to get those stories. So I think that's the comfortable conversation that we need to have. So just listening to all of you, I think that's the most important piece that I've taken from the panel, is being able to tell the story of the island, the entire story, not bits and pieces, but the entire story. So thank you.
That's well said. And the fact that you still have a local newspaper and a paper that was around before the state, you have a history to tell the narrative over time. That is just really wonderful. And you have the social media as an asset. Michael, and then I'm going to check on you online. If you have a question, let us know. We don't want to leave you out. Michael.
Very good. Well, thank you again for being with us today. It really means a lot to have all of these great perspectives on how we can look to our future and do better and greater things. One thing that is always really helpful is if there are any examples, if there are destinations that you know that are doing this well, that we could look to for those little nuggets that sometimes are very helpful when we're trying to reimagine what that looks like here on the island. So if there's anything that you could share with us on that front, that would be fantastic.
Anyone want to share examples of other communities that are doing this well or promising strategies?
Yeah, several that are doing some really good things. Atlanta, they do a wonderful job of that. A lot of smaller places in New England that I went to, and then it's not that they have great equity, diversity advertising. It's that their advertising let you know, no matter who you are, that you're welcome. I mean, you would think that it wouldn't be that difficult, but it's very easy to leave people out. So, you know, the question there is, those advertising that are most successful that get into my head are those that attract me and make me feel comfortable as if they're not trying.
That's a great point. And also, we'll close this panel out with a video that shows 3 examples from Melissa Cherry from Destination International, who couldn't join us in person. So there'll be more on that. Anyone else want to add before I go to the chat? Okay. Hey, do we have anything in the chat from our technical? No, they're enjoying it, hopefully. Hopefully they're just giving us like thumbs up and smiley faces. And okay, good. All right, awesome. So I just want to ask a parting thought to each of you. If a business in the room was looking for a place to start, to take their diversity, equity, and inclusion to the next level, what is the one thing you would suggest they do?
Again, I would say broaden your net and bring more people to the table. It's so important to have these additional voices at the table. You don't know what you're missing out on with these talented individuals that are in your midst. You may even have a current employee that is afraid to speak up. Encourage their development, because the stronger they are, the stronger your team will be. Don't squash their ambition. You know, that's one of the things that I've always dreamed, that Juneteenth was going to be a national story for a long time. It's finally happening, but early on that's a Galveston or Texas story. We don't need to talk about it on the national stage. And I'm like, why not? So inside your organization, look for those individuals that are trying to maybe make a suggestion and encourage them and encourage their ideas and their development. And get additional training, invest in the people, invest in them becoming better, and it'll make your organization better. And invest in yourself.
Well, yeah, thank you. Kind of to echo Samuel's thoughts there on making sure that you're open and open to feedback, open to different viewpoints of people within the community or within your network, opening up your network, taking advantage of some organizations here on the island. The Galveston Regional Chamber of Commerce is a great resource of business owners that are more than willing to help you navigate waters, whether that be financial, diversity and inclusion, myriad of business topics. The Park Board and the CTA program. There are people out there who are more than willing to go out of their way to make you feel, as a business owner, as a new business owner, welcome and prosperous in helping chart those waters that they might have had to do on their own, and they've got a very unique perspective of that.
A couple of things, more than one, obviously. Sam and both Stephen made me think about that driving around, we always use the same path. Most of our visitors use the same path when they come to Galveston and leave. They come to Galveston on 45th, they turn on 61st, go to the seawall, look at the beach, do whatever they're going to do, get back on the seawall, go to 61st, and they're gone. Our advertising should encourage them to take a different route to wherever they're going. Watching travel shows, the things that appeal to me are those that are off the beaten path rather than just our water. We're going to get people to visit the island because we have a beach, no matter what we do. We can't keep the people from coming because we have a beach here. That's a good commodity for us. But I think what I'd love to see our tourism industry doing is some of those little shows, some of those little travel shows, and I know Kelly has got the equipment and the resources to do those kind of things. From an African-American perspective, from a Hispanic, Mexican, South American, or wherever that Hispanic person might be, or a disabled person, from that perspective, 25 things to do in Galveston. Off the beaten path. You know, where would you go? A lot of African Americans love good music. You might not think, or you hope by now, do you know, a lot of African Americans like country and Western music. We have some good country and Western stuff in Galveston, but how do you present that from an African American perspective to know that if I go to Galveston and I go to this dive, am I going to feel comfortable? That's one of the luxuries that I have on the island. I go to the dives. I like a good bar. I like a good place to drink. I like the off the beaten paths to go to. I go to Lucky's. I used to go to 21. I go to Gizmo Bar. But how can Kelly and her group put together a little clip that can be advertised to show that if I'm African American and I come to Galveston, will I feel comfortable when I go there? And you can do that for little or nothing. So,
Great point. Tanya.
So I was thinking, the Chief Diversity Officer of Netflix, her name is Renee Myers. And so she often talks about diversity, equity, inclusion like this, and I think it's really helpful. That diversity is being invited to go to the dance. Inclusion is being asked to dance when you get there, right? Equity is planning the dance. And so when you think about recovering, right, and you think about the next normal, who has been missing in planning the dance? And so think about your own individual businesses. Whose perspective, right, whose identity has been missing as you're going forward? And I think that is one thing that everybody can take away from today is whose perspective has been missing, and then how can I go talk to them? It doesn't even have to be formal. It can be a simple, listen, the world's opening back up, people want to get to the beach, we want to capitalize on that, and I realize I've only looked at these two perspectives, and you have a perspective that I don't have, and I would just love to hear your thoughts on how we could do things going forward. It could be that simple, right, as a next step.
Wonderful. And like Cindy said, all those connections you're making, and if you're reading to somebody's kid at 5 o'clock every week, you can ask them a whole bunch of stuff. They can connect you to a whole bunch of people. So those relationships are really important in a variety of ways. So I just want to thank our fabulous panel. If you would join me in thanking them. And you can see you have some smart, resourceful people here on this island, and then you have some friends all over the country who are in this with you together. So with that, we are going to show a video from Melissa Cherry from Destination International to give you a little bit of a larger perspective on this topic.
Thank you, Galveston Island Convention and Visitors Bureau, for today's invitation. I'm really excited to share on the topic today of equity, diversity, and inclusion for destination organizations. Today, I would like to spend some time on what we call the elephant in the room. Let me begin first by sharing a little on who we are. Destinations International is the world's largest trade association and resource for destination organizations, convention and visitors bureaus, and tourism boards. We serve over 5,700 members and partners from nearly 600 destinations in 13 countries. It is our vision that our members are essential to the success of destinations worldwide, and our mission to empower our members so their destinations excel by informing, inspiring, and educating our members to drive destination economic impact, job creation, community sustainability, and quality of life through travel. So, Why should equity, diversity, inclusion be a critical topic for destination organizations? We all know that 2020 was a year of extraordinary challenges, but through a series of additional challenges, budget cuts, global elections, social unrest and injustices, natural disasters, all compounded by a global pandemic, our world has completely changed. The status quo no longer exists, and we all need to look to solutions for a post-pandemic recovery. And of course, in the US in spring of 2020, with the deaths of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and the conversations around equity, diversity, inclusion accelerated in ways our society has never openly and honestly addressed. At the same moment, the tourism industry, along with the rest of the world, had to pause and ask ourselves, why have we not been able to address these hard conversations? And what do we need to do to advance our thinking of what this means to implement action to move our industry forward? The quote that I share here, I think, is a starting place today to begin the process to implement change at a time when change is absolutely necessary. This quote is from a letter that was penned by 21 Black CBB executives as an open letter to colleagues reflecting on racism in America and challenge our industry on the silence on this issue. Since that letter was shared, we have all witnessed how everyone isn't treated equal, that privilege to access exists, and that voices are not always heard or even represented. Today, I would like to spend some time and to present the work that Destination International has committed to equity, diversity, and inclusion. So for the benefit of our discussion today, Destinations International felt it was critical that we had a grounded approach to our work around equity, diversity, and inclusion to cultivate a unified industry where everyone is welcome, where there is equitable access for all, and that we would challenge existing power structures so that systematically marginalized voices and perspectives can be heard. Through meaningful collaboration, our association is working to lead and engage strategic planning and programmatic initiatives and opportunities that will impact structural social change for the benefit of our members, communities, and destinations. So before I jump in, I want to note this process is not only a commitment. It's a long-term strategy. It's really a lifetime commitment to achieve success. None of this work will happen overnight. To give you perspective of our process, in Q4 2017, with the support of our board of directors, Destinations International made the decision to prioritize this work, elevating EDI as a strategic goal for our organization. From that point forward, and through the support and leadership of our board and our EDI committee, we set on a path to be a leader in equity, diversity, and inclusion on behalf of our members and the broader tourism industry. This slide summarizes just a few milestones that have helped build a foundation for our work along the way. Over the course of 2019 and into 2020, our work continued by implementing resources and educational opportunities across our signature events, including our annual convention and discipline-focused summits. So that brings us to 2021. Destinations International is committed to implement EDI strategies and best practices and promises to work with our members and industry leaders to be a catalyst for change. Now, there is a business case for equity, diversity, and inclusion. As a point of reference, McKinsey & Company researched the financial impact of diversity of companies across industries. Their May 2020 report, Diversity Wins, reviewed 1,000+ companies in 15 countries globally. They found that companies in the top quartile for racial and ethnic diversity are 36% more likely to have financial returns above their respective national industry medians and 25% more likely to have financial returns above their respective national industry medians for gender diversity. In addition, there have been countless published reports that further supports that diverse and inclusive teams tend to be more creative and innovative than teams who have similar demographic structures by bringing different experiences, perspectives, and approaches to solving day-to-day business challenges. Diverse teams are also better equipped to target and serve diverse customer markets such as women, ethnic minority, and LGBTQ+ communities who currently represent an increasing share of consumer purchase power that is often overlooked or not even leveraged. Also, according to the McKinsey report, the business case for diversity suggests that diversity beyond gender and racial ethnicity, as well as experience, are also likely to bring some level of competitive advantages for organizations that are able to attract and retain diverse talent. So now I would like to pivot for a few minutes and share a few insights to highlight the opportunities and importance as to why initiating initiating equity, diversity, and inclusion is critical for our industry. In order to develop a strategy, we set out to do research as our first step to understand our starting place. From August through September 2020, we collected over 700 plus individual responses that provided us with baseline results to understand workforce diversity across our membership, as well as to measure how destination organization staff embrace equity, diversity, and inclusion. In addition to the individual demographic data, we also looked at 19 statements on how individuals at our member organizations felt regarding representation and their understanding of equity, diversity, and inclusion. We looked to better understand perspectives on being included, training programs offered, and feeling respected and valued at destination organizations. Generally across the board, respondents agree or strongly agree with the statements listed here. There's a general sense of support and desire for our members to support and grow equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives within their respective organizations. The sentiments here are only a starting place, however. Additional data also reveals the need to help foster a deeper understanding on how to define and implement EDI strategies. On the next slide, the data reveals there is an opportunity to be deliberate on how destination organizations can create a career path for entry to mid-level employees and 18 to 34-year-olds to cultivate and develop future leadership. Studies on EDI show that diversity is particularly important to Generation Y, also known as millennials. There's an opportunity for training and education for entry and mid-level employees that would have a long-term impact to implement EDI practices and be deliberate on succession planning to grow diverse candidates in executive roles and positions. Additionally, sentiment reveals there is a need to establish best practices for this group to have a voice to foster a culture of inclusion and openness to build a sense of community within organizations. And finally, an inclusive destination organization represents an inclusive community, one that will help acquire talent, not just for the destination organization, but potentially new residents through the halo effect of promotions and investments destination organizations provide. And on this final slide, data reveals there is an urgent need and opportunity for self-awareness training and additional education offerings on equity, diversity, and inclusion. In general, there is a desire amongst individuals for more education and training on EDI within the destination organization, marketing, and management industry. Data displays a critical need for training and education program offerings to gain a better understanding of one's self-awareness on topics and terminology surrounding EDI, specifically understanding unconscious bias and microaggressions and its impact. So what did we learn? Basically, we have work to do. Our findings ultimately lead to a path for Destinations International to develop an equity, diversity, and inclusion strategic roadmap. So in early January 2021, we released our first ever equity, diversity, and inclusion roadmap for destination organizations. This graphic is a high-level summary of that strategy. And I won't make you look at this for long. What I would like to do for the remainder of this presentation is to take you through our 5 core priorities. Our first core priority is self-awareness and personal investment. Industry professionals must acknowledge their role as fundamental change makers in defining success for EDI and commit to doing the work first before asking the same of others. This means the first step for destination organization is to begin this work internally, both personally and professionally, to facilitate peer-to-peer engagement amongst staff and key stakeholders to have these tough but critical conversations to drive leadership commitment. One of the most common reasons EDI efforts fail is due to the lack of commitment and support at the top, starting with your board of directors. Currently at Destinations International, we are offering an EDI masterclass. These are facilitated conversations focused on topics of emotional intelligence, effective communication, microaggressions, unconscious bias, and allyship. These 90-minute sessions will aid in the personal development and investment needed to be a change maker within one's own destination. As an example of addressing self-awareness, Visit Baltimore offered diversity, equity, and inclusion trainings for Baltimore tourism and hospitality leaders from October through December 2020. The organization offered 6 trainings that led by an independent consulting practice to develop and implement strategies designed to improve workforce diversity, create an inclusive, equitable culture, assess intercultural competence, and facilitate authentic and courageous dialogue. By offering these trainings to local industry leaders, Visit Baltimore's goal is to create a warm, welcoming environment for all visitors, but especially those visitors of color. This is critical in a city like Baltimore, where nearly a quarter of the city's annual visitors are African American. They wanted travelers to leave Baltimore telling their friends and family that they visited one of the most inclusive and diverse destinations in America. The training was intended for local tourism and hospitality leaders, but there will be separate training for Visit Baltimore staff as well. The second priority is education and awareness. We are part of a highly collaborative and engaged industry that leverages the benefits of cooperative learning and shared growth. Destination organizations need to be committed to having open, honest conversations by sharing knowledge to build EDI best practices across their own destination members and establishing and collecting metrics to measure action and progress. The bottom line, what gets measured gets done. As an example, Louisville Tourism's multi-pronged approach to establishing an equitable, diversified, and inclusive environment began with an internal audit of its own organization. The process not only focused on staffing and organizational culture, but also how diversity was represented in its destination marketing materials. The intent was to ensure its own house was in order before fully and authentically promoting Louisville as a welcome and inclusive destination to visitors. The third core priority is community engagement. Destination organizations must be deeply committed to the communities that make up their destinations and be committed to nurturing broader cultural and institutional change to demonstrate how our industry can enrich the lives of those living in our destinations. Here is where destination organizations can leverage key community stakeholder relationships to foster and grow EDI awareness and adoption. They can leverage university partnerships to cultivate and attract the future talent to our industry, and they can leverage local industry partnerships to further extend EDI awareness and adoption. The fourth core priority is workforce development. Inclusivity is critical to foster innovation and bring together a wide variety of voices when promoting tourism and sustaining our economies. Executive leadership and boards must commit to grow an inclusive and equitable workforce, and destination organizations need to reflect the level of diversity you wish to welcome to your destination. And the final core priority is branding and promotion. Establish industry standards to push towards inclusive and equitable marketing practices that are essential to tourism marketing and destination brand stewardship. Here is the opportunity for you to evolve your destination promotion practices to be welcoming and hospitable to all audiences to remain competitive and relevant. You can curate authentic experiences. Here you want to develop best practices to authentically share experiences of your destination's history, its character, and its culture. And finally, you want to push for inclusive and equitable marketing practices that prioritize community partnerships, contributions, and authentic experiences. Brand stewardship and accountability, and this is really important as destination organizations drive the brand. Developing diverse and inclusive best practices to be brand stewards of your destination to ultimately cultivate current and future residences, businesses, and visitors. So in conclusion, I just want to reiterate a few takeaways and opportunities. This is a long-term commitment and should be a thoughtful process to implement. There is a business case for diversity that drives returns to the bottom line, and the most common reason EDI efforts fail is due to the lack of commitment and support at the top. Be committed to having open, honest conversations. Be deeply connected to the communities that make up your destination. Inclusivity is critical to foster innovation. And finally, be brand stewards for your destination to ultimately cultivate current and future residences, businesses, and visitors. If you want to learn more, please visit our website for tools and resources on EDI. So thank you so much for inviting Destinations International to be part of your conversation today. Thank you.
So although Melissa could not join us today, we had this fabulous panel, and while our panel exits, Michael Woody will come up and give us some directions for lunch. Thank you again for your attention. Please continue this conversation and be the best you can be with diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Okay, is everyone getting hungry? Okay, well, first of all, again, a big thank you to our panel, Callista, Sam, Raymond, Stephen, and Tanya. Really appreciate all of the insight today. I think for us, there's no doubt that Galveston has some rich stories to tell. And our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force that we have started at the Park Board is really looking at those opportunities and really bringing those local partners to the table to have that conversation. So Tanya, to your point, we're trying to build that dance committee, and we're going to make sure that we have all of the right people sitting at the table. So really an exciting time for us. I did want to share a few things. One, I told you earlier about the raffle tickets that you can purchase. So one thing that I didn't tell you is how to find that on your mobile device, because it's different than it's on your computer. So if you go to GalvestonSummit.com, at the top of your the browser on your phone, you'll see that hamburger icon. You know what I'm talking about? Right? See, this is something new for me that I learned what a hamburger was. So it's the 3 lines that are at the top of the screen. Click on that, and then the second button is the raffle. So if you do want to purchase that, remember, make sure any friends are going to bring you as their guests if you're going to share that link with them. But we're looking forward to that. So that is how to find it. We will be doing that until 2 o'clock. You can continue to purchase until 2. The next thing is a little bit about the experience that you'll. Oh, I forgot one thing. Backing up. You never know it's never good when you miss your chairman of the board when he is sitting in the room. So I would like to ask for Spencer Priest to stand if he would. I missed him earlier. And Spencer really helps to lead the charge. So for us at the Park Board, he is the one that helps to steer the ship, if you will, in our maritime environment here. And again, we are very appreciative, Spencer, for all that you do for the Park Board and for the industry here on the island. During lunch, you're going to see a few things. We're going to share with you our Get Ready for the Comeback video, which is always a fun one for you to see. We're also going to share a series of videos, and these are new videos for us, and they are all tied to personalities here on the island. These are the Galveston stories. So you're going to see 4 different stories today during lunch that really help to point out the amazing personalities that are here on the island that make this such a special place, not only to live, but a wonderful place to visit. So you'll see a number of these people here in the audience. So after you see them up on the screen and telling their story, you'll have to have a moment and thank them for all that they do, because they really make the experience here on the island special. When we look at, and at the end of that, you're going to have a moment, so we call it our meditation moment. So we're going to do a little in-your-seat breathing exercises with Kathy DiNatelli, who is going to be on the beach, and a very relaxful moment before we kick into the afternoon sessions. So for your lunch, you're going to see a bag like this out in the lobby area, and it is a build-your-own bag lunch. So you will go through the line with your bag, and you'll pick the sandwich that you like, you'll pick the sides that you like, and you'll pick the drink that you like, and you will bring it back in here and enjoy that at your place. So again, as we mentioned earlier, the seat that you have and the name tag that is in front of you, that is your spot for the day. So we welcome you to come back in and enjoy your lunch. We will go for about an hour, and then we'll kick back into the program. So there are several lines and several entry points for the Build Your Own Bag Lunch. And we just hope that you enjoy lunch, and we hope you've enjoyed this morning so far. So a big thank you to all of you for your time this morning, and have a great lunch.
What's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they ain't got no mamas. I think the whole world's addicted to the drama, only attracted to things that'll bring the trauma. Overseas, yeah, we trying to stop terrorism, but we still got terrorists here living in the USA, the big CIA, the Bloods and the Crips and the KKK. But if you only have love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate, and to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. Yeah, madness is what you demonstrate, and that's exactly how anger works and operates. Nigga gotta have love just to set it straight. Take control of your mind and meditate. Let your soul gravitate to the love, y'all.
Killing people dying, children hurt and you hear them crying. When you practice what you preach, and would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. 'Cause people got me questioning, where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love?
It just ain't the same, always in change. New days are strange, is the world insane? If love and peace is so strong, why are the pieces of love that don't belong? Nations dropping bombs, chemical gases filling lungs of little ones with ongoing suffering as the youth are young. So ask yourself, is the loving really gone? So I can ask myself, really what is going wrong in this world that we living in? People keep on giving in, making wrong decisions, only visions of them dividends. Not respecting each other, denying thy brother. A war's going on, but the reason's undercover. The truth is kept secret, it's swept under the rug. If you never know truth, then you never know love. What's the love, y'all? Come on, I don't know. Where's the truth, y'all? Come on, I don't know. Where's the love, y'all?
People killing, people dying, children hurt and you hear them crying. When you practice what you preach, and would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. 'Cause people got me questioning, where is the love? 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 Where is the
I feel the weight of the world on my shoulder. As I'm getting older, your people gets colder. Most of us only care about money making. Selfishness got us following the wrong direction. Wrong information always shown by the media. Negative images is the main criteria. Infecting the young minds faster than bacteria. Kids wanna act like what they see in the cinema. Whatever happened to the values of humanity? Whatever happened to the fairness and equality? Instead of spreading love, we're spreading animosity. Lack of understanding leading us away from unity. That's the reason why sometimes I'm feeling under. That's the reason why sometimes I'm feeling down. It's no wonder why sometimes I'm feeling under. Gotta keep my faith alive till love is found. But ask yourself, where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love?
Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. 'Cause people got me questioning, where is the love?
Sing with me, y'all.
One word, we only got one word, that's all we got. One word, and something's wrong with it, something's wrong with it, something's wrong with the good world, yeah. We only got one word, that's all we got. One word.
There's something in the way you roll your eyes. takes me back to a better time when I saw everything is good, but now you're the only thing that's good. Trying to stand up on my own 2 feet. This conversation ain't coming easily, and darling, I know it's getting late. So what do you say we leave this place? Walk me home in the dead of night. I can't be alone with all that's on my mind. So say you'll stay with me tonight, 'cause there is so much wrong going on outside. There's something in the way I wanna cry that makes me think we'll make it out alive. So come on and show me how we're good. I think that we could do some good. Walk me home in the dead of night. I can't be alone with all that's on my mind. So say you'll stay with me tonight, 'cause there is so much wrong going on outside. Walk me home in the dead of night, 'cause I can't be alone with all that's on my mind. Say you'll stay with me tonight, 'cause there is so much wrong going on. Walk me home in the dead of night. I can't be alone with all that's on my mind. So say you'll stay with me tonight, 'cause there is so much wrong. There is so much wrong. There is so much wrong going on outside.
Watch out for the comeback, because the comeback's coming for you now. You better watch out for the comeback, because the comeback's coming for you now. You better watch out for the comeback, because the comeback's coming for you now. You better watch out for the comeback, because the comeback's coming for you now.
Water's an amazing thing, you know. It always relaxed me, so working on the water was just right up my alley. I've been doing this so long now that I thought I was going to give it up about 2 years ago, but it didn't work. I'm still working, so. I was 10 years old, my daddy started, went to school for a while, quit, and doing it ever since. Always got work to do, never run out of it. 1933, I was born in Galveston. My daddy, before I was 10 years old, he bought an old boat out the yacht basin and made a mast out of wood, stuck it on there. He said, "You're going to try shrimping." We had to do everything by hand. Didn't have no winch, no nothing. It's just hard to tell you what kind of living it was, but it was all right. It was a good life. Before I got married, we'd always go to drive-in, drive the beach and check the gals out and all this. When I met her, she was 16 and I was 18. We tried to get married in Galveston, too young. We got 10 kids in 20 years. It's a good life, I had a great life. I had no complaints. I'm still there to talk about it, so it ain't too bad. You ain't gonna last long. You got to get out and move. Work won't kill you, because I wouldn't be here talking to you if it did. I can tell you that. I'm 87 years old, born 1933, and I'm planning on being here a while. Hate to tell you all that.
I've been the chief of police for the city of Galveston for about 2.5 years. What brought me to Galveston was, it was an island, it was a coast. It gave me an opportunity to learn a little bit more about policing, weather, and events. Learning that skill set is valuable to my career. I've had the opportunity to promote a lot of people over the last 2.5 years. We're a young department, we're very young, which gives us an opportunity to mold these young men and women in a way that we want them to police. As you're seeing across the country, policing is evolving before our eyes. The nature of policing is changing, how we police is changing, and I'm sure in the short future the laws will even be changing. And so we get an opportunity to learn all those things together, grow together, and make this a better place for everyone. Once you cross that causeway, you are now in a little city just south of Texas. You're no longer in Texas. Island time, to a certain extent, equals peace. And so one thing that I've learned from this experience is, without a doubt, I will be retiring either on the island or on a island. And so I know I want to be on the water. It brings us a certain amount of relaxation that I never experienced before. And so this is where I'll be, if not in the Caribbean somewhere. Experience the island fully. What I mean by that is the food. We've got some amazing restaurants and things here. Take all the tours so that you gain some perspective from tour guides, from other folks, sitting with other visitors, and go to every single special event at least once. Whether you like the event or don't, it still gives you a better perspective on how this island operates and all the cultures that we embrace, whether it be the motorcycle rally or Mardi Gras or one of the runs. But I think you have to fully experience the island and then decide for yourself. Galveston Island is my home. Galveston Island is my home.
Graffiti got me interested in being an artist. The chaotic wildness of painting everything, painting on top of everything, painting on objects, painting on walls, painting on anything and everything. I figured I could do this for a living quite a few years ago, but I didn't step out yet. I was kind of using wisdom, but I had another job. I was in ministry. A pivotal moment came to where I was just wanting to do artwork, and that was it. And I figured I'm just gonna try this as long as I can and see if it works. And it clicked. I mean, I gave God glory for that constantly, and he just made a way, still making a way for me. And I'm having fun. I'm just a kid, so. A lot of the time people are like, man, you use such bright colors. Can you dim it down a little? That's not my style. That's not who I am. I love color, and vivid color just represents the joy that is in me to just express what I want to get across. Being in Galveston definitely brings me joy. Just seeing the moving ocean and knowing places that I can actually get away and still be in Galveston it's like, this is awesome. Being able to see artwork flooded in this town, it's gonna be a good thing. It's never gonna be a bad thing. I love knowing that the island is so open to artwork. And I think painting more things on this island, it makes this island a lot more unique. It's like a life's work. I'm be painting the island and it'll be my life's work.
I started as the Opera House director in 1981, September 1st, 1981. When my husband found out that they were going to be looking for a director for the Opera House, he said to me one night, in essence, asked, well, have you decided yet what you're going to be when you grow up? Because I was doing a whole lot of different things. And I said, well, the kids are still little. I just don't know that I'm ready to go to work full time. And I don't know. And he said, that's the job for you. I went in and we talked about it, and she hired me for 30 hours a week so I could get off to go pick up the kids from school and do all that. And of course, in the first 6 months of my employment, I had accumulated over 600 hours of comp time because of course it was not a part-time job. It's not a full-time job. It is a life's work and it is a career. And I loved every minute of it. Actually, at one point I said, I know that this is taking a lot of my time, but I've never been happier doing this kind of work. Think about how you're going to see Willie Nelson. You can go see him at the Astrodome. You can see him at NRG Stadium at the rodeo. You can see him with 6,000 of your closest friends at the Smart Center in Sugar Land, or you can see him in a theater of 1,000 where no seats farther than 70 feet from the stage. Nothing quite like it. So people value the experience of being in this space, in this intimate space, in this historic space that has been part of the fabric of this island for 125 years. Galveston's always been known for the beaches, but when people discover all the rest, when they discover the history of the island, the resiliency of this island, the arts that are involved, they discover a whole new world.
Good morning. Welcome to beautiful Galveston Island. I'm Kathleen Di Natale, and I'm going to lead you through a very simple meditation to clear, refresh, and restore your vital energy. So take a seat, snuggle in, roll your shoulders back, lift and lengthen your spine. Invite yourself to arrive and settle. You can close your eyes if you like, or simply gaze at the waves. Invite a breath in. Really feel the breath rising within you, swelling your lungs. And then as you exhale, exhale with a soft sigh, relinquishing, letting go of any tension, fatigue, or doubt. And then just let your breath simply rise and fall. like the waves coming up against the shore. Simply sit. Simply breathe. Simply be present. Feel the sound of the waves. Hear the birds. Feel the cool breeze against your skin. Let nature revitalize you, renew and refresh you. Now bring one hand to your heart space, the other hand to your belly. Breathe in and pause. Sense, feel your own innate energy. And from this place of clarity, of renewal, re-enter your day.
Welcome back, everyone. Did everyone enjoy their lunch? Yes? I mean, when was the last time you got to build your own bag lunch? When was the last time you had a bag lunch? Oh. Very good. Well, first of all, I have missed a couple more people. I'm not liking this, me missing people when they're here in the audience, but I did want to just call your attention to a couple of our partners. So we do have Roger Reese with us today. He's right over here. He is with the Port of Galveston, one of our sponsors today, as well as just a great industry partner here on island. So, Roger, thank you for being here. And we also have one of the Wharves Board members, Teddy O'Rourke, right here. So they are here with us, and thank you very much. Appreciate that. I also want to take one more opportunity just to thank our sponsors, right? I know that I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it a couple more times, but that's just kind of the way it is. And, you know, again, they help to make this possible for us to have these events. So the Daily News, Moody Bank, Prestige Oysters, Royal Caribbean Group, the Port of Galveston, Joe Tremonte Realty Group, Sand and Sea Properties, SOAR Vacation Rental Services, San Luis Resort, and the Tremont House. So if you could all help me in thanking them again. So we really appreciate them. So now we are going to get started with our afternoon program, and to kick us off today, we have our local realtor celebrity, and that is Vijay Tremonte. He is the president and owner of Tremonte Realty Group, and he is going to introduce our next speaker. So if you'll help me and welcome Vijay.
Thank you, Michael. When I was looking from where I was sitting over there, and I think y'all can see it too on that slide, it looks like we have like 3 or 4 water spouts coming down off that slide. Got a little nervous there. But anyway, thank y'all very much for attending today, and I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Stephen J. Baines. He's been an Islander by choice since 2015. He motivates and energizes people to own and present their best authentic selves. After having worked and lived on 2 other continents, Stephen has a worldview that everything happens for a reason, to teach us to live better, fulfilling lives once we know better. Let's give a Galveston welcome to Mr. Stephen J. Baines.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Level up, 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 level up. All this on me so yummy, all this sauce so yummy. Know you want this yummy, yummy all in your tummy. Level up, 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 level up.
Level up, everyone. Good afternoon.
No, you're drawn.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen J. Baines, and you are? What's your name? Just say your name. It's a pleasure to meet you. You are my new BFFs. Because when we're BFFs, we do things to help one another, right? So I am here to help you, and you all will be here to help me. So awesome. So level up your personal branding. Whew, I can't believe I'm here. All right. And you'll see the lovely Patricia Selmo behind me. She's a graphic recorder, and she's going to be capturing what I'm talking about. So you'll have an opportunity to see what I'm talking about and her sketching it out, and it'll be here for you to see. How many of you have seen someone do this before? Oh, Gina is already impressed. And speaking of Gina was one of the first people I told that I was going to be doing this speech. And Gina said, I will be there in the front row. So, so thank you for being here, Gina. All right, thank you. So let's talk about personal branding. All right? So your internal personal branding, we're going to talk about the contents of what that looks like. this switching? What are you guys seeing? Oh. You guys aren't seeing, okay. Let me back up. Okay, there we go. So what is a personal brand? It is who? You. You are your brand. And so you need to make sure it's tight, right? I heard some of the women laughing, but the guys, we need to make sure it's tight too, right? Who you are. What? Your core values. So we're going to talk a lot about what those core values are. Because sometimes we think about core values as a business, but you yourself are a business. About you, right? Then when? You are you, how often? Exactly, 24/7. Even when you're sleeping, you are you. Where? Everywhere, especially in Galveston. And how? How to be yourself. So when we talk about personal branding, these are a lot of the things that we're talking about, the who, what, when, where, how. How you invest, I forgot one, differentiate, the why. So you want to set yourself apart from everybody else. Because it's like, okay, what makes you different? I mean, what makes you unique? Why should I want to buy from you? Why should I want to talk with you? I was telling a woman, there was a woman who, I know her parents, and they were like, this is our daughter, she's looking for a job. And I'm one of those people, I'm a connector. I'm connected in all kinds of ways. You wouldn't even think I am. I'm that person. And I said, okay, great. I said, what are you looking to do? She had just graduated. She said, I'll take anything. I said, well, like anything? I'm like, I'm sure you just got a degree. You probably want something related to your degree. I'll take anything. Well, what would you do with that? I did less. There's nothing I can do for you. Now, if you tell me something like, I got a degree, she had gotten a degree in political science. Okay, I understand that there are several ways you can go with that. Does that mean you want to be an academician and you want to do English? Or are you looking to go into politics? Or are you looking to be an attorney? What are you looking to do? If she had said any of those three, I'm like, I know I can give you here, here, or here. Or if it's something else. But if you say anything, well, I can't help you there. How you invest in yourself is how others will invest in you. So if you don't put an investment in yourself, don't expect anybody else to put an investment in you. I'm always pouring into me. Because the only way I can help you is through pouring into myself. So that means I have to educate myself. I have to learn about different things so that I can help you. It's kind of like you have to put the mask on yourself first before you can put the mask on someone else. I can't go and like, what are you wearing? You shouldn't do that. You should do this. It's like you got to take care of you first. So you have to invest in yourself. And so other people are going to look at you and see that that person invests in themselves. Those of you who hire people, I know people come into your office and you go, oh my God, did they not know that they were coming for a job interview? So I heard a lot of laughter. You all know what I'm talking about. You go, and then they leave and you kind of smile at them, right? And, and as soon as they leave, did you see what that person had on? Yes, I know. They didn't invest in themselves first. You have to invest in yourself first, and then other people will invest in you. Because people are buying you to be a part of a reflection of them. And with tourism, oh yes, You want people to feel welcomed and everything of that nature, right? You want them to feel welcomed, and they'll go, oh yeah, I want to be a part of that. Where's the woman who was talking earlier? She was sitting over here with the hair. Well, you're like, well, that could have been me. That could have been me. This my hair. Well, no, maybe it's not. But still, no, she was saying she, and I related to it because my mom has MS. She was talking about her oh, yes, see, there you go, yes. So, yes, I related to that story. You can always relate to someone if you just pay attention. There's something in everybody that was up here, I related to them somehow. So these are examples of personal values. So when you think about values, I would say look at here real quick, write down one or two that you relate to. I know it's kind of hard to read, but see if you can read some of them and just write down one or two that you relate to. They're just examples. Okay. You're like, oh. Okay, very good. And I meant to say, here, I'll go back. It's like if you didn't take a picture and you want to take a picture, go ahead and take a picture real quick. All right. So I'm going to tell you mine. Mine were highlighted in the previous screen, but I'm going to go through them. So the first one we're going to talk about is wellness, because I'm all about being wellness. Positivity, learning, service, and relationships. So there are many more on that other list that I relate to that also are me. But I say start off with just like 5, otherwise you'll be overwhelmed and you won't do anything well. So just pick a few. So I picked these 5. Those of you who know me, there are a few people who know me here in the audience. Hopefully you say, yes, that's Steve. And if not, tell me later. Because I'm obviously not doing something right. But I think as we're talking, you will see how I live these. So wellness, that's the first one we're going to talk about. This is the things when I think about wellness, you think about the physical, emotional, mental, financial, and spirituality of yourself. You have to have all those things, they encompass wellness. You know, because oftentimes we think about it just being physical, but it's also the mental, the emotional, all those different things. If one of those parts is out of equilibrium, then you are out of equilibrium. So you want to make sure that you are as well as you can be. Because oftentimes we just think about it as exercise. But it's like, you know, I know some people have their Peloton bikes, and I have a Carol bike. If you don't know what those are, that's a good one to look up. You do 8 minutes and 40 seconds on the bike, and you're done. So they're all I'm all about the gadgets and other things, so that's another thing. But that's just me. But when we talk about wellness, I also want you to look at this guy. Some of you may have seen it on Twitter. There's this little boy, and you're going to see what he says to his brother.
Okay. See, you have to calm down.
Isn't that cute? I just love that. It starts early. You can teach these things early. So the story behind that is the younger brother, his mother has set up the Nintendo and it wasn't charging fast enough. So he got impatient because, as kids, you want it now. Oh, wait a minute, that's adults too, right? You get impatient, you just want it now. So he was impatient. And the mother says that she had taught them about relaxation and breathing, and the other brother helped the younger one. They're 6 and 4. So yes, if 6 and 4-year-olds can do this, okay, maybe I should rephrase that. 6 and 4-year-olds can do it, you can do it. So, given that I just said that, I'm going to test and see if you can do it. So we're going to give you a little exercise. What this is going to be, we're going to do this all together. There's going to be, Kelly's already looking worried. I'm going to explain it. No, it's the impatient part that came out. That's what it was. So we're going to, the next slide, you're going to inhale, and then you're going to hold it for 4, and then you're going to exhale through your mouth, and then we're going to repeat it. So the first time is just for you to see it, and then we're going to do it twice after that, okay? So here we go. So again, you're going to inhale through your nose, hold it for 4. And then you're going to exhale through your mouth. Okay, so here we go. Inhale. Hold for 4. Exhale through your mouth. One more time. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Didn't you feel good when you did that? Did anybody feel different? Yeah. So, like, oh wow, I didn't know I could feel so good. And guess what? That was free. Thanks to people like VJ Tremonti and some of our other sponsors, that was free. So we appreciate the sponsors again. So if you've forgotten them, Michael, I'm going to help do some of your job. The Daily News, Moody Bank, Prestige Oysters, Royal Caribbean, Galveston Wafers, VJ Tremonti, Sand and Sea, the St. Louis, Soar Vacations, the Tremont. Give them a hand again. People need to be thanked, because when you thank people, they're like, wow, I feel like I matter. We want people to know that they matter. Here are some breathing techniques. So, conscious breathing, the sky breath meditation, and the Wim Hof. At the end, I have a slide that gives you some resources, so those will be on there. So don't worry if you're like, oh my goodness, I forgot that. I hit one of them here. Where is it? It's in my pocket. It's in one of my pockets. So this one it's called the relaxer. And you just kind of put it in your mouth, and you can't really see it as well, but there's a place for you to dial how much air you can get in. So it kind of controls your breath a little bit. So it's kind of like that breathing thing we did, but it kind of gives you a little extra. So, because I'm extra, I like to do a little extra. The sky breath meditation, this also comes into diversity. So one of my friends, Imelda, she told me about this, and she was doing it. And so Imelda is Mexican, and she Mexican American, and then there's a guy who was from India who leads the group. And so I was the only guy that wasn't Indian that was in the group. But I love to be in different venues with different people who are different from me, because I learn great things. So I asked Sumatra if I could talk about it. He's like, yes, you can give him my number, and so it's all kinds of stuff. So I have that if you want. And then the Wim Hof method, you may have heard, he kind of gets in the ice bath, you know, and he talks about breathing as well. So all those things, Carrie's looking at me like, an ice bath? I don't want to get in an ice bath. You don't have to do that. So there's all kinds of things you can do. But these are some of the benefits you get, right? Oop. Positivity. I'm all about being positive. I always think if it doesn't work, I got to find a different way for it to work, and things work out for a reason. Even when things go terrible, they happen for a reason. And if you look back on different things in your life, you will see that play out. I know that I have seen it play out. You know, I remember at one point I wanted to get an apartment, and I saw this place, and it was going to be great. And it was a little more than I thought I should spend for it, but I really liked the location. You know, location, location, location. BJ would tell you that. Location, location. And then it didn't come. And then I saw that the place was available again. And the person said, oh, the person fell through. So yes, if you want it, you can get it. I was like, okay, perfect. It fell through again. I was like, this was supposed to be the place. So then I'm talking to a friend at lunch for her birthday, and I told her what happened. She's like, well, you know, Daddy, her father, she's like, Daddy has a place. Right at dinner, she calls him up. Daddy, I'm here with Steven. He's looking for a place. And she says, Steven, he has a place. It's perfect. I used to live there before I got married. It was more than half of the first price. More than half. Okay, I'll even tell you how much it was. It was $325. The other place was $750. Oh, the woman in the red, oh my God. Maybe she's looking at Patricia. But yes, that's what it was. So be positive. Here's a quote. The present moment is filled with joy and happiness. If you are attentive, you will see it. So you just have to be attentive and see it. There are all kinds of blessings out there. Sometimes we're just missing it. Service. I am all about service. How many of you are about service here? All of you should be raising your hand because you're into service one way or another. If you're in tourism, if you're in banking, whatever you do, you're in service. But I was a server at one point in my life, yes. And Jacqueline, I'm reaching back into my pocket. So, anybody recognize this? Bow tie, you know, the bow tie. Hello, may I help you? I'm Steven, I'll be your server this evening. These are the specials. What can I get you to drink? That was me. And I'm not proud, I am proud to say it. I learned a lot working with people being a server. I did it for the Westin, I did it from Marriott. I've been a server. You learn a lot about dealing with people. So you never forget where you came from. Coaching, that's also a form of service. So for me, you see I'm walking the New York Marathon in this picture. And walking, see, it's a different way. I didn't want to run, I wanted to walk. My aunt was a walker, so I got into walking marathons. See how this is tying back into the other thing about wellness? Because if your values are congruent, they should kind of overlap. So when I started doing walking, the people that asked me, when I joined the walking group, they were like, you know, you're very inspiring. Would you be one of the coaches? So then I got to be one of the coaches. And then I got a free pair of shoes. Because it was working with the Bob Bronker's running spot in Cincinnati. volunteering is another form of service. So yes, BJ mentioned that I'm a returned Peace Corps volunteer. I served in Bolivia, and I love being a volunteer. Kelly, you were a Peace Corps volunteer as well. Anybody else who's a former Peace Corps volunteer? Anybody else? Anybody's kids volunteer? Well, it's still time for you, because there's no age limit. But I learned a lot by being in a small little town. So I did not go dressed like this at all. You know, so even though I'm dressed like this today, you know, you saw the coaching, I'm fine however I'm dressed. I'm just like, I will fit in where I can get in. You know, it's just like, let's go. But you learn a lot of service by volunteering. And I'm going to tell you, volunteering has been one of the things that has paid me the most. Because when you volunteer, you learn about people. And sometimes someone will see you and go, oh, wow, you know, I got this position, or do you know somebody? All kinds of opportunities open up for you. And it is paid off in so many ways. So if you say you don't have time to volunteer, that means you don't have time to improve your life. So volunteer. These are some of the ways I've volunteered. I'm the president of the Galveston Zone Farmers Market here. So if you haven't been to the farmers market, please come. We're at the Bryan Museum right now, but we will be moving in June. So stay tuned for, we don't know exactly where yet, but that's in the works. And these are some of our programs, because sometimes people just think about the actual market, but we have the Real Food Project, the Young Gardeners Program. We have all sorts of things that we offer. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention the Grand, because I am also on the board of the Grand. The Grand 1894 Opera House, and Maureen Patton is sitting here right next to Gina, our executive director. And I see Carrie Davis behind her, and I see Sarah, and I see Kathy and Judy. So we have so many people here from the Grand as well. So thank you for all that you all do. So yes, feel free to give them a hand. And these are a lot of our programs that we have. The Grandkids Festival was just this past week that Sarah Peel ran. Awesome job, Sarah. So we've got all kinds of things to get you involved in. And that picture there is some of my friends. And before I leave from this slide, this is kind of a dual slide, because this is also, as VJ mentioned, that I'm a graduate of Leadership Galveston. Ooh. Class of 2019, that was the best class. I'm standing up here so I can say it. So that was the best class. When you get up here, you can say your class was best. But Gina and Lorraine Grubbs, Lorraine with a wave, you know, Lorraine runs that program. Awesome job. So if you're looking to be in leadership, please see Gina and Lorraine. And my friends, Kimberly, I'm trying to see the order, Carrie, Michelle, and Jessica. So thank you for being here. Toastmasters. I've been involved with Toastmasters too. Anaco Toastmasters on the island, American National Insurance Company. They meet on Wednesdays at noon. So if you're looking to improve public speaking and leadership skills, that's a place to go. I was the president of that too, but I'm not now. But it's still an awesome place to be. Learning. I'm about learning. Because again, if I don't know about those different things, I can't tell you. So like, I went to the Grand. Oh, look at all these great programs that they do. Leadership Galveston, that's how I also became a CTA. So yes, whereas who was talking about that earlier? It was Sam, I think, and somebody else was talking. Stephen, where's Stephen? Is he still here? Yeah, I'm a CTA too. Okay. It's all love. It's not a competition. So that way you just know that people love the island. Now, I'm working my PhD right now. I know where I have time for it, I don't know. But I'm doing that as well in industrial and organizational psychology. And you don't have to go to work on a PhD or a master's or even a bachelor's just to improve your learning. You know, get involved with CTA. There are all kinds of things you can do. Volunteer with one of the things we have going on in the island. I'm sure Kelly and the other people here can get you involved somehow. So there are all kinds of opportunities for you. But you are just never too old. This is something I just recently signed up for, the Unstuff Your Life System by Andrew Mellon. So my friend Kevin Smith is the COO. I asked him if he was going to be here. Kevin lives in Galveston. I don't know why he's not here. He even gave me this pocket square for my birthday a couple of years ago that Kimberly said, oh, was very nice, and he's not even here. So, hi, Kevin. Sorry you missed the personal shout-out, but but I would say a lot of times we have clutter going on in our heads, in our lives. So if you can get rid of clutter, you can see some of the other things you got going on. So Andrew Mellon offers this 5-day challenge for an hour and talked about different places you can unclutter, and then he has a way that you can sign up for his system. So I said, I'm going to sign up for the system. So it starts next week, so I can't tell you about that, but Marie Kondo, Andrew Mellon, just look into different things that you can do. As I said, you are never too old to learn. So one of my best friends, he's my best friend from the longest, is Ed Franchi. He's in Cincinnati. He's in development at St. Xavier High School. And he is 2 years older than me, so I'm the younger of the two. Ed has one thing he's always wanted to learn. Ed has never known how to ride a bike. So he hired a coach to teach him how to ride. Now this isn't from like 20 years ago. This is from Easter of this year. Yes, yeah, give Ed a hand. And I asked Ed if I could share this. So he gave me permission. Well, he didn't know I was going to share it today, but I did ask if I could share it in a speech of some sort. And he said, yes, you can. You may share it. He says, yes, I'm proud of it. And why did he really want to do that? His daughter. I think his daughter is 6 or 7. And he wanted to be able to do things with his daughter. So sometimes talk about personal values, your why. Maybe your why isn't big enough for you to learn whatever it is. But make sure you have a why, and that will propel you forward. Relationships. Relationships, relationships, relationships. I'm all about relationships. I'm always willing and dealing about some relationship. I'm trying to connect this person to that person, to this person, to this person, to that person, to this person. If you know me, I'm sure you can attest to that. Can I get an amen from those that know me? Yes. I did it yesterday. I got my hair cut. Honey Alexander. Shout out to Honey. So she did it. She's one of our directors with the Galveston Zone Farmers Market. She was talking about doing something for her daughter for graduation. She's like, I want to do a little party for her, and I'm trying to think about food. And she says, I said, have you thought about a brisket? She said, oh. I said, I know a guy who smokes brisket. Because she's like, oh. I said, let me call him right now. Called up Jeff. Jeff, hey, da-da-da-da-da. And they talk. That's what she's doing. So you always can make connections. And I always tell people, I said, tell me what you do. Because if I don't know what you do, I can't help you. So if I know what you do, I will help you get somewhere. Because we're BFFs, right? So, if I know what you do, I can be like, oh, I can connect you to this. But I also have to know you, because that means that I'm vouching for you. And my brand is very important to me. And if you don't know this, I follow up with every connection I get. Did they deliver? Because if they didn't deliver, I know I do not need to deliver. Again, it's about my brand. And I'm very protective of my brand, and you should be very protective of your brand. I want to talk about some relationships. I've got 3 people I want to highlight here. So David Crowley. David Crowley was a council member in Cincinnati. And I got a solicitation in the mail. I had just come back from being in the Peace Corps, and it was right around, I came back in October, and you know what November is? What? Election season. David was running for office. He said, I've got 4 children, 2 are gay, 2 are straight, and I want all my kids to feel like they can live in the same place in harmony. And he had been in the Peace Corps. I was like, I have to meet this man. Diversity, equity, inclusion is one of my values. It's not one that I highlighted, but it's very important to me. So I said, he was at a coffee house. I went to that coffee house. I met him. He gave me his card. I followed up. We sat down. He says, you should get involved in a board. But not the LGBTQ board. You already have that covered. I want you to get on another board. He says, you need to be involved in the city board. He said, I'm going to think about you. I said, okay. So I hand wrote him a thank you note, sent in the mail. About a month later, the mayor's office calls me. David Crowley has recommended you to be on the board for the health department. I said, okay. So I got on the board on the health department. The next year, I became chairman of that board. And the chairman is elected by the other board members. So it's 9 board members. But one of the things I always did was I was prepared. I always wore a suit to those meetings. I always knew what was going on. And the board elected me the chair. But with those duties comes dinners. So I went to a dinner because I was invited from another organization to go to this dinner. And at that dinner, I met Dr. Ian Barrett. See, the board, I didn't get paid any money being on that board of the health department. But I got invited to a dinner that I also didn't pay for. But I was at that dinner. And at that dinner, I had this tie on. It's not the same. This was my server's one that you had to clip on. This is the one that you had to tie. But as you move on in life, things change and they improve and you grow as you change. So at that dinner, Ian and I connected. We became fast friends, and now just like Ed, he's one of my best friends. Ian came. Did I turn myself off? No, Ian. Oh, thank you. See, that's what BFFs do. Thank you. You all are showing that you are. So Ian got a job on the island. He was at Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center. He had a diversity, equity, and inclusion job. And I had told him how I was interviewing for a job, and I didn't get it. He's like, I've got a job like that here. You should apply for it. I applied, I got it. Ian left, came here, called me. Ian would be upset if I didn't tell you I turned him down twice. But I finally came. My salary increased almost double from my last job to the one I got. Remember, that all came because I did what? So, Callista, I didn't realize I was getting emotional about to say this. I got RIFT, reduction in force, from my job at Cincinnati Children's. Ian was gone, had been gone about 2 years. And I didn't have a job. I didn't know what I was going to do. And as well as I'm connected, I still wasn't getting hired. And out of the blue, Callista called me one day. Now, let me tell you how I met Callista. I kind of told you the word. You got an idea what it was? Volunteering. Callista and I were on a committee. I can't remember what the committee was now, but it was something for the city. And we were on that committee together. And we kind of just barely kept in touch, right? And she calls me out of the blue. Stephen, I got this contract to help with inroads. I don't know if you'd have any time. I know you're really busy. Oh, let me check. Yeah, I'm available. That went on for about a year, and that paid my bills until I got here. So, thank you, Callista. So, when you have an opportunity to help your friends, don't forget your friends. She helped me, and this was a chance for me to be able to help her. External personal branding, the package. So there's other things that go along with this. So here, I had this logo created just for today. Well, I'm gonna make it extend beyond today, but so I wanna explain it. The inner circle is just white, it's blank, because that's how you start off, it's just a blank. Then the graphic designer that had helped me with it, we talked about my colors. I like green, so she picked green. And for those, they're dots, because you know, it's just like individual, you got all these aspects of your character, right? And I said to her, I said, how many dots are there? She probably was like, oh my God, I can't believe you that. It was just a design. And I said, well, I have to know. So she counts them. There were 70 dots. I said, that's significant for me. My father said, if you live a good life, you'll live to be 70, which is 70. And my mother passed away when she was 70, and I was very close to my mother. So that, for me, represents my parents. Then purple is one of my favorite colors. And that is just, it's all complete. And then the Stephen J. Baines is at the top, and then below that is all the people that I'm helping. Because you have to be able to help others. So that's what my logo symbolizes. So whatever it is for you, think about what symbolizes for you. Look, so I gave you the values as the internal, but this is the packaging, the external, the look, the act, and the feel. So even if you've got those other things, you got to make sure that you have these things. You've got to look the part, you know, whatever that part is. Be kind to people. You got to be kind. And you got to be happy, excited, and all those things. Because who wants to be with someone who's like, you say hi, and you go, hi. Like, oh, God. I don't want to be with them. Or someone who can never thank anybody. It's like, oh, no. So you have to have this other part. Because sometimes people don't get to those values if they don't see this part. So you got to make sure that you have this part done. Bring it all together. You know, because we're coming to our close here. And this is the last person that I'm going to talk about right now. This is my maternal grandmother, Johnny Mae Cobb Wells. I am a lot like my grandmother. So I picked 5 values that I would attribute to her. Cancer, that's really not a value, but I snuck it in because she was born on July 3rd, and she says, I got here before the fireworks started. Because she was a very colorful woman. She was very, and you can, I think, see that in her smile. She was 85 when she passed away, not in that photo, but she was 85. But she didn't look very much different, to be honest. She was a confident woman, she was courageous, and she was caring. She did so much for me, and I feel like I am a lot like her, and I hope that I'm making her proud. And for you all, I would say you all have a chance, whether you don't have a Johnny Mae in your life, but I'm sure you do. You have someone that has been significant to you. Make sure that you're living every day to make them proud. But the first person you need to make proud is you. Be proud of yourself. And if you're like, I'm not, okay, well, find a way to make that happen. Be vulnerable. Tell somebody, you know, I'm not proud. And let that person help you. But don't sit there and just say, I'm not. Make it, become it. Because you can do that. Because you, my friends, my BFFs, right? You have to first be the captain of your ship. Because you have to be the captain of your ship. And then once you're the captain of your ship, other people will get on board. How may I help you? I'm here at your service. And these are the resources I promised you. You can go to StephenJBaines.com and also get them. And with that, my friends, I thank you. And special thank you to, where's the slides? Spencer Priest. Where's Spencer? Thanks. Well, Michael mentioned him. Where is he? Okay. Oh, okay. Hi, Spencer. Will Wright, the other board of directors. I know Marty and Maureen, and I'm sure there's some other people on the board. Kelly Deshawn. Thank you for having me. Michael Woody, my friend, and Jacqueline Helton and her staff and crew. My hat's off to all of you. Thank you all very much. See, in Toastmasters, we learn we don't leave the stage until the next person comes and you have a handoff, so I'm waiting for you. Yes. Huh? Oh, yes. Oh, and I can't believe I even, because what did I ask you, Patricia, right before you started? I asked you, I said I wanted to acknowledge you. You didn't I? Yeah. And I said, do you have a card? And she says, yes. So I'm going to even give you her number. It's 512-470-0562. She's in Austin, but she comes here often. So Patricia, yes, please give her a hand. I saw Patricia at Rice University and somewhere else, I forget.
Was it the ATD?
Yes, ATD, Association for Training and Development. And I asked her about her card. She had one card left. And I said, I'll take a picture of it. So then when I got asked to do this, she's the first person I thought of. And she said, oh no, I can't do it that day. And so I tried to still, it's like, well, can we do this and can we do that? And she was like, oh, she couldn't do it. And I was like, ah. So then I started looking for other people because I'm resourceful, right? Remember, I'm connected. I reached out to someone. They never followed up. And then by then, she calls me back and says, Stephen, I can do it. So here she is. So give her a hand again. Thank you, my
Great.
friend.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Patricia. What a great graphic. If you could come to my office later, I want to do one of these on my wall. We can just do it on my wall.
Your bio?
Yes, bio on the wall. I like it. I like it. But great. Well, again, Stephen, thank you. And, I think you brought a lot of great things to light. And, I think one thing is really find a way within your community to find those opportunities to volunteer. We all think that we're incredibly busy, but I bet if you find something that you're passionate about, you can find the time to give back. So find those areas that you're passionate about and find those opportunities to plug in because at the end of the day, there are many opportunities not only to grow yourself, but then to turn around and help someone else. It's kind of back to the, finding that starfish, right? Let's help and do things one thing at a time. So again, thank you. Beautiful work there. It's fantastic. We are going to get ready for our next presenter. So to help us introduce that next person, I would like to call one of our sponsors up to the stage. Vonda Tackett is with SOAR Vacation Rental Services, and she is going to introduce our next speaker. So thank you. Help me to welcome Vonda.
Thank you. Yes, Vonda Tackett, SOAR Vacation Rental Services. So we're a full-service management company for short-term rentals here on the island, located in the beautiful old model laundry building on 25th at Church. Please let us know if we can ever be of service to you. I'm so happy to be here today. I feel almost giddy. Actually being here in person with adults, socializing again. So what a blessing. I just wanted to mention, I've heard some people mention that they're not sure what this is for, so you'll find this in your bag. So it's a little phone stand, so you can easily fold it up again and stick it in your drawer. So I hope you enjoy that. We have a great keynote speaker coming up. Get my glasses on here. So our speaker today is on a mission to close the gap between the way the world is and the way it could be. His creative projects have been featured by outlets such as Fast Company, Wired, Upworthy, Mashable, BuzzFeed, Make Magazine, and more. He's given keynotes to over 250,000 students, creatives, and professionals in 48 states. When he's not speaking, he's usually working on a harebrained creative project in Springfield, Missouri, where he lives with his wife and 4 children. So without further ado, Kyle Schill.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you. How are you guys doing? It is so good to be here. The last time when Jacqueline reached out to me first, she invited me to come speak at this, and she had told me there was a beach involved, and I was very excited about it. And then this thing happened that we call the global pandemic. And so when I first spoke to some of you last year, it was about an hour long of me looking at my own face on a computer monitor in Springfield, Missouri, which is basically the opposite of why I got excited about this in the first place. So to be with you in person right now is such a gift. My name is Kyle. This is a very fancy looking clicker. So hopefully I don't accidentally blow up this building or something. There's a lot of buttons on here. My name's Kyle, and so as you just heard, I'm a speaker. This is what I do. This makes it look like I'm announcing a wrestling match or something. This is not really. This is kind of what I normally do. I travel around the country, and I speak. And I've spoken to students, I've spoken to creatives, I've spoken to adults and kids, and everyone in between, really anyone who will listen to me for any amount of time. I'll go talk to them, and I actually need to update that. It's been 49 states now. Hawaii is my last holdout, so if you have any friends in Hawaii, connect me, please. But it's kind of weird whenever somebody asks me what I do. Like if I meet somebody and we're talking and they say, so what do you do for a living? If I'm on a plane or something, I always say, how much time do you have? Because my career is very unusual. Like this is what I've done for the last 11 years. This has been how I've made most of my income, but there are a lot of people who don't know me from this at all. They know me from this, which is that somehow accidentally over the last 4 months, I gained 2 million TikTok followers for posting the dumbest stuff ever. I'm the one admitting that, so it's fine for me to say that. And so that then has led to all of these other career opportunities where I got paid a bunch of money to make a suit of armor out of KFC buckets and crawl through a box for Casper mattresses. And so these are kind of things that are happening. And then in addition to that, a week ago yesterday, I released my first kids book, which is called A Pizza with Everything on It. Thank you. It's, I know a lot of kids' books have like a real serious moral. Don't buy this if you're looking for that. It's a story of a boy and his father who set out to create a pizza with everything on it. They literally the boy is very insistent that it has to be everything, like literally everything on the pizza, and it gets out of hand. He starts out with, kind of basic supreme pizza kind of toppings, and then the kid's like, no, I want everything. So he puts on, a whole turkey and an ice cream cone and some hard-boiled eggs, and then the dad's like, I think we're getting there, and he's like, no, I want everything. And eventually it gets so out of hand, it collapses in on itself, forms a black hole, destroys the entire universe, and then recreates it out of pizza. So real serious stuff we're talking about here. And then in addition to all of that, I have some of the projects that were mentioned earlier. My work has been featured in Fast Company, BuzzFeed, Make Magazine, Wired, Mashable, TechCrunch, Laughing Squid, The Washington Post, Upworthy. So you might be wondering, like, oh man, like what kind of creative things are we talking about? This must be world-changing stuff. Don't get your hopes up. So this is an app that I created. Hold on, I think I'm behind a little bit here. Called Beard My Baby. And this is years and years ago, and the whole point of the app was to put beards onto pictures of babies. It was downloaded all over the world and written up in a bunch of these places. Another project that I did when 50 Shades of Grey came out, I was working as a graphic designer at the time, and I was like, there's actually way more than 50 Shades of Grey. There's like at least 99 shades of gray, depending on which color space you're working in. So like, what are they trying to hide from us? Why are they only showing us 50? So I published this book that was called 99 Shades of Grey, and it was literally just different shades of gray. It just started out light. And like 50 Shades of Grey, it got pretty dark by the end. So we put that book up on Kickstarter trying to raise some money. We ended up raising $9,944. We shipped copies of that book to a dozen different countries, and there's one in the Library of Congress, which is hilarious. Thank you. Probably the thing I'm most well known for in terms of silly project, there's a tie, but the first one is a project that I owe to this guy. This is my friend Grant Baldwin. He's another speaker. And Grant, as you can see from this picture, loves marathons. And when Grant and I used to live in the same town, he would constantly be trying to get me to run a marathon. And I just, no disrespect to any marathon runners in the room, I have no desire to do that. Some people are built for that, and some people are not. And so he would always say, Kyle, it's so much fun to be able to run a marathon. And I would say, no, it's not, Grant. People die running marathons. That's not fun. And he would say, oh, it's just so cool to be able to say that you've run one. And I was like, well, bro, I can say that now. It's called lying. And he would say, it's lying, that's dishonest. And I would say, dishonesty is the second best policy, okay? There's nothing wrong with second place. And so, anyways, he would always kind of come back to this idea of like, well, Kyle, like the thing is that like, it's so cool to be able to say that you've done that. And I would say, yeah. And he would go, I would say, I could say that now, and he'd go, but nobody would believe you. And I would say, yeah, you're probably right. Nobody would believe me. How do I get them to believe me? And then I started thinking, well, why do they believe you? And I realized that a runner has three things. They have physical proof. Like if you go run a marathon, they'll give you a medal, they'll give you a t-shirt, they'll give you a race bib. That's like physical proof that you did this thing. And then there's photographic proof. Like these people always have pictures of them like looking miserable, like almost dead, in a crowd of other people. And then they have social proof. Like if I tell you that I ran the Galveston Island Marathon and you Google that and there's no such thing as that, you're going to be suspicious. But if you look it up and there's a website, you'll go, yeah, that sounds right. It looks like this is a real thing. And I realized that physical proof, photographic proof, and social proof, none of those require any running at all. So I decided that I would host the world's first fake marathon. And the idea was simple. You would give me money. That's important. And then second, I would send you all the stuff that you would get from a normal marathon. I'd give you an actual race medal. I'd give you a t-shirt. I'd give you a bib, all that stuff. We'd mail you that swag bag. And then you would go outside on this one day and take a picture of yourself just pretending to run, just kind of taking the pose. No running, though. That's against the rules. And then you would post that on social media, and then you would tag the race. And then somebody could look up the race. They'd look up that hashtag and see hundreds and hundreds of pictures of people pretending to run. It would be very convincing. But then also we put together a race website, and there were race times listed, there was a course map, there was all this stuff. And I've never run a marathon before, and so I didn't really know how do you find race times for this? What's going to be believable? So I went somewhere onto the deep dark web and found a spreadsheet of New York Marathon finishing times, and I just took their names right off of there and put our names on there. And in a blatant cash grab, the more money you gave us, the better your time was. We ended up being in Runner's World magazine. And when the magazine came, I was so excited about it. I called my friend Grant up, and I said, Grant, hey man, how many marathons have you run? And he was like, well, between marathons and half marathons, probably like 15. And I was like, man, that's pretty impressive. How many times have you been in Runner's World? And he was like, oh, bro, I've never been in Runner's World. And I was like, I have, click. Well, there's a table there. We thought, how many people would it take to make this believable? We thought, well, like 100 people, like that, 100 people posting about something would seem believable. But we didn't end up with 100 people. We ended up with 592 backers. And we raised $23,000 on Kickstarter, and the race ended up being sponsored by Groupon. They called us and they were like, hey, we want to sponsor your race. And I was like, bro, this is not a real race. And he was like, no, I know, it's funny. So it became, and the race was called Run Free because it was free of running. And Run Free, it became Groupon Presents Run Free, the greatest race that never was. And thank you. And then so we ended up having pictures. These are some of the pictures that people posted that day. There's, in a 26.2 mile race, we somehow managed to cover the Golden Gate Bridge, the Eiffel Tower, Big Ben, a very poorly photoshopped Mount Rushmore, the surface of the moon. And it was in February, so it snowed in some places, and it was sunny in some places. And so that happened, and then years later, literally just a few months ago, I was going to post a TikTok video about it, and my manager was like, Kyle, if you tell people about this, they're going to want to do it again. And I was like, I don't know, and he was like, I guarantee you they will. So I posted this TikTok saying, does anybody want to do this? I got 8,000 comments in the first day, and I said, okay, I guess we'll do it again. And so we ended up this time, we had over 34,000 people participate in this race, which makes us bigger than the Boston Marathon. So, and then, thank you. And the day after, I put together this highlight video, which I hope will play.
Yesterday was a day I will never forget, thanks to 34,477 TikTokers who pretended to run a marathon that didn't actually exist. Here's how it happened. Back in 2013, I had this friend who was always bragging about running marathons. So just to mess with him, I made up a fake marathon with a bunch of my friends, and we ended up in Runner's World magazine. Then a few weeks ago, I posted a TikTok about it, and 34,477 of you were like, let's do that again. We printed out fake running bibs, pretended to stretch out, and took pictures and video of ourselves pretending to run.
You can do it, Greta! You're almost done!
I know the internet can be a cesspool of negativity sometimes, but it's stuff like this that reminds me of how great it can be too. Yesterday was this incredibly fun day of watching people all over the world take this silly spark of an idea and bring it to life with their own unbridled creativity and joy. You guys made fake aid stations and even set up fake medical stops, which was good because there turned out to be a lot of fake injuries. You even simulated multiple fake finish lines. It was magnificent. I was a big fan of TikTok already, but yesterday was proof of what can happen when we use this platform for maximum chaotic good. So if that sounds like something you're into, hit that follow button because we are just getting started.
Thank you. So that's about a third of the stuff that I've done. And then I got really into cardboard at one point. So I started making weird stuff out of cardboard. This is an Abraham Lincoln mask that I made for a 4th of July parade. It's kind of hard to tell, but my eyes are right where his mouth is. And so the mask was like 5.5 feet tall. So even if I reached all the way up with my arms, I could touch the brim of his hat. That was about it. So I'm writing on a penny farthing, which is very difficult to do anyways. And it was more difficult because I couldn't bend at the neck at all. And so I'm riding around in this parade very slowly. And then at first I was being very conservative, kind of staying in the middle of the street. And then I kind of started getting cocky and going in bigger circles and giving kids presidential high fives and stuff. And then at one point I hit a tree that I didn't even see because my mask was so tall, and I got clotheslined by this tree. I end up falling off the bike, skinning my knee. The bike is just like not in a good spot, and then the mask like bent in half, and the beard goes one way and the hat goes the other way, and I pull off the mask to see like if I'm okay, and this guy in the crowd goes, "That's not the real Abraham Lincoln," which was very funny, but it took me some time to admit that. And then I've made other stuff like this is a bad guy trap that I made for my son for when I go out of town. He'll set this up in his room. I don't know if this is going to play, which is even funnier. It's not. That's hilarious. This is a Centaur bicycle. So I took a tandem bike. I cut the back seat off of it, and I built a horse's rear end on it so that when you're riding the bike, it looks like a Centaur is riding the bike. The back feet move with the pedals. This is a set that I made for a children's outdoor explorer show. This is the thing I made for a craft show. My friends were like, "Hey, you make some cool cardboard stuff? Would you make something for our craft show? It's only one day, and so it can just be something very simple." And I was like, "How about I'll ignore all of that and spend weeks on this thing that was up for like 8 hours." And then this happened. This is probably the other thing that I'm tied with the marathon for people knowing about, which is that when I turned 30 years old, instead of having a birthday party for my 30s, I thought it would be funny to have a Viking funeral for my 20s. And so I built this out of cardboard. And there's some big letters and numbers that say my 20s. And then I set it on fire. This is the conductor of the Springfield Symphony Orchestra. He just had that costume. And then this is the thing that happened, though, is when you start putting yourself out there and doing weird stuff like this, you kind of gather people who are weird like you. And so my friends made a video about this project, and it went out on the internet. And in that video, they interviewed me for probably half an hour about the project, and then they edited down to like the 2 or 3 like interesting things that I said in that half hour, and it made me sound a lot better than I was. And one of the things that I said in there was that, I started this as a joke. Like this was just a joke that I did, and then it took me 2.5 weeks to build this thing, like round the clock working. And while I was thinking about that and working on it, I was like, what do I want to leave in my 20s, and what do I want to take with me into my 30s? And that idea seemed to resonate with people, so I started getting all these people emailing me, and they would say the same thing. They would go like, "Kyle, I saw your weird birthday party thing, and somehow it was inspiring to me, and it made me think about the stuff I want to let go of." And then they would all end the letter the same way. They would say, "I just wish I had a cool Viking funeral like you did." And so after I got one of those, I was like, "Oh, that's kind of nice." And then I got 2 of those, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." They kind of said the same thing as the other guy. And then it was just like a dozen and 2 dozen. I was getting the same letter over and over again. So finally I was like, there might be something here. So I thought, well, why don't I just do one more Viking funeral? And if somebody has something they want to let go of from their own life, they can just send that to me, and I'll put it in the ship and set it on fire. And so I ended up having over 21,000 people from all over the world send me their regrets, their heartaches, the things that they wanted to let go of, and I built them this ship, which I then set on fire in December of 2019, which may or may not have caused the pandemic. Based on the timing, I don't know. But next February, I'm releasing a book with HarperCollins that talks about what I learned from this whole project. So whenever people ask me about myself and I explain all of this stuff, inevitably there's one question that comes up again and again, which is, bro, why do you do this? Like, why? Like, you have a job. This is how I make my money, this thing that I'm doing right here. None of that stuff is really, it just costs me a lot of money and time. And occasionally you'll get a marathon or something that'll put a little change in your pocket, but mostly it's just stuff that I've done because, and that's the answer I always come back to is, well, I do this because I want to, and I do this because it seemed like a good idea at the time. But really, like if I had to answer it, it's because someday I'm gonna die. I don't know if you guys know that or not, but every one of us, so far, they have not found a cure. 1 out of every one of us will die. And it's a depressing statistic. You might have 100 years, but it's coming for you, okay? Death comes for us all. I'm a motivational speaker. Thank you for coming today. But it has been my experience that in general, dead people do not tend to accomplish very much in terms of getting their crazy ideas finished. And so while I'm here, while I've got breath in my lungs and blood in my veins, like I'm gonna try to do some of this stuff. But it doesn't have to be big stuff. Like these projects are my way of saying, you know what, this is the world I wanna live in. I wanna live in a world where this kind of stuff happens. And if somebody else won't do it, then I'll do it. And if you like that, then great, come along. And if you don't, that's fine. You go build the world that you wanna live in. That's what I'm here for. And so it doesn't have to be these big things, though. It can be little things. So a while back, I was giving this tour. I was doing a speaking tour. And I was traveling around. This bank had hired me to go into this community, and it was all these little schools that would never be able to afford a speaker on their own, but the bank said, we'll pay for this guy. So I was there for like 3 or 4 days. I spoke probably 10 or 15 times, and every morning, this lady from the bank would pick me up at my hotel, and then she would drive to all of these different schools. The first morning, she said, would you like some coffee, Kyle? Let's go grab some coffee first. And so I said, yeah, we go to the Starbucks, and we go into Starbucks, and we walk in and make our orders, and then they always ask you this question. What's the question they ask you after you order? What's your name? That's not the question that they ask you. They ask you, can I get a name for the drink? Which means it doesn't have to be your name. You can say literally anything, and they have to yell it out at the end. And so I went up, and I said, I just mumbled something to her, and the girl's like, what'd you say? And I was like, don't worry about it. And then a minute later, the lady comes up, and she puts a cup up there, and she goes, I have a ice whatever for Thunderbolt. And the girl that I was with was like, her eyes went wide, like, you can do that? It was like a power she didn't know she had. And the next day, we went back to the same Starbucks, and she ordered, and she mumbled something, and I was like, what did you say? And she said, don't worry about it. And then we get up to the end, and she's just like this giddy little girl, and she's just waiting there, and then they go, I have a whatever for Agnes, and she thought that was the funniest thing that you could possibly say. And it was funny because that was this little gift that I gave her, which is like, hey, you can do this. You can give them a fake name. You can say whatever you want, and they have to say it at the end, or else the drink is just gonna sit there. And I hope that over time she has passed that gift on to other people, that she has showed other people how to just inject a little bit of fun into their lives. Here's another example. This is my business card. For those of you who can't read, it says, Kyle Sheely, not those of you who can't read, those of you who can't read it on the screen. I'm sure that all of you are literate. It says, Kyle Sheely, grilled cheese sandwich enthusiast. And then on the back it says, this card redeemable for 1 grilled cheese sandwich. But if you read the fine print, it says, by me from you. So if you accept one of these business cards from me, you are now contractually obligated to provide me with a grilled cheese sandwich at some point. It's a bait and switch. The reason I put this on my card was that I ran out of my other business cards, and I kept putting off reordering them, and finally I was like, why am I putting off reordering them? And I realized it's because I hate almost all of the things that I could put on a business card. I don't like the term motivational speaker. I think it conjures up terms, like images of Chris Farley living in a van down by the river. I don't even like artist. I think it's a very pretentious term. And so I realized, like, I don't want to put something on this card, and it's kind of hard to sum up like professional weirdo, like that doesn't seem to go on a card. And then I finally realized, like, Kyle, like I've never had a conversation. I've never given someone a card without us having established some kind of rapport. Like, they know who I am. Me giving them the card is just their way of getting in touch with me later. I'm not handing these out willy-nilly on the street. Like, they already know what I do, so I could put whatever I want on there. And so I put grilled cheese sandwich enthusiast. And what I've found is that this card has become sort of like a filter for me. Like, if I hand this card to someone and they kind of like look at me strangely, or they like roll their eyes or whatever, like that's fine. But that's an instant sign like we're probably not going to develop this like close bond. But if I give that card to someone and they laugh, then they get it, then I'm like, oh, we're the same people. Like you and I are going to get along pretty well. And I've gotten some grilled cheese sandwiches out of the deal. So it's a pretty solid deal all around. This is a story I want to tell about this card right here. Another card is that when I was in high school, I worked at a summer camp. And one day my boss said, Kyle, we've got all these old board games. They're just like all in pieces, and the boxes are broken down, and it's a summer camp. They have a very short life. So go throw all those away. We're getting new ones in. And so I threw them all away, but I grabbed this card out of Monopoly just because I thought, you never know. You know, you never know when you're going to need a get out of jail free card. I don't know if they're valid or not, but maybe neither does the cop, you know? So I put it in my wallet, and I left it there, and months later, I get pulled over for having a busted out taillight. I had known about it for a long time. I just thought, I can, charisma my way out of this, and I didn't have the money to fix it. So the cop pulls me over, and he's like very insistent, like, you're gonna get a ticket for this. And I was like, bro, come on, give me a warning, give me a warning, please. And he said, no, I can't give you a warning, and he's just, you're gonna get a ticket. And so finally, I last ditch effort, I said, let me ask you this question before you write the ticket real quick. Would you say that it's better to get a ticket or go to jail? And he was like, do you want to go to jail? And I was like, no. Just like, are we on the same page? I think jail is worse. And he was like, right, jail is worse. And I said, okay, so then if somebody had a way of getting out of jail, like, do you think they could trade that down for a lesser offense for getting out of a ticket? That's like equal or lesser value kind of a thing? Is that how that works? And he was like, I'm not really following you, man. And then I go, boom, which don't ever say that to a cop. And I pulled out this card, and I had it in my wallet, and the funny thing was it was night, which is how he could tell that my taillight was busted out in the first place. And so he had to pull his flashlight off of his belt because we were in an area that did not have streetlights just to read this thing, and he clicks it on, and it was like instantaneously he started laughing. And I was very surprised that no one had ever tried this with him before. I asked him, I was like, you don't get this like all the time? He's like, no, bro, nobody ever does this. And he looks at the card for a second, and then he's like, all right, I'm gonna give you a warning. And then he gave me the card back, so it was a win-win. I got to keep it. See, the truth is, like, that was one of the first times I realized, like, oh, there's the way the world is supposed to work, that people say that the world works, and then there's the way that the world actually works. And then there's even the way the world could work if we were maybe bold enough to try. And so what I want to talk about today is building a better world. See, I think that if we're going to build a better world, we have to close that gap from like the way that the world is and the way that it could be. But in order to do that, we're going to have to talk about this, grilled cheese sandwiches. Now, as I mentioned, I'm a grilled cheese sandwich enthusiast. Doesn't that look amazing? I just pulled this from some stock photography website, but it looks incredible. This one, a little dry for me, but some people like that. This one, though, oh my gosh. Oh. I know it's Cinco de Mayo, and this is like the whitest food that you could possibly put on a screen, but that looks good. How many of you guys like a good grilled cheese sandwich, by a show of hands? Most of us, right? Some of you, maybe you're lactose intolerant, and that's sad. I hurt for you. But I am too, but I still eat this stuff, okay? I know I have no self-control. And the reason I ask that question is it's interesting to me that like so many of us raise our hands that we love grilled cheese sandwiches, and yet grilled cheese sandwiches are never on the menu of any restaurant. Isn't that weird? Like, I tried to think about why that might be. And I thought, well, maybe it's because they're like, oh, they're kind of cheap and easy to make, and so like but so is spaghetti. And you can get spaghetti at a lot of restaurants. Even fancy restaurants will sell you spaghetti, and you're like, $10 for this, for real, bro? Like, I know how this is made. Hamburgers, like they're not fancy, but you can get hamburgers, but for some reason grilled cheese sandwiches are not on the menu, and that's mind-boggling to me for two reasons. One, because we've established demand, right? All of us love grilled cheese sandwiches, but two, because grilled cheese sandwiches are easy to make. Every restaurant already has the supplies on hand. There are 3 ingredients: bread, cheese, butter. That's it. Those are the only ingredients, and so it's just strange to me that like that is the case. And I know the question that all of you are asking is, why are we talking about this? And the answer is because grilled cheese sandwiches are the perfect metaphor for life. Grilled cheese sandwiches are the perfect metaphor for life. I really think that there's this life that we want to live, this life that we can all identify in our head. And it's like, hey, I want to have a job that I love. I want it to be fulfilling and challenging at the same time. I want to make decent money doing that job, but I also want to have enough time left over to like pursue things that I want. I want to be able to have a family and have a meaningful relationship with them. I want to be involved in my community. I want to be able to do side projects. I want to be able to take vacations. Like this job, and so this world, this life, and so many times it feels like it's not on the menu. It's not available. You can have 2 or 3 of those things, but you're going to have to sacrifice the other ones, like altogether. Or you're going to have to severely limit them. Like, yeah, you can have a job that's fulfilling. It's not going to pay you very well, though. Or you can have a job that pays you really well and is fulfilling, but you're never going to see your kids. You're never going to see your family. Or you can have a job that lets you do some of these things, but you're not going to have time to be involved in your community. Or, you never get to take vacation. Because, they say you have 2 weeks of vacation, but it's very strongly discouraged from you taking those things. And oftentimes it feels like, man, like this life that we all want, it's just not on the menu. But here's what I found with both grilled cheese sandwiches and life, is that if you are bold, and if you would put yourself out there a little bit and use a little bit of charisma, often you will find that you can talk almost any restaurant into making you a grilled cheese sandwich. I have done it. I have traveled to 49 states and gone into many different restaurants and said, I don't want this. Can I have a grilled cheese sandwich? And they'll go, let me ask. And then they come out and the chef's like, I made you the best grilled cheese sandwich I could ever possibly make. And I found that life is sort of like that it's not going to be on the menu. It's very unlikely for most of us that we're going to find this life and it's just going to be like, oh, that was easy, and it just comes together. But I found that if you ask for it and or if you are willing to make it yourself, it is available. Step 1 of getting that life and getting that sandwich is to define it. Define your sandwich. It's really important to decide, like, what is it that you want? What is the life that you want? Because yours is going to be different than mine. I think we've established that I'm probably the weirdest person in this room, and then it goes down from there. And there are some of you who would look at the things that I've done and been like, that guy's pretty cool. I think we could hang out. And there's others of you that are like, that guy is criminally insane. And that's fine. That's totally fine. That's what makes life beautiful, is the diversity of thought, diversity of opinion, diversity of interests. And so if I were to define what my life is like, for some of you it would be a dream, for some of you it would be a nightmare. And so you have to define that for yourself. Like, what is that life that you want? And get specific, because Jen Sincero says that lame, vague goals are the best way to live a lame, vague life. Or Bill Murray says, this is not a dress rehearsal, this is your life. So, like, what life do you want? You only get to do this one time, and then you die, okay? And there's a lot of diversity of opinion on what happens after that, but we do know that people aren't just like coming back right away, and we're like, Grandma, you're back, right? And so round 2, that's not happening. So you know that you have this. So what are you going to do with this? Now, in order to talk about this, we got to talk about this, okay? This is a turtle. This is also a turtle. This is a turtle. This is a turtle. Sorry to turn this into a TED Talk, you guys. This is a turtle. I know I'm already losing you. And that's kind of the point, is that once you've seen one turtle, you've pretty much seen every turtle, to the point where none of you even noticed that the last 2 of those turtles were the first 2, and I just flipped them around, okay? These are all the same. They're all turtles, right? But this is a human being. That's my human being. That's my daughter, Juniper. She is always messy-faced like that. That's a human being. And so is that. I don't have permission to use this picture, but that's Michael Jordan. Very different, okay? Can you imagine? Like these are the same thing. These are the same species. What? That's a human being. Parts of that are a plant, but you get, the main middle section. And that's a human being. Can you imagine a conversation between these 4? Just, what? Those are both human beings? I think the left one is a robot suit that the right one climbs into, right? There's like a hatch in the back that opens up, and she's like super cop now. But that's insane. Like, those people can't even talk about, they don't even shop at the same clothing stores. It's impossible, right? And the truth is, those are human beings, and those are human beings, and those guys could all talk about their crazy hats, I guess, but we're all different. And even within yourself, like, you might be different human beings over the course of your life. These are pictures of me over the course of 1 year. This is where I look relatively like I look now. Then I started letting myself go. Then I grew a giant beard and cut my hair off again. And then I cut the beard and grew the hair. My friend Jesse was like, these don't even look like people that would hang out with each other. And so it's really important for you to figure out, like, what kind of person do I want to be? What kind of life do I want to live? And get specific about that. Because if you don't do it, somebody else is going to do it for you. And the odds are pretty good that you're not going to like the definition that they come up with. By way of example, this is a guy named Chad Smith. Chad Smith is the drummer for the Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is a gentleman named Will Ferrell. He's a serious actor. Look at those two. I'm not convinced those are different people. I've seen them like in videos together, but videos can be faked, okay? They look exactly the same. And yet, can you imagine one of them trying to live the other one's life? Like Will Ferrell trying to be a drummer for the Red Hot Chili Peppers is an SNL skit. Like, it's hilarious. I would watch that. And I bet Chad Smith trying to be funny would also be like laughably bad. Each of them has gifts that they are custom built to give to the world. And yet so many times we look to other people and it's possible, I would bet that every day these guys get confused by other people for the other one. They go, are you Chad Smith? Are you Will Ferrell? I bet it's mostly Chad Smith going, I'm not Will Ferrell. I hate this question. But that's what happens in life. And so many times we go man, I want to be Chad Smith. I'm gifted to be a Chad Smith, but funny guys get a lot of attention and maybe I'll be Will Ferrell, or Will Ferrell going it's kind of cool to be funny or whatever, but I want to be a rock star. And then sometimes we even do half and half where we're trying to be a little bit Will Ferrell and a little bit Chad Smith, and then you end up with Will Smith. And then that's just, the metaphor falls apart pretty quickly here because he's also very talented, but he's a very different person. And the point is, you're not going to get consensus on what a meaningful life is, what you should be. And so you're going to have to define that for yourself. And that brings us to this question. We're talking about grilled cheese sandwiches, so what is a sandwich? There's this famous exercise that's given to first-year philosophy students, which is to define a sandwich. And what you find is that no one can ever do it, which is crazy because all of us know what a sandwich is, right? All of us, if I held up a sandwich and held up, a rock, you would go, that one's a sandwich, right? You would know. And yet, none of us could define what a sandwich is in any kind of defensible way. What happens is, inevitably students go I got this. And then they'll write down something like this. They'll say a sandwich is, it's 2 pieces of bread, and then in the middle of those 2 pieces of bread is something else that's edible. That sounds like a sandwich, right? But that also means that a loaf of bread is a sandwich. Or several sandwiches, depending on how you look at it, right? And it also means that an open-faced sandwich, which has sandwich right in the name, is disqualified. And so what you end up finding is that any definition that you come up with is either way too broad and it lets everything in, or it's way too narrow and it keeps out things that we all agree that are sandwiches. And in the spirit of this argument, which really makes people mad, I posted all these questions on the internet recently on my Instagram. Question number 1, is a quesadilla a type of grilled cheese sandwich? Is a mozzarella stick a type of grilled cheese sandwich? Is spaghetti a type of breadstick? Is cereal a soup? Is a hot dog a sandwich? Is a hot dog a taco? Some of you are so mad right now. Are pizza pockets ravioli? Are Pop-Tarts ravioli? And then last but not least, if you put enough open-faced sandwiches together, does it become nachos? And if so, at what point? I see a lot of heads nodding. So I posted these on Instagram, and these are the answers that I got. 39% of people said that a quesadilla is a type of grilled cheese sandwich. 17% said a mozzarella stick is a type of grilled cheese sandwich. 5% said spaghetti is a type of breadstick. 24% said cereal is a soup. 42% said hot dogs are sandwiches. 15% said a hot dog is a taco. 31% said pizza pockets are ravioli. 12% said Pop-Tarts are ravioli. And then 18% said that enough open-faced sandwiches do eventually transmogrify into nachos. And I also got a lot of comments and a lot of interesting discussions kind of happening on the side. My friend Heather said, pizza pockets are definitely not ravioli, but Pop-Tarts are a maybe. And I was like, that seems opposite of what I kind of thought you would say. My friend Joe said, where's it going? I'm hitting this button. Oh, there you go. Oh, it's not showing up because it's too zoomed out. Here's the conversation. Joe said a hot dog is not a sandwich because it uses tube meat. And I said, that's a disgusting term. And then I said, bologna is tube meat. And Joe said, that's different because it's sliced into pieces. And I said, if I sliced a hot dog into pieces and laid them flat on the bun, would that be a sandwich? And then he said, yes. My friend Marie said that hot dogs are not sandwiches because sandwiches use sliced bread. I said, are open-faced sandwiches sandwiches? She said, yes, because they use sliced bread. And then I said, is pizza an open-faced sandwich? And she said, no, the bread is not sliced. And I said, pizza literally comes in slices. And if the pizza is sliced, therefore the bread is also sliced. And she said, and I quote, that's different. Lots of people said that cereal is not a soup, and I said gazpacho is a soup, and it's cold. And that's why they said cereal is cold. And I said gazpacho is a soup, and it's cold. Then my friend Cameron, he blew my mind with this one. He said, if you have 2 pans of lasagna and you take one out and stack it on the other one, you now only have 1 lasagna. And that's when my head exploded. Now, why am I talking about all of this? Well, 1, I have an hour to fill, so what did you want? And then 2, but really the reason I'm talking about this is because if we can't achieve consensus on these questions, on what is a sandwich, or what is a hot dog, or what is ravioli, what are the odds that you're going to achieve consensus on what a meaningful life is? It's 0, 0%. You're never going to achieve that. And so you're going to have to come up with that on your own. And do I think that you should develop that in a vacuum? No, I think that you should allow your friends and your parents and your mentors and maybe even society to have some voices in that. And I think you should wrestle pretty heavily with those things. But I do think at the end of the day, there is going to be tension there, and only you can resolve that tension. Only you can decide, where do I land on this? What is a meaningful life for me? Then once you have defined your sandwich, the next thing that you have to do is to gather the ingredients. If you're at a restaurant and you want a grilled cheese sandwich, you kind of got to get an idea of, like, does this restaurant have the things that are grilled? Like, I ate at a sushi place last night. Most likely, they don't have the things that it takes to make a grilled cheese sandwich. So I have to decide, okay, do I want to leave here, go somewhere else? Do I want to go get the ingredients and bring them back here and try to talk them into making me a grilled cheese sandwich at a sushi restaurant? That could be a fun little experiment. Or do I want to maybe go get the ingredients and go home and make it myself? Regardless, we got to get an idea of, like, hey, are the ingredients here for the life that I want to live? Are the ingredients here for the sandwich that I want to eat? So there's 2 steps to that. Number 1, figure out what you already have. And number 2, make a plan to get what you need. And it's interesting that, like, number 1, figure out what you already have. People skip that step a lot when they talk about a meaningful life. Like, it's really interesting to me how many people say, if this happened, then I would do this. And like I was reading this Reddit thread one time, and the question was, if you won the lottery and money was no longer an object, what would you do every day? And I was fascinated by all the responses, because most of them said, I would paint. I would write. I would start a YouTube channel. I would go camping. And I was like, you can do all of those things now. None of those things cost very much money at all. Like, I understand if your, like, main goal in life is like, I want a $30 million yacht, and I'm about 29 and change short. If that's the case, then yeah, then you should probably win the lottery. But for most of us, I'm sorry, I'm checking the time real quick. For most of us, that's not the case. For most of us, we say we want this thing, but we don't actually do it. So many people say they want to paint, but they haven't painted that year, like, at all. They don't even own any paints. They haven't, like, watched any videos. They haven't taken any courses. They haven't signed up for anything. Like, they're literally just saying that. So many people say, I'm going to write. I have a friend who says, I'm going to write when I retire. When I retire, I'm going to write my life story. And they just retired 2 years ago, and they haven't written anything. And at some point, you kind of have to call their bluff and go, like, I don't think you really want this. I think this is an excuse that you're giving yourself and you're giving the people around you as to why you're not pursuing the thing that you say that you want. But maybe you should re-examine it, and maybe you don't even want it, and that's fine. Maybe you don't want to write. Maybe what you really want to do is garden, or maybe what you really want to do is sing, or maybe what you really want to do is travel, but for whatever reason, you felt like the people in your life wanted to hear that you wanted to write, and so you said that for so long, and you never actually did. Or maybe you're just now awakening to the fact that, like, oh yeah, he's got kind of a good point. Like, I keep saying that I want to do this thing, but I don't actually do it. So the question for you guys is, why? Why aren't you doing it? Like, if step 1 is to figure out what you need, what you have, and then gather what you need. If you might already have what you need. What you might need is to just have a conversation, or to start putting some things in a calendar and saying, hey, you know what? Like, I do want to write, and maybe it's not that you didn't want it. Maybe you've been a little scared. That's okay. I've been scared. I understand that. Sometimes there's this fear inside of you, like, maybe I'm not actually good enough to do this thing. Maybe I think that I want to write, but I'm kind of scared. And you know what one of the most terrifying things is for a writer? A blank page. Absolutely terrifying. maybe you just need to push through that first. I read an interview with one of the writers of The Simpsons recently, and he said that his process is this. He just writes the story as fast as he can, and he puts in jokes that he knows are bad, and he just burns through the first script, because then he goes, then I come back the next day, and I'm not writing at all. I'm rewriting, and rewriting is much easier than writing. He goes, the bones are there, and there might be entire big sections where I go, this is really, really bad. He's like, but it's not a blank page. Maybe that's for you. Last year, at the beginning of the pandemic, everything shut down. Jacqueline called and said, hey, we're going to do this virtually. And I ended up looking at myself on a screen for 45 minutes, and I couldn't see anyone's faces, and because I was the only one that had my camera on, so I was like, this might just be an elaborate joke, that no one is actually watching this at all, and my friends are just on the other end like, look at this idiot. But pandemic happened, and I spent a good couple weeks like panicking, freaking out, because like overnight my income had evaporated. I was on I used to be on 100 airplanes a year. I was on a dozen airplanes last year, and that was all at the beginning of the year. And then overnight, I was supposed to be home for a week. I was going to come home for a week, and remember being excited to be home for a week? And those days, that ship has sailed. And so I came home, and I was like, babe, I get to be home for a week. And then halfway through that week, the NBA announced that they were canceling their season. And I was like, what? Like the week before that, I had just, for the first time, heard the word coronavirus in real life. Like I'd seen it on the news, there'd been some talking about it. But then in early March, that was the first time I heard a human being be like, have you guys heard about this? And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then it was like NBA canceled, MLB, like all these things. And it just sent shockwaves through, and I just started my phone just started ringing off the hook in the worst possible way. Every person saying, hey, we got to cancel, hey, we got to cancel, hey, we got to cancel. And I spent a good couple weeks just just kind of running around panicking. And then at some point I was like, okay, bro, this is not really healthy for us. What can you control? And I realized that in the past, when I had given talks to students and stuff, that's what I would always tell students, is like, focus on the things that you can control. Focus on the stuff that you have control over. And so I literally had to sit down as a 34-year-old man and make a list of these are all the things that I can control, and these are all the things that I can't. And almost everything I had been panicking about was on that second list. I was like, I don't get to control when the virus goes away. I don't get to control what the state, local, national government does to respond to this, or whether or not I agree with those things, or if it's fast enough, or if it's not, or I don't get to control any of that stuff. I don't get to control whether my clients cancel events, reschedule my events. I don't get to control whether they ask for refunds or say we can push it off till next year. Like all the things that I was panicking about, I was like, I don't get to control any of these things. So then I was like, well, what can I control? I said, well, I can control the way that I spend my time. I can control the way that I spend my money. I can control my own attitude to some extent. It might try to get off the leash a little bit, but I can kind of rein it back in. And I can control the actions that I take every day. And so I said, okay, I can't control what money's coming in, but I can control what money's going out. And I canceled a bunch of subscriptions and, started eating ramen noodles and stuff with my family. And now my 3-year-old thinks ramen noodles are amazing. She loves them. And then I said, okay, what's the thing that I've always said that I want to do and I didn't have time for? Because that was what I realized is man, the pandemic really, really ate our lunch in terms of our excuses about time. Because before the pandemic, we all used to say, man, I'll do this if I ever have the time. And then the universe was like, your move. And I had said for a long time, I'd been working on that Viking ship, and I said, you know what, I really want to write a book about this someday. And I'd been collecting all the submissions that people sent in. I scanned and archived copies of them so I would be able to go back and consult that data later. And I'd written notes about my experience. I'd taken all these pictures and stuff. And then I was like, well, I've got to get there. I got this busy season. And then all of a sudden, it was like, no, you don't. And so after that panicking, I was like, okay, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to write a book proposal. And I was panicking because all of a sudden it was like my bluff was being called. Are you a writer? Do you actually know how to do this? And I wrote a crappy first draft. And then I went back and I revised that, and I revised it again. And eventually I got it to a point where I was like, okay, I've got couple chapters here. And I sent it to an agent, and this agent was like, this is really great. I'd like to represent this. And then halfway into the pandemic, at the beginning of last summer, I get a call from my agent, and she was like, hey, HarperCollins wants to publish your book. And I cried like a little baby. I was just this is a lifelong dream that I've always wanted to accomplish. And you know what, though? There wasn't ever this big moment where it's you did it. That moment was cool. But at that point, I had written 6 chapters of a 40-chapter book. And they said, here you go, you got this deal. And then I wrote it, and then they're like, okay, now wait, and we'll send you edits in 2 months. And then I got those, and then they're like, okay, now wait, and we'll send you there's never this moment you're like, this is it. Actually chasing down a dream like that is just a series of putting one foot in front of the next one and just doing it a little bit at a time. But it starts with identifying what it is that you even want, and then making a list of those ingredients, and then making a plan to get the ones that you don't have. See, the truth is, when I wanted to publish my kids' book, I didn't have an agent, I didn't have any connections in the industry, and I'd given up on that dream a long, long time ago because of that. And finally, eventually, I did this thing that has been really, really helpful for me, and I think it could be helpful for you. Some people find it slightly offensive. Anytime I have a skill that I want to acquire but I'm scared of, I think of the dumbest person that I know that knows how to do that thing. And I go, if that idiot could pull it off. And so I literally went to the library and I just started looking at all the kids' books, and I was like, wow, that's incredible. I couldn't do that. That one sucks. I could do that. They got published. I was like, if that idiot got through all of these steps, maybe I could do it too. And so I just started making a plan. And I put together a proposal, and I put together a thing, and I reached out to an agent, and all this stuff happened. Over time, I made a plan, and I started going with it. And there's this quote from a gentleman whose name I'm not even going to try to pronounce. It says, a goal without a plan is just a wish. And that's true. Some of us act like we have goals and we have plans, but really all we have is wishes because we haven't done anything to get from where we are to where we're going to be. And at some point, as a grown-up, you got to put on your big boy pants and go you know what? Do I want this or not? And if I do, then let's make it happen. Some of you guys say you want a European vacation, but you're like, well, it would never happen because I'll never get the time off, or my boss would never say, or I don't have enough money, or whatever. You know what? Do you want it or not? Maybe you got to wait till your boss has dental surgery and is still a little bit high, and then you go ask him then, when he's not going to remember it, and you get it in writing, right? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Maybe you got to save up for 15 years, but do you want it or not? Maybe you have to do sacrifice. Maybe you have to eat ramen noodles and beans and rice for a while to get to go on the trip of your dreams. Whatever the thing is, make a plan and make it happen. And then last but not least, you got to place your order. You have to actually ask for the thing. It's not enough to go to a restaurant and want a grilled cheese sandwich and know that they could have it. You actually have to ask for the grilled cheese sandwich at some point. I know that seems obvious, but so many times we don't do that. We don't let people know that we want this thing. We don't because we're afraid. Oh, what if they judge me for this? Or what if they laugh when I say that I want this thing? But people can't help you if they don't know that you want help. Years ago, I was in Idaho doing this speaking engagement, and they said, hey, we've got this campground. It's way up in the mountains in Idaho. I thought Idaho was literally just made out of potatoes. But turns out there's a whole mountainy part of the state. And so I get in a car, I drive up into the mountains, and they go, don't worry about a hotel or anything like that because there's just first of all, it's in the middle of nowhere. There are no hotels, but we have a campground. You can stay there. And I was like, great. So I drive up this beautiful campground. It's in the mountains, amazing views. And they pull up to the little check-in center, and they're like, okay, here's how you get to your cabin. And I get in my car and I drive up this little gravel road, and I walk into this cabin, and it's a rustic, campground kind of a cabin, but I grew up going to summer camp, no big deal, it's fine. But then I opened the door to my actual room, and I was like, oh, we have a problem here. And the problem was that the room was literally, it was just a bed with just a mattress, no sheets, no covers, no comforter, no pillow, no nothing. I go into the bathroom, there's no soap, there's no shampoo, there's no any of this. This is a summer camp that you're supposed to bring all your stuff to, and that was not communicated to me, the speaker, in any way, shape, or form. And so I think, oh, they probably just, I didn't realize that at first. I thought, oh, they probably just, the housekeeping people just didn't do this. Today, they missed it. So I walk outside, and start to walk back down the hill, and I see every other person carrying a sleeping bag. And I was like, oh, I'm the idiot. And I didn't even think no, you're not the idiot. I reviewed the documentation later. It was nowhere in there. They never told me. But I didn't want to look like an idiot. And so I got in my car, I drove into the next town. It's a Sunday, this little town in the middle of nowhere in Idaho. There are almost no stores open, period. And there are almost no stores, period. But there's one store that's open, and it's a combination grocery store and feedlot. And I go in saying please God, let them have sleeping bag, pillow, soap, towels. They had soap towels. Now, a reasonable person would have gone up to the people and been like, hey, I didn't know I was supposed to bring all this stuff. Do you guys have an extra set? And the answer is yes. I'm not the first idiot that's gone to that camp, right? Surely there's a closet somewhere or a lost and found. But you know what I did? I slept under a towel because I didn't want to be the person that admitted that I needed this thing. I'm 6'2". A towel covers me from here to here, okay? So all night it was, which part of you do you want to be warm? I literally wore every piece of clothing that I had brought on that trip and shivered the entire night. See, the truth is, like, nobody can help you if you don't ask for help. If you don't tell people, hey, you know what, I want to run a marathon. Hey, you know what, I want to go on a diet. Hey, you know what, whatever that thing is that you want to do, if you don't let the other people who are around you know that in some way, yeah, don't tell the haters, don't tell the naysayers, don't tell the people who are going to be like, yeah, good luck, but do tell your wife or your husband or your best friend or the people who you know will hold you accountable. Maybe even tell the guy who's kind of annoying at we all have that one friend that if you tell them you're going to run a marathon, they've got a training plan for you 5 minutes later, they're like, let's do this. Maybe tell that guy, maybe don't, okay? It's up to you, the 50-50 on that. But tell people, let them know, make the order. I'll close with this story. Several years ago, my friends went on this float trip on the Buffalo River in Arkansas. And one-day float trips are all about, drinking beer and getting a sunburn on a river. But they were doing a 4 or 5 day float trip. They were floating the entire length of the Buffalo River. And those are serious trips. You have to bring all your food with you. You usually bring dehydrated food, and so that you save weight, and then you put it all, you're filtering your water out of the river, because you have to carry 5 days of food in a canoe. And so they were, every night they would, every day they would canoe for several miles, and then they would find a spot to camp on the side of the river. They would make all this food, and backpacking food is fine for a day or two, but after several days, your brain starts just hallucinating about actual food again. And they sat around the last couple of nights just talking about what are we going to eat when we get back to civilization? And somehow they dreamed up this this thing that you would only dream up after 4 or 5 days of basically starving yourself. And they had this idea for a new kind of sandwich. And they got off the river, they got to their cars, and they drove to this place called the Ozark Cafe, which is in Jasper, Arkansas. And they walk in, and the waitress sits down. She's like, here's a menu. And they go, actually, we don't need a menu. We want to know if you can make this sandwich for us. And she goes, well, let me go talk to the cook. She goes back and talks to the cook, and the cook comes out, and they think he's going to be mad, just order off the menu, guys. But no, he didn't. He was like, this sandwich idea that you guys have come up with is potentially the most brilliant thing that anyone has ever come up with in all of mankind. And I want to put it on the menu permanently. And they were like, that sounds great. And he was like, I want you guys to name it. And the sandwich idea, it's been right in front of us all along. I don't know why no one had thought of this before, but they said, we want a hamburger, a cheeseburger with all the toppings, everything on there. But instead of the bottom bun, we want a grilled cheese sandwich. And then instead of the top bun, we want a second grilled cheese sandwich. Grilled cheese sandwich, cheeseburger with all the toppings, another grilled cheese sandwich. The most gluttonous American meal that you could possibly imagine. And this guy, he's like, I'll let you name it. And they go, okay, let us think about it. So he goes and cooks it, and he comes back out. And the sandwich is so tall, because it is essentially 3 sandwiches, that it's so tall that he has to stick a knife all the way through it, right? Have you ever had a hamburger that had a knife holding it all together? So he brings out this sandwich, has a knife sticking into it. And one of the guys joked, he's like, it's like, I have to am I worthy? It's a sword in the stone, do I pull this out of this sandwich? And then the other guy goes, that's it, the Excalibur. The Ozark Cafe in Jasper, Arkansas is now home of the Excalibur. That's on their menu. It's on their website. The Travel Channel has done a special on it. Man vs. Food has been there. People have probably died, okay, from the amount of calories in this burger that can all be traced back to my friends. And none of that would have happened if my friends hadn't seen hey, you know what, this menu is fine, but I have this other idea. And in a sense, them ordering that became permission for other people to order that. And it became this entire thing. And the same is true of you, that when you go out and live your authentic, real, true life, you empower other people to do that too. Me showing Rachel that you can put whatever name you want on your Starbucks order, it was just a little gift. It didn't cost me anything, but it was a way of saying hey, here's permission. You can do this thing. And when you go out and live whatever your crazy life is, and yours might be so much more serious and impactful than mine. I'm kind of professional jackass, but yours might be like you inspire people to acts of kindness or acts of generosity, or you inspire people to like run a business in a way that yeah, sure, you make money and you pay your bills and all that, but you also like make an impact in your community. You also like show people that you can still be a human being and run a business at the same time. Like whatever your story is, it's not just for you. It's also for all the other people who are going to see that story and learn that life is too short to order off the menu. Guys, my name is Kyle Sheely. You've been a phenomenal audience. Thank you so much for your time.
Wasn't that great? Man. Okay, I mean, there's so much to say here. First of all, I want to experience this pizza world, right? Because who would not want to live in a pizza world? So yes for that. And the run free? Yeah, I'm totally doing that. Running a marathon is on my checklist for the year, but having a martini and sitting in my living room and being on the run free event sounds pretty darn good. So I like that idea. I think for us, right, to get to know what your gift is, right? I mean, we all have a gift that we bring, and to focus on the things that you can control, right? How many of us focus on the things that we can't, right? I think we're all stuck in that. Make a plan and place your order. And I'm placing my order for the Excalibur. I'm making that. It's going to be awfully darn good. And then, Kyle, I think one thing I do need for you to do for me is I do need a Viking funeral. I need a Viking funeral for 2020. So if we can have a Viking funeral for 2020. I mean, Kyle's already built the Viking ship for the 20s, so it's just adding another 20. So we should be able to do that. So the Viking funeral for 2020. Anyway, I think it's been just a lot of great content so far. We've got a great session coming up next with live with Kelly Deshawn. So we're going to get ourselves set up for that. Has everyone been enjoying the day so far? Fantastic. Well, again, as we said early on in the day, it's been so much fun to actually be in company with each other. Because, we didn't have that last year. And last year it was all virtual. And this year we actually get to be together for a fun afternoon. And looking like a talk show, right? So we've got some fun coming up. At the end of this, so I think all of our additional options for buying your raffle tickets are over. So hopefully you bought the extra ones that you wanted. We will be doing the drawing at the end of this Kelly Deshawn live show. So we'll be looking forward to seeing who is going to go home today with the cruise for two. Who wants to win that? Yeah? Anyone that wants to win, do you already have plans for who will go with you? I'm a really good bag handler, so I can go on that cruise with you. Very good. So we're just about ready. And, again, so for us, we've talked about our sponsors quite a bit today, but they really have been really impactful on helping us have this event. We all, during difficult times, not an easy call to make, right? Have you all tried to go out and talk to folks to be sponsors for your different events? There you go. But then you have someone like Scott Moon, who we have, that makes it really easy. So he already knows everybody. But anyway, so this is me stalling. So now we're going to sing a song. No, just kidding.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This is Mambo number 5.
The stretch. Maybe we should have some music. Where's my win-win-win song?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody in the car, so come on, let's ride to the liquor store around the corner. The boys say they want some gin and juice, but I really don't wanna be a buzz like I had last week. I must stay deep, cause talk is cheap. I like Angela, Pamela, Sandra.
Is everybody kind of getting ready for a margarita?
You know they're getting sweet.
We're not too far off from that. About an hour.
My Lord, to me, flirting is just like a sport. Anything fly, it's all good. Let me jump in and sing the trumpet. A little bit of Monica in
So,
my life.
we are ready
A little
then.
bit of Erica by my side. A little bit of Reed.
Our next speaker, our CEO, Kelly DeShawn, probably doesn't need an introduction, but we're going to do one anyway. So Kelly is a native Texan. She graduated from the University of Houston in hotel restaurant management. Same thing. Different school. And then she had a minor in Spanish. Later, she obtained a master's degree at the University of Texas at Austin in community and economic development. She spent 20 years working in the wider Caribbean region as a director for the private sector in some of the area's most prestigious destinations. In 2011, Kelly returned to Texas and here to Galveston to assume the position of executive director of the Galveston Island Park Board of Trustees. Under Kelly's leadership, yes, big round of applause. Under Kelly's leadership, the Park Board has achieved significant milestones, including record-breaking tourism revenues, several large-scale beach nourishment projects, and the recognition of the Park Board and CVB as important catalysts for community development and economic growth. She currently serves on the board for the Galveston Regional Chamber of Commerce, for the Galveston Economic Development Partnership, and is the chair-elect for Texas's largest travel industry association, Texas Travel Alliance. So, without any further ado, here's Kelly.
I kissed the mic and I shook Woody's hand. I'll have to share with you that when Meg Winchester, several of you knew her, left us several years ago, it was going to be a tall order to fill her shoes. We formed a selection committee. We hired a national selection firm. We went through the first round of candidates and said, Went through the second round of candidates, and Michael Woody walked through the door. He'd been in Florida for a vacation for a week, and just looking at him, we said, that's the guy. He wears the brand, and he has shown it immensely. Really want to appreciate and extend my appreciation to you, Michael, and your team for everything you've done today. Great job. Oh my God, well, good afternoon, Galveston. I need everybody to stand up for a moment because I know this is the longest you've been sitting for a long time. Shake it out for me for a minute. Can I have some music back there, Jacqueline? Come on, man, we got to get the blood going. I haven't sat this long in a long time, right? So just kind of move it out. We got a lot of women in here, so I know we got a lot of flexibility. Good. Sit on down. I just needed you to move your blood before you sat down, and there you go. I love it. Good job. Next year, Gina, we'll have to get your health break that you do for the women's conference up here. All right, go ahead and sit down. It's so nice to see all of you here back in our house, the Galveston Island Convention Center, because this is our place, right? This is where we make magic happen and tourism happens in Galveston. And God, this building's been empty for a long time right now. A smattering of business here and a smattering of business here, but we are anxious to be back up and back running. We had 360 people register here today. Yeah, I am super excited about that. And then we've got 60 more online with us. Thanks all for being here today. And thank you all for coming out. And I have to say, I'm wondering who's running all of your businesses. Because if your business is like mine right now, I'm having a tough time recruiting. And so when I saw all of you signed up here, I thought, well, gosh, the managers must be back at the house washing the dishes and changing beds. And I suspect some of you all have done that this season as well. There was at one point between shutting down and opening up and shutting down and opening up again last season that I myself was taking phone calls at the call center for the seawall parking. And I thought, well, hell, I've got a master's degree. I'm the CEO of the park board. I can do this, right? They sat me down in that chair. There's nothing more humanizing than having your frontline staff have to explain something to you 3 times. So I can get the, hello, thank you for coming to Galveston. How would you like to buy your ticket or your parking? That part was a breeze. It was inputting the data into the computer while they're standing on the seawall with the breeze blowing 15 times. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that. But I know that we've all been doing jobs that we hadn't been doing before, and I know that because my own boss, Spencer Priest, and I know we've recognized him a couple of times, but Spencer, if you're here, will you stand up again? There he is, the man in the back. I'd call him he's the manager for the DoubleTree, he's the general manager of the DoubleTree, and I'd call him during the crisis, and I'd say, hey, you got a minute for me? He'd say, come in 10, I'm baking cookies. I think that man did every job. At one point, he was mowing the front lawn, but that's what it takes. You know, and I was talking one time to our city manager, Brian Maxwell, and we were talking, and I have a lot of respect for what Brian does. The city looks great, huh? Shout out to the city. Anybody want to say that, wow, Galveston looks phenomenal right now? And Brian says to me, I don't know how you deal with those hoteliers. And I said, what? I'm one of them. I used to be a hotelier. And you can tell us because we've all got a tic, right? Or a heavy drinking problem. That's what a hotelier is. You know, and it's really a dedication. And I want to say that after the winter freeze, after the 3rd storm, and I'm waiting for the locusts, I hear that they're breeding up in the northwest or northeast right now. But after the 3rd event, which was that storm, I began to look at my fellow hoteliers as heroes. I'm going to write into Marvel and ask them to create a superhero. In deference to my 16-year-old daughter who is politically correct, it will be hospitality. Not man or woman, just hospitality. Gender neutral. And that is because when the electricity went off and the water went off, where did a whole lot of people end up? In the hotels. And you should hear some of the stories that the hoteliers tell. I called myself because, you know, I've got some connections. So I said, what does a room in the hotel look like right now? And they said, well, Kelly, come on down if you like. We'll give you one. You can even bring your dogs and your cats. But I don't have any electricity. Okay, so what does that look like? You've got an emergency generator. Yeah, but we got to keep the elevators moving. So a bunch of you, maybe, did anybody stay in a hotel for the winter freeze here? Yeah. So I want to just give a round of applause for all of you who work in hotels, who worked through the winter freeze, who took the complaints from the uneducated, who checked in, and when they checked in, you told them, we don't have electricity, and they still called the front desk and said, my room is cold. One of those hoteliers that I've come to love and adore here in Galveston, and the reason I'm probably chair-elect of the Texas Travel Alliance this coming year is because of the support that I've gotten from this person. This person, for me, epitomizes what hospitality means. He himself started off as a bellboy, and today he is vice president of Landry's Hospitality. Paul, would you come on up with me, please? And Paul, would you bring your guests, Dave and Paul, with you, please? Gentlemen, will you come with him? Let's see. I don't think Paul's a big drinker, but I noticed he's had a tic. Good.
We're green.
We wanted to take a moment here because at the end of the day, what we do for tourism is not based on just the big attractions that we have or the beaches that we have. Tourism comes down to the people that are here and the graciousness that we show and the pride that we feel in our community. And we wanted to take a moment to recognize two people who we thought, through their dedication and career and service to Galveston, to Landry's, epitomized that. Paul?
Thank you, Kelly. And Kelly, thank you for a great day. This is awesome. Very proud of you and your team. So, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce two of our associates from the San Luis. And 2020 was a year that we want to forget, right? But the business went on. It did. And, it was a rough year, but we're out of it now. We're moving into the new, okay? But I wanted to recognize two of our long-term associates at the San Luis. San Luis has been open 37 years this coming year. And these gentlemen are charter employees from the San Luis. They started in April of 1984. Yeah, pretty awesome that they've been there 37 years. So, yeah. They never missed a day during 2020. They were there for the entire time. But I'd like to recognize David Stenson. David is our supervisor out at Valet. He maintains the first and the last impression at the San Luis Resort. David is married to Marion. She's a school teacher with GISD. Four children, 2 boys, 2 girls, and 3 of them have graduated from Prairie View A&M and 1 currently at Prairie View. So, great job. David sings. He and his family have a little group, the Stensons, and maybe next year at this we can get a little local entertainment, okay? All right, so. But we're really proud of David. He's awesome. So many times I've met guests that come and go at the San Luis, and they say, boy, I knew David when I was, a little kid, and now I bring my grandchildren. So quite a story. Thank you, David. And this gentleman, right to my right, Paul Copeland, he also started in April of 1984, started in the stewarding department. Stewarding is so important. It's the sanitation of all of our kitchen, culinary areas. Paul did a great job. He was promoted to in-room dining. And he has a unique position. Paul can cook, he can deliver, he can service. He does a lot of the things overnight. When we're all home sleeping, Paul's taking care of our guests. And nobody sees more unusual things than in a hotel after hours. So, Paul, you could write a book, okay? I know you could. Paul, his biggest thing, man, he is the sports guy. If you ever want to talk sports, talk to Paul. His favorite team, and I'm not sure if it still is, but it was always the New England Patriots because of Brady. But Brady's now in Tampa, so he may have moved that preference. But great man. I found out this week that Paul, your music, AC/DC and Van Halen, right? Okay, so he also goes to Macedonia Church. So when he's not listening to music or not working at the San Luis, I think he's praying in Macedonia. So, Paul, you're a good man. I thank both of you gentlemen. I just so respect what you do. Everybody in here, we're all in this business, and you two are pros. So thank you very much. Thank you. So, yeah.
At the park board, we have a habit of not giving certificates, but of giving framed photos. We have a photo here taken by one of ours of the pleasure pier and the beaches, and this one is for Paul Copeland in recognition and dedication of service to Galveston Island and the hospitality industry. Thank you, Paul. And Mr. David, thank you as well. God bless you and keep working hard.
Kelly, one more thing. It's always nice to go home with a little cash. I know Cindy Novotny was talking about cash is king. I do have a check for $500 for both of these gentlemen. So, yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. As we said, it's all of you that makes tourism possible. We could have the beautiful beaches, the wonderful amenities, the fabulous hotels, but without your Southern Galveston hospitality, we are not in business. I also want to take a moment to recognize some of our VIPs in the room. I see Council Member Marie Robb for District 6 out there. Thanks for being with us, Marie. And I believe I saw Dr. Brown, of course, in the room. He's going to join us here in a minute. From the WARS Board, we're joined today by the Chairman, Albert Shannon. Great to see you. And Harry Maxwell from the board as well. And then Teddy O'Rourke as well with the Port Authority. And, of course, the Port Director, under his able leadership, Roger Rees. Thanks for being here. And did want to mention that we had two of the trustees from Galveston College today. You all met, of course, Raymond Lewis, but Armin Cantini was around here as well, and we're really pleased to have him. Some of my own trustees have walked into the room. Marty Fluke over here, if you'd say hi, Marty. And I thought I saw Jason Wortham maybe walk in the back room over there. Thank you, Jason. All of these are volunteer leadership positions. My board spends probably an easy 40 to 50 hours a month at the park board. They make hard decisions and they're not getting paid a dime for it. And I'm not even sure that they're getting some of those connections that Stephen talked about. I do think they get stopped in the grocery store quite a bit. These are all volunteer positions appointed by City Council, our committees as well, and if you're interested in being a leader here in Galveston and giving some of your time, please feel free to come talk to me or any of my staff. We got a great show planned for you today, this afternoon. I hope that you've liked what's come already. I usually, I go to a lot of conferences, I participate in a lot of things, and the motivational speakers have just not been my thing in the past. I felt like I'd seen a lot of them, but boy, today it lifted my heart. I was on edge with Cindy Novotny. Who here just loved Cindy Novotny? I needed that. I'd been walking around town telling people how tired I was because it's just been nonstop. But she's right, game on, and I'm so pleased to be here in Galveston Island. And Stephen Baines, I know him because we volunteered together as Peace Corps volunteers, weren't in the same group, weren't in the same country, but once you're a Peace Corps volunteer, it's a cult, and anywhere you go, you're connected for life with some of those folks as well. And then really, I'll never look at a grilled cheese sandwich the same again. This afternoon, I'm glad, thank you to my board of directors who recently gave me a title change, because if not, I might feel a little inferior up here. I've got 3 VPs and the mayor here to talk to you. So we're about to have a very heady conversation that I hope you'll enjoy. We're going to talk about the future of Galveston and where do we go from here. So with that said, I'm going to sit down at my Kelly DeShawn desk here, and I'd like to invite up to the stage my very first interviewee, Miss Bethany DeRose, Vice President of Strategic Assets for JLL and their tourism division. Please help me welcome Bethany DeRose. You should have a mic on, and if not, grab one of the ones down there. Who's been working so damn hard, you got that head on. Bethany, thanks for coming. So glad to have you down here. Bethany, when the gentleman was speaking about your dream jobs and what you do, Bethany, for me, has one of those dream jobs, or at least I thought she did. We'll see if she still thinks it's a dream job. Bethany is a hospitality warrior. She came through college, like many of you. She got her start in a hotel. She's got her stripes because maybe like some of you, she opened a hotel or reopened a hotel, the one in Atlantic City after Sandy. And anybody who's done that never wants to do it again. But you're a road warrior. You spend a lot of time before the pandemic on the road. What's your last year look like? No.
There we go. Well, great. Well, Kelly, thank you for having me here today, and it's great to be back, in person. As you said, previously was a road warrior, was much like Kyle, probably not home a lot. On the road in great places and great destinations. So after being home for about 15 months, something along those lines, feels like, it's great to be back in person and to see this industry back together. First and foremost, as it's hard to break this industry apart, as we've all seen. But I think there's some real momentum here that we're going to talk about today.
Well, I'm pleased my marriage survived 15 months of me being at home. I see yours has too.
Yes.
Congratulations.
It was the first thing we said when we thought we'd be home for 3 weeks. We said, if we're home for 3 weeks, this will be the longest we'll be home together in 7 years. And we made it past 3 weeks. So, again, happy to be back.
Glad to have you. So what Bethany does is that as a vice president for strategic asset management at JLL, which is an international development company, she goes into destinations and she helps them to identify what are their most strategic assets, how do they build on those assets, and how do they continue to change, because in a tourism destination, and especially one like Galveston where you have a lot of repeat visitors, you need to be able to show new pieces of your face and new aspects, and we're going to talk a little bit about that today. So, you know, in knowing, most recently, Bethany and her company's done some work for us. You'll see it come out. It's our Destination Sustainability Plan, and it talks about where do we go from here. And one of the things that Bethany and I have talked a lot about is that more development doesn't always have to be more of the same. So obviously here in Galveston, one of our biggest assets is the beach, and the people that we have coming are the beach goers. So Bethany, outside of the beach, what do you think are our opportunities here in Galveston to grow, and how do we differentiate ourselves a little bit from some of the other places you've seen?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think one of the things that to start with is the diversity in product offerings. And you know, when you look at a destination globally, you know, there are so many factors that can impact success, so many variables. We recently did a project with the World Travel and Tourism Council and looked at 75 different data points or different data factors across 50 different global cities that affect tourism success. So there are a lot of things that can have an impact here. And when we talk about what Galveston currently has, we know we have our natural resources. We know the beach is a current demand driver. And ensuring that that asset can continue to be successful, has the ability to be preserved and reinvested in, and expanded upon. So we've talked a lot about, for the sustainability of this island destination, we need to preserve and enhance our natural resources. And that also helps drive distinction, that reinvestment in that product. One of the recommendations in the plan that we've all come up with together based on that research was a category we called strategic product development, so not more of the same. You know, and the words growth and the words development can sometimes be scary words. You know, people hear that and think more of the same, that we're just trying to drive more. You know, we obviously want, as an industry, to drive more incremental revenue to stakeholder businesses, drive more hotel room nights, drive up that hotel tax. But it allows us to think more strategically about when and how we diversify that product so that we can get to those questions and we can see a more sustainable, longer-term island destination that has a highly engaged and highly valuable visitor experiencing multiple things across the island.
Yeah, you really hit on something here for us in Galveston because, gosh, in the summer months it's crazy. And I don't know about you all, but the last 8 weeks have just been off the charts for us at the park board. The park's good. The parks are moving, the people on the seawall. I'll just give you one indicator. Over spring break in 2019, we collected about $7,000 in seawall parking fees. In 2021, we collected $23,000 off that same 2-week period. Right, yeah, that's good. You know, and so the summer's going gangbusters, but boy, I am concerned about the fall, and if you'd been around me for any extended time, you would have known I was concerned about the events, but those are coming back on. And it's that lull in that period in the off season that we really are needing visitors, and that is one reason that we're so appreciative of the hard work that the Port of Galveston is doing with the cruises, because that is really important off-season visitation for us. But it's not just the private sector investing, huh? How do we make that work? I mean, I can attract businesses to come down here, but how do I make them invest or entice them to invest in something that is a winter product that's not as productive maybe as the summer?
Sure, yeah, and one of the things that was early on in the research process for the destination sustainability recommendations was looking at obviously stakeholder concerns, stakeholder wants and needs, but we also went out to a resident population to understand what their issues were, what their concerns were. And the great news is that over 75% of the residential population is supportive of this industry. It's one of the highest I think I've ever seen in getting to travel to different destinations.
Boy, those other 25% are vocal.
They always are. They always are. But, to your point, Kelly, having that supportive community makes public sector investment and involvement an easier conversation to have, because we know this industry is driving jobs, is driving revenue, is driving interest in demand and coming down to the island. And so having those conversations with local elected, some of who are here today, those who have, both you and Michael have mentioned volunteer leadership, those who are coming to the table to facilitate some of these conversations about investment in product, investment in infrastructure, investment in transportation solutions to move that visitor between districts, between areas. Those are things that it's not just the private sector that invests. It's not just the hotels. It's the infrastructure needs to ensure that the visitor has a positive experience, to ensure that the industry has that longevity in having people come back and be able to circulate through the destination. And I think that with that support, you have a unique opportunity to facilitate some of those conversations further for that continued public investment and involvement.
Yeah, we've really seen that in Galveston. When we reach out, the issue that people most often struggle with is traffic. And in the last 5 years, I think the city of Galveston has made tremendous investments in the streets and the trolleys. There's some refuges, what do I call them, to cross the seawall now, and really pleased by that investment. The other thing, Bethany, is that in our world, we talk a lot about indicators. And you said, more growth isn't always better growth or what you need. And indicators in our industry have traditionally been how many people on the island. And I think most of you all know that we're at about 7 million visitors a year now in an island of 50,000. I'm not sure that all Galvestonians want to see more of that. The other indicator that we use, of course, is the hotel occupancy tax that we're collecting. And those don't seem to be appropriate for this strategy that we'd like to implement, which is not necessarily more people, but more engaged people. They stay longer, they visit more places, they talk about Galveston. What other indicators are you seeing for measurement of success in destinations?
We were just having this conversation last night that, the highly engaged or the highly valuable visitor is someone who is moving through the destination, is spreading that dollar further into the community. And so when we talk about traditional indicators of measuring the industry success, of course, there's hotel occupancy, there's room nights, there's hotel tax. But we were talking about technology platforms that will really allow us to show, the community, stakeholders, that the visitor, because of the investments we're making, because of the partnerships we're driving at the local level, that we are developing that strategic product that drives visitation to a greater portion of our community and spreads that dollar further. So I think there's a lot to, there's a lot of factors, as we mentioned before, potentially over 75 different indicators of what a healthy industry looks like, or what a highly engaged visitor industry looks like. But I think one of the primary things is that movement throughout the destination, seeing them stay longer, diversification in what that visitor looks like, how they're coming into the destination, where they're choosing to stay, and what products we have to offer them. And so just looking at the engagement across the destination, I think, is going to start to move up in terms of its rank and file. Where we normally have traditionally looked at the bottom dollar. How is the occupancy tax being collected? Is it growing? We still want to do that, right? We still want to see that growth. But if we see that growth in the shoulder seasons, and we see that a targeted visitor is staying in September, October, November over a key need period, that's almost more valuable than another room night in July. It's almost more valuable than when more people are coming at the same time. So trying to drive that diversity across the seasonality, and knowing that there's opportunities for us to drive further engagement across the community.
I have a slide, I think, that's going to represent that, and if you could throw it up. This is some data we buy. The first time I saw this, I was mortified. This all comes off of aggregated cell phone data. We buy the cell phone data, and when people come across the island, we can track, not you as an individual, but you as a unit, as to where you're going. This is a heat map, and it shows where people are moving between and around the island. So you can see out there at Sea Wolf Park, they come across, they hit maybe Texas Texas A&M or go out to the West End, you can see the downtown and definitely the terminals in there as well, the Strand and the Pleasure Pier, and then the hotels down the way. This is interesting data, and this helps us to figure out how we target our market and where they're going. Very sophisticated stuff, and if you're interested, I can show you how to take it off your phone after the session. Raymond said he didn't need to know that we were tracking him like that. I could talk to Bethany all afternoon. Her and I have had some great conversations, but I'm going to ask Bethany that you move on down, and I'd like to bring our next two VPs up. I have with us today Russell Benefort, Vice President of Government Relations for Carnival. Oh my God, I'm following in your seat. For Royal Caribbean. Let's hear it for Royal Caribbean. He's accompanied today by Josh Carroll, who's the Vice President of Development, and I was so excited when these gentlemen agreed. Royal Caribbean has been a sponsor for the Tourism Summit since we started. Thank you very much. And I knew that they were under some limitations this year, and I called up Russell. The last time I saw him, we were in Canada together, and said, hey, Russell, would love to have you down here. I suspect you don't have a lot of budget. And he said, well, let me check it out. I'll get back to you. And in 2 weeks, he came, and he said, not only will I come down, can I bring my Vice President of Development, and can he share the terminal plans? To which my heart went, whoa, because I know all of you are excited to see the investment that Royal Caribbean is having here. We will accept Russell as a Texan. He is a UT grad as well. Come on up, Russell. So glad to have you. Russell, I would equate him almost to being like I'd equate him to being almost like a hotel manager. He was a city manager, and I think that there's a lot of similarities between being a city manager and a hotel manager. Russell rose up to the position of Deputy Director for Miami-Dade as well. And so, yes, I suspect he's got a couple of ticks in the works also. He's accompanied today by Josh Carroll, and some of you, he might have had your dream job. Before coming to Royal Caribbean, he worked for Bacardi. Was that in San Juan? In Miami. Come on up, Josh. So glad to have you. I know I am just dying to have this conversation, and I know you all are too. We are so appreciative of the investment that you're making in our community, and especially during this time. I've always been a big fan of Royal Caribbean, especially for the outreach, the environmental and the community outreach. You all are a good company and a great partner to have in Galveston, so thank you. First off, I'd like to hear a little bit. I know that our industry and the hotels and the attractions and even our parks have had to make a lot of changes. I suspect you all have been gearing up and getting ready. We had some great news from the CDC late last week or this week, hopefully setting us on a trajectory. Can you share a little bit about what you all are doing in the industry and what we should expect to see?
Is that it? I got it. Perfect. Well, thank you for having us. Russell's introduction's a lot more exciting than mine, though, with all of his city manager experience. Thank you again. So, much like all of us here, we've gone through ups and downs and starts and stops and lefts and rights and backwards and forwards and all the different ways you can think about it. We've been working really closely with the CDC. We created back last year, I believe in March or April, something called the Healthy Sail Panel. And the Healthy Sail Panel was a group of independent experts that came together. They were former public health leaders, former heads of the CDC, and we brought this group together to evaluate our business from top to bottom and really help us identify what are the areas, and as we all collectively learned about the virus and the most important things, how we could come back to cruising safely. That group has stuck along with us. Actually, the vast majority of the CDC guidance that you see now about cruising was actually created by that group in partnership with ourselves and Norwegian Cruise Line. And so we went through all of that, and now it really feels like we're finally arriving, and it's super exciting. You can see the Carnival ships here. Our Royal Caribbean ships will be here in the next week or two to also, and thank you very much, to help get vaccinated. And we'll be back. We're coming. This summer we will definitively be cruising from Galveston, and as we'll talk about in a moment, we have huge growth plans here. So thank you all, and we're looking forward to our guests coming back to this amazing place.
You are a beacon of light, I have to say. Really glad to have you here. And Russell, when I had mentioned that one of the things I really like about Royal Caribbean is the policies and the environment and the social mandates that you all have. When all of this started to come around, I bet you are a very popular person because there's a lot of communities and destinations around the world that depend upon cruising. What have some of those conversations look like for you with communities out there that are struggling to get back, that are hoping to get back? Is there any common themes in there?
Sure, Kelly. First of all, thank you for having us. We're really excited to be here. In addition to Josh and myself, we have a couple other team members in the back who are really the folks that do most of the work here in Galveston. So please give it up for our colleagues in the back of the room. And so this year has been difficult for a lot of us, right? I mean, everybody here, I think, all day has shared stories of what we've gone through in this past year. In a lot of communities around the world, cruise is a significant part of, really their gross domestic product or their annual revenues or their budgets. We employ hundreds of thousands of people around the world in really well-paying, significant jobs. People feed their families, they keep a roof over their heads, they send their kids to school. We're the lifeblood of a lot of communities around the world. There are some communities or in some countries in the Caribbean where cruise makes up almost 50% of their economy. Cozumel, Mexico, close to 80%. And I think some people may have read articles about what's going on in Alaska because they have really struggled. And, for most of us who've ever visited Alaska, you do so on a cruise ship. It's really difficult to travel through Alaska via airplane or rail or things like that. And so that work has been really important, to those communities. And so we work hard to get back for ourselves as a company, but we work hard to get back because we understand the importance of the jobs and that we create and we foster and what a important part of the community we are. So we have a great corporate responsibility team, and so even though we've been out of work, we have still continued to donate to try to help communities that are struggling. Most recently, we were able to evacuate people from St. Vincent after the hurricanes. We're even today producing potable water in St. Vincent and Barbados. We're just, we donated, I don't know, about $1.5 million worth of food to the Bahamas just 2 weeks ago. I mean, so that work continues because, thank you. That work continues because they're part of our family as well. So those folks that live in those communities are part of the Royal Caribbean family. We employ hundreds of thousands of people, both directly and indirectly from all over the world. So, and Galveston is really a huge part of that ecosystem as well. And so when you made the offer for us to come down, I think we jumped at the opportunity because we were starting down a path of a great project. We pressed the pause button for a little bit, and Josh's team, Josh does corporate development projects all over the world, more than 100 projects, and so we had to obviously scale back the work we were doing, and we went from over 100 projects in the world to three projects in the world, and one of those projects is right here in Galveston, Texas. All right?
Yeah, no, I'm really happy for those countries in the Caribbean, but I'm more happy for Galveston. You all are such an important player. All the hotel and cruise businesses are. There's so many of us that don't stop at the gate, don't stop at the gangplank, continue to invest in the community because I think ultimately we understand that that's what we're facilitating is an exchange between people of different places and different cultures, and we want everybody to be able to put their best foot forward. Well, then, Josh, Russell was very humble. He said there's 3 projects. I'm going to be a little bit more braggadocious. When we were lining up and planning for this, Josh said to me, Galveston's my #1 project. This is what is at the top of my list. My heart opened to Josh at that moment. I have to say, I haven't shared that with my husband yet, but my heart opened to Josh at that moment. Because this is going to be big for us. And so he's brought some information and some slides, and I'd like to turn it over to Josh and let him walk through what terminal number 3 at the historical Port of Galveston is going to look like.
Perfect. Thank you for that. So we are in the process, and this right here is actually, you're the first people to see this. It's a brand new rendering of the terminal. We're really proud of it. You know, when I've showed this to people internally, I hear wow, and it's truly wow. And this terminal is extremely special to us for one very particular reason, and that's the ship off to the left there that you see pulled up next to it. And so we at Royal Caribbean, us and Texas have a lot in common, okay? We like to build things really big. And so that ship there, you can think of it like Buc-ee's of the Seas. I went to Buc-ee's for the first time, and it was, I mean, this ship, so, you know, relative to, there you go, you can see there, on the right, that's kind of like a gas station in Florida, and on the left, that's Buc-ee's, right? And so...
Wait, Josh, we've just made you an honorary Texan as well.
Well, I am a fan of Buc-ee's, I'll tell you. I had the barbecue brisket sandwich yesterday, and I wrote home about it. So you can see the pictures here. This is Oasis Class. Oasis Class has been around since 2010. At the time it was built, it was the largest cruise ship on Earth. We now have 4 of these. We're going to have 11 ships of this size by 2030. And so these things are being built in Europe. We have another one coming out next year. And they are really what differentiates Royal Caribbean from every other cruise line in the world. And these ships attract people from all over the country. They're extremely popular. And what's amazing about them is they attract people who before wouldn't have gone on a cruise. But because they're so big, and what's ironic about them is while they hold over 6,000 guests, the amount of space per person is actually much greater than most other competitive cruise lines. And so because of that, in a really amazing way, while there are more people, it feels a lot less crowded than a lot of other cruise ships. And so, unfortunately, we can't bring this to Texas. There's not a berth in the port yet. There's the turning basin where one of these things has to swing around to be able to pull into its parking spot per se. Couldn't happen until now. So in partnership with Roger, we started this project a few years ago. You know, our mantra as an industry, we compete with Carnival a little and we compete with Norwegian a little, but what really helps us is getting people who haven't cruised or maybe went on a cruise a long time ago when they were in college or on spring break or something to say, yeah, this is a kind of vacation that I want to come and bring my family on. And the Oasis Class is really second to none in the industry. So this project is about bringing the Oasis Class here to Texas so that we can bring our Buc-ee's next to the 7-Elevens that have been here before. And, you know, we look forward to all of you joining us. And we are in the process of building the terminal. We just started doing the very, very preliminary work, and we've already put the ship on sale for November of next year. So, you know, in our dialogues, thank you. Why I say it's my number one priority is, you know, we've already got it open for sale. There's people who are buying those cruises at a really great rate that are looking forward to coming, spending time in Galveston, and getting on board for a week-long cruise starting next year. So we've got no choice but to make it happen. Thank you.
Yeah, you got a lot of pressure on you right now.
Nothing new. It's all right.
You know, this is such an important thing for us because while the cruises have historically drawn a big regional market down here, and that's why Galveston benefits as well, as we sit next to 300 million people within, or 30 million people within 300 miles. This is really a game changer. This is going to bring people from a lot farther and people who maybe aren't familiar with Texas and maybe not familiar with Galveston. So this is great. Russell, since you work with so many communities, any advice for us us about how to attract, engage, pick out of the flow that you all are going to bring down here, and introduce our own product to some of these folks?
Sure, Kelly. I really enjoyed the conversation you had earlier with Bethany. I mean, you sort of talked about, creating these sustainable and diverse economies within communities. And that's sort of exactly what this product brings. And so I think what's really useful for communities is to really start to deconstruct, almost like, some of you have this deconstructed dessert when you get all these different pieces. I think when you see this project, what's really impactful is when you start to deconstruct what each piece of it means, right? So first and foremost, you have a $125 million construction project, right? And we are going to do that construction project with Texas-based company, and that means 400 jobs that will be created for over a year. That's a lot, while we build that terminal. Once the terminal is complete, Kelly, there'll be about 400, full-time and part-time jobs that are created just to service that terminal and the ships. So that's the longshoremen, that's the people that are driving the trucks, bringing the produce, that's security, all those folks that are going to be working in that terminal. I mean, that's amazing. The ship holds 6,000 people, right? So those folks are going to, about half of those folks are going to drive into Galveston to cruise. So that means they're going to come in a few days beforehand, book hotels, eat at local restaurants, go to dinner along the Strand, visit, the Galveston seawall, visit Moody Gardens. And so it's very important for us as a company to connect with the community in terms of talking about and identifying what the economic opportunities are for Galveston. And that's a lot of what I do. And in addition to that, one of the things that we hardly ever talk about is that, a ship this size, 6,000 guests there, how many crew? Like 2,500 to 3,000? So there'll be about 2,500 to 3,000 crew members who are basically living on this ship. And so every single week when that ship comes in the home port, those folks are going to come off the ship and they're going to use local facilities. They're going to bank here in Galveston. They're going to shop here at Galveston. They're going to eat dinner. They're going to go to Slitterbond. This is basically their home. And so when you start to deconstruct the opportunities that come along with the new terminal project and the new ship, it's really important for the community to try to deconstruct it at its most micro level so that we can then begin to identify all the different opportunities that exist for Galveston, for entrepreneurs in Galveston, for small, medium, and large business owners in Galveston, because the cruise industry, the cruise ship, this terminal project is in itself an ecosystem. And so when we really look at the opportunities, it's not about whether it's hotel versus cruise. This is an economic driver that's going to generate millions and millions of dollars for the community of Galveston. And I think it's up to all of us to, work together to identify these opportunities and find linkages. And you have, our commitment, myself, all of us, Janie and the team in the back, that we'll always be here to work with you, whether it's in this type of forum, whether it's with the chamber on workshops. We love to work on these connections, and we want to be a part of this community to the extent that we possibly can. So when you see the terminal and you see the ship, I want you to also think about all the different opportunities that we have here. And then I know Mayor Brown is going to come out in a little bit and talk about some of his ideas about how we connect this terminal and these guests and to the community of Galveston to everyone's benefit. So I'm really excited about working on that part of it, because that is, it's really one of the most impactful economic ecosystems that you can have when a project like this is really integrated into the community. It's a win-win for all of us, and I think it's going to be great for Galveston.
Well said, huh? Very well said. When we had been on the phone, Russell had brought forward this idea of ecosystem and how this is going to operate. And I thought that was such a great analogy to what it is, because our community is so small, and Russell himself said this, when they go into Miami, it doesn't feel the same as coming into Galveston. Not because we're only two different products, but because Miami is huge, it's big, there's lots going on there. But you pull up this mega ship up in the port of Galveston, and you can see it from across the island. The impact is different. And it's our responsibility in the local government, in local businesses, to make sure that we can turn around and engage with you all in a manner that complements your product and allows us to take as great advantage of this massive investment as we possibly can. Since you already mentioned Mayor Brown, I'm going to ask that Mayor Brown come on up. I hope that everyone in this room has had a chance to individually meet Mayor Brown. I myself owe my job to Mayor Brown. He was the deciding vote on the Park Board of Trustees when several of us came through. When I first came, I thought, really? The Park Board's managed by a pediatric dentist? I'd been working with hoteliers all my life, and what a blessed change it was, I have to tell you. Dr. Brown's resume is long and varied, and if you've been in Galveston for any amount of time, you know that Dr. Brown, Mayor Brown now, Mayor, thanks for coming, has served on every board, committee, commission that there is on Galveston Island. He is indeed a dedicated public servant and a great leader for us here in Galveston. And Mayor, I know that you're prepared for this conversation because, good Lord, you've been preparing for the last 10 years that I've been here. You've been preparing for the last 10 years for this growth, this development, and now you've got a diamond in the rough. You've got a lot going on. I know you get a lot of calls about the tourism on the island, and you've got a real challenge in keeping up with this massive development that we're seeing, not only at the cruise front, but I know that City Council's been talking about short-term rentals as well. So I'd like to delve into those two. But since Russell and Josh opened the conversation for us, what do you see in downtown historic Galveston? How are we going to connect the port to the downtown? What are you envisioning there?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say, isn't this great about this new Royal Caribbean Cruise Terminal? This is just fantastic. You know, this takes a partnership to make something like this work, not only with Royal Caribbean, with the port, who has been working diligently at this, and with the city and the entire community here. You know, connecting the new cruise terminal to the community here, that's the important thing here, because when you have tourism to the quality that we have with this new cruise terminal, if it's just functioning in a vacuum, really doesn't work well. And so we've talked, Russell and I and Josh have talked a little bit about how we connect this new cruise terminal to the community. They're going to be down at Pier 10, be a little way from downtown, not a great distance, but a little way. The key is going to be, I think, a transit system. It's a trolley system that would run on a regular basis throughout these cruise terminals, bringing these passengers that get here early, let them drop their bags, and then come on downtown, go around, be around the island, view what we have to offer here, the restaurants and so forth, and things like that. It's going to be something that we need to help here at the city, make sure that we have a transit system. We're looking at trolleys. As you know, our rail trolleys are back. These will probably be rubber tire trolleys for sure, but we are going to work out a method to be sure that we connect not only with downtown, but throughout the island for individuals that come down here so they can see what Galveston has to offer.
Well, you know, we talked about the terminal down there, but you've done a lot of work down there by the seawall just recently. Can you share a little bit about what's going on with the construction right there on Seawall in 25th?
Surely can. We, for those that live on 25th Street, seems like would never end with the new street construction. We're forecasting, when I say this, everybody says, I don't see how it's going to happen, but the contractor's telling us August we'll be finished with 25th Street. We will have the trolleys coming back online here, the rail trolleys, probably the beginning of the summer. And from the standpoint of being down 25th, it'll probably be towards the latter part of the summer before that happens. Seawall, a lot of changes going on with the seawall. And I want to mention just some thoughts that the city has about the seawall. We've looked at the seawall as a thoroughfare of moving cars back and forth. But I think it's time that we look at the seawall differently. I think the seawall is an attraction into itself. and we need to make that seawall more user-friendly and have the aesthetics better on the seawall. We'll talk about this possibly as we talk a little bit more. If I was king for a day, I would remove parking on the north-south side of the seawall. I would move that. We have to meet the GLO requirements and moving that parking close to the seawall. I think there's ways of doing that. I think there's ways, and we have in the plans, and we've been talking about it for a little while, of taking a pilot program on the seawall, probably from about 19th Street to about 22nd Street, and turning that into a different flow of traffic there, taking the parking off the north and south side, making it more of an educational park-like setting that you drive through rather than just a thoroughfare. So we've got a lot of thoughts that are kind of percolating about the seawall. Right now, we're looking at increased bathrooms, increased lightings, increased landscaping. You've seen those on the seawall. We have some what we call calming structures there on the seawall at 27th and Seawall that are being constructed, medians there for people to stop in and pause as they walk across the seawall. We will have landscaping in those particular medians and so forth. So we're looking at doing more of that depending on how these are accepted as we have on the 27th Street side there. So a lot of changes coming. Kelly mentioned about the parking. As you may know, a lot of the funds that come for the seawall improvements come from the parking that we charge on the seawall. It's a beach user fee. And when we increased those fees and doubled those fees, we thought that may put a stop to a lot of people parking on the seawall. It's just the opposite. We have more people parking out there than we ever have.
Well, and the park board's building more beaches. I'll share with the group, we've got $100 million of beach improvements confirmed for the next 5 years. This summer, you'll see us laying down Babes Beach again. Then we're gonna head over to the historic seawall and do another beach nourishment. Then we're gonna head down to Delanera, and then in 2023, we're coming back to the seawall again. So you better prepare that parking because we're expanding the beaches tenfold.
We'll be ready.
Yeah, Galveston looks great, right? I mean, every day the city's just looking better and better, and I'm so appreciative of the investments that my own institution is making, that the city is making in tourism. I hear the complaints myself sometimes that the investments that we're making are for the visitors, but I really hope that we can align our investments in our city assets, in our parks, in our recreational areas, and that those investments will attract not only visitors, but be good for residents as well. One of the issues, though, that's been coming up, Dr. Brown, is short-term rentals. When you and I started together 10 years ago, short-term rentals comprised about 8% of all collections. Bryson Frazier, our new CFO at the Park Board, tells me that over the holiday, short-term or vacation rentals were 50% of the collections on the island. The business is really booming. I think that was existing before the pandemic, but under the pandemic, a lot of folks coming down from Houston, renting out their places, and I know City's Council's talking about that. What are some of the conversations that you're having around vacation rentals?
Well, if there's been one aspect of the tourism industry that has grown exponentially in the last few years, especially on the island here, it's short-term rentals. They're an integral part of our economy here. We understand that. As Kelly mentioned, during the pandemic, without short-term rentals, our hot tax would not been where it is today and where it was during the pandemic. We also understand with this growth and the changes that are occurring so rapidly in the short-term rental industry that we need to relook at what our relationship of the community to short-term rentals is. And I think what's so healthy here in Galveston, and I'm going to give a shout out to the short-term rental industry. I have worked with them since 2014, putting together some guidelines for the short-term rental, and the industry has always stepped up and wanted to be a part of that, wanted to participate, and understands the importance of new rules and regulations. Right now, the council is looking at a number of different things. We're looking at these volunteer contract agreements and volunteer collection agreements from Expedia, Airbnb, having the funds collected by those platforms and remitted to the city. We'll be discussing that May 27th. There's some pros and cons to that, and we understand that, so we've been researching it, and I think make a good decision probably on the 27th or shortly thereafter that would be supportive of both the industry and the neighborhoods here. The other thing is we're looking at an annual registration fee for short-term rentals. Short-term rentals, right now, they pay a $50 one-time fee to register. We're looking to come up with what the standards are in the United States right now in short-term rentals. We'll have looking at an annual registration fee. In my mind, the importance of that fee, though, whatever it may be, the importance of this is we need to show the short-term rental industry and the community what those monies are going to be used for. We need to come back and have a business plan on how those monies are going to be spent. We're looking at compliance, we're looking at enforcement, we're looking at increased auditing of these short-term rentals, and I think that's going to be a benefit for the short-term rental industry and for the community. Also, we're looking at, and it's not going to be here quickly, but I think it will be here before we know it, is discussion of increased regulations and rules for short-term rentals. We've been getting a lot of input, density situations and looking at density of short-term rentals, looking at rules and regulations that govern short-term rentals that meet a threshold of police complaints that are substantiated. We're looking at parking requirements for short-term rentals. So I think you'll see council coming up, working with the community, working with the short-term rental industry to be proposing some new guidelines for short-term rentals shortly.
Thank you for sharing that today. A lot of growth. We're really in a privileged position in the sense that we sit outside of the third largest metropolitan area in the United States. Folks are driving now as opposed to flying. Our revenues have been off the charts. Things are going well. We've got a distinguished panel here, and I'd like to know any words of wisdom for us as we move forward. Everybody's hungry for business, but we've also got 50,000 full-time residents, 25% of which are very vocal and would like us to see some balance. Anyone? Russell, Bethany?
I can take just a quick stab at it. And you're right, I think it's amazing that the population is 50,000. And I think if you break down the 7 million guests you have a year, that's 100,000 visitors a day. So you have twice as many visitors every single day as you have population, which is incredible, right? And so I think from our perspective, I try to think of your question through the lens of these three pillars. And for me, it's respect. The second one is communication. And the third pillar is collaboration. And I think as visitors that are invited in to work in your community, if we work with those three things in mind in terms of being able to be a part of this community, I think you have our commitment to always do those things and be respectful of this community, communicate our plans to you and what we're doing, and then work hard at collaborating and listening to what you have to say, and then just continue doing that all the time. And that's sort of what we want to do as good visitors and to a wonderful community that you've invited us into. So we love Galveston, and you have our commitment that we'll always do those things in your community, Mayor.
I appreciate that because you all are going to be moving a lot of people. Bethany, did you have something to add?
Yeah, just to follow that, I think, and as one of the keynote speakers, Kyle mentioned, putting yourself out there and refining what you want and then making a plan to go after it. I think a lot of the work that Kelly and Michael and the team have done with us over the last year plus was to set a path to figure out what we want and help refine that focus and where the industry goes and how we collaborate and how we partner. And a lot of things that you all have talked about is product related, and how do we strategically continue to refine that product and invite a new audience, a new visitor segment that maybe hadn't been here before and hadn't considered us. I think the same thing applies for short-term rentals. So as we think about policy and how we collaborate on that policy and implement that policy successfully, we're also able to introduce Galveston to a new audience, to a new visitor type to come down and enjoy and spread that circulation of visitor across our community. So, I think that there's a lot here to unstack, but in doing that, making a lot of progress and moving the destination forward.
Well, in homage to that and what Sin said this morning about you only get one chance to make a first impression, Josh, what's important for you that we're ready to do when you open your doors and those first cruisers are down here for the Oasis?
Just be friendly. I mean, everyone right now is eager to get back into travel. They're a little cautious, they're a little anxious, and just welcoming them here, inviting them into your community as I felt here over the last couple of days and feed them something good. I think that always works out pretty decently as well. Recurring theme with me. But, I just think it's embedded and ingrained in your community, and that's why you are such a successful destination with twice as many people here on a daily basis, is because people remember how they feel when they go to places, not exactly what they do or exactly what they see. And so that's exactly the point. And when they come, just make them feel comfortable and excited to be here and want to come back.
Did you want to add something, Mayor Brown?
Well, just a couple of thoughts. We've heard this a lot today. I think the buzzwords for the future of tourism on the island is going to be diversification and partnerships. We've seen this with the storms, with the pandemic, the disasters that we had to tolerate for this last year. These two words have really come home, and I think that's going to be really where we need to put a lot of emphasis, working together and diversify our tourism economy as we move forward. One last thing I wanted to mention too, I get a lot of input from the tourism community and a lot from the resident community. Tourism and residents, it's a balance. We're a big tourism community here, and we have to maintain that balance. I want to really compliment the park board. We feel at the city, and I think the park board feels the same way, one of the best ways to attract visitors to Galveston is to have a community that you'd want to live in here yourself. And that's really important to us at the city, to maintain that balance, that quality of life for our residents. And I know at the park board, when I served on the park board and now working with the park board at the city, when they make decisions, they not only make decisions on what's best interest of the tourism, but also what's in best interest of the community. And as long as we keep that in the forefront of our thoughts, I think the sky's the limit for the future for tourism.
I appreciate you saying that, Dr. Brown, thank you. Because everyone that serves on the Board of Trustees as a trustee is a resident first, and if they've got an unruly short-term rental next to them, they have Dr. Brown's phone number. You all are such a distinguished panel. Thank you so much for making the trip out, for making the investment in our community, for being willing to sit down at the table and share, and for sharing your guidance and your expertise. We really enjoyed having you here today. Thank you. We're going to ask you all, we've got the other thing that Russell and Josh brought today was the donation for the Royal Caribbean Cruise. Thank you very much. And so we're going to go ahead and bring out, and Josh, because you've stolen my heart because we're your top project in the whole wide world, I'm going to ask you to come on over here. And let me get it straight before he pulls something out. Are we drawing for the cruise, Michael, or are we just drawing? This is it. No whammies, no whammies. Come over here to this side, Josh, right here.
Ready?
Yes. As if he knows somebody here. Yeah. Pull mine, Josh. Ready. Drum roll, and hold. It's a blue car, right? So the winner must be present. So if this person is present, you have won. And Josh?
Valicia Burns.
Valicia Burns, are you here? You're going on a Royal Caribbean cruise. Maybe not.
She's going on the one that leaves tomorrow.
She's going on the one that leaves tomorrow.
Let's just reach it.
There you go, Josh. Come on, and bring a winner this time, a winner this time, a blue card, a blue card. All right, here he goes.
Susan Keeble.
Oh, Susan Keeble. She's my HR manager. Perfect. Susan, stand up at the back of the room. She's new to the industry. She just decided she loves tourism. Yes, thank you, Josh. Do we need to? No, and so one more thing before you all go. Shell, I think you have something that I asked you. You do? And so I'll just give you.
Stay with me.
Okay. Am I done then?
No. Well, you're done.
Yes.
Not done.
But I was going to do something. Did you all know what I was going to do? Okay, and so I'm not allowed to do it yet. Okay.
Very good. Yeah. Yeah, so I think we're all set. Thank you all very much. And again, big round of applause for our guests. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you again for joining us today for the 7th annual Galveston Island Tourism Summit. What a great day, right? What a great day. So I'd like to thank the team at the Park Board and the Convention and Visitors Bureau for putting this event together. If I could have all of you stand, if you are a Park Board team member, anyone that works for the Park Board, please stand. Okay, if you look around the room, these are all the people that make things like this happen. So they're in all the different departments within our organization, and they've really made a huge impact. Now what I would like to do is if I could have Kelly come back up. She has something that she wanted to do with some of our team members who have been very influential in making this event happen.
Great. I got wrapped up into the program. I hadn't told anybody I was doing.
We have them on the board here. I also wanted to point out some of the different folks that were with us today. So we've had a number of people in and out during the sessions. From the Port of Galveston, we had obviously Roger Reese, we've mentioned, Albert Shannon, Teddy O'Rourke, and Harry Maxwell. From the Park Board of Trustees today, we've had Spencer Priest, Maureen Patton, Marty Fluke, and Jason Wortham. City Council and Mayor, obviously the Mayor was with us today. We've had Councilwoman Marie Robb and Councilman David Collins. We've also had Michelle Hay, who's with Economic Development for the city. And then, of course, Gina Spagnola with the Chamber of Commerce. So thank you, Gina. Some of these, as we had mentioned, the Daily News, Royal Caribbean, Moody Bank, Prestige Oysters, the Port of Galveston, Joe Tremonte Realty Group, Sand and Sea Properties, Soar Vacation Rental Services, the San Luis Resort, and the Tremont House. So again, a big thank you to all the people who have joined us today from these different elected leaders, as well as for our sponsors. If I could have Gina Spagnola join me on the stage, and while she's making her way up here, I want to thank all of our speakers today. Cindy Novotny, Callista Smith, Sam Collins, Raymond Lewis, Stephen Pena, Tanya Ladipo, we had Stephen J. Baines, we had Kyle Sheehy, we had Kelly Deshawn, Bethany DeRose, Russell Benford, Josh Carroll, and Mayor Craig Brown. So a big thanks to all of the people who made their way here to be with us. So I hope that each and every one of you are walking away from our time together today with a few nuggets that'll change kind of your next normal. You know, what is that next normal? It's an honor for us to present this programming every year, and what a pleasure to be together to reconnect in person without having to be on any of our digital devices, and really to jointly explore our path forward. Now, to set the stage, you know, for our next activity, the ribbon cutting and cocktails, right? Margarita time. Gina Spagnola is the president of the Galveston Regional Chamber of Commerce, and I want to thank you for your partnership with us. As many of you know, during COVID, we had to make many difficult decisions. One of those was closing our standalone visitor information center. Right away, when we tried to figure out what that next step was, Gina came forward as such a strong partner for us and really helped us to grow our presence at the Chamber, to rely on her team to help us make, you know, how our call's going to be answered, how are we going to distribute information, and Gina and her team really stepped forward and really helped us to accomplish all of those things. So really the partnership that we have with Gina and the opportunity to really expand our relationship with the Chamber has been really impactful for us, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you. If you would, could everyone stand, please, and give a huge round of applause to this amazing team and this summit. We are so thrilled and honored to be a part of this. You did a great job. Maureen Patton and I always are saying, I say, I have the best team, and she says, I have the best team, and you have a phenomenal team. And so what I would say is what I took out of this, we made a lot of pizzas. Sam talked about the salad. I'm so honored to be just a small piece of the amazing ingredients that go on with our leadership at the city, at the port, and at the CVB. And so I couldn't do it without my team, who is here. Lorraine and Maria are here. The others are getting ready for a golf tournament. Thank you, congratulations. We're so excited to cut the ribbon for Vicki. Yeah. Yay, we love Vicki, so thank you and congratulations.
Okay, so we're going to finish out our day. We're going to make our way downstairs to the exhibit hall, where we're going to do the ribbon cutting and have some margaritas, if you're interested. If you don't want yours, I'll have yours. But again, we thank you for your time today. We thank you for your love and dedication of our industry and for your passion for Galveston Island. So we'll see you downstairs in just a few minutes. Thank you again.